Alright. I'm Aeon Stripes and I'm a Swedish troll picker.
I'm Lantas and I am an old Tinker Picker.
I'm
Very sad.
Lightwing and I'm a traditional hard carry player.
I'm Lina and I like Wisp.
I'm a Bastic and I played Axe before it was cool.
I'm Rollorn and I'm a professional troll counter picker.
Is there a counter to troll?
Wind Reviver.
I see.
Yeah, anyway, we're gonna go through the patch, but first we're gonna say our expectation to the patch. I guess Aeon, you will start again.
Yeah, well, my counter to troll is just picking him. So I didn't think any further about my expectations for this patch than troll and sniper will be gone and we will never have to see them again, and that makes me happy. But apparently Valve decided that we're also going to make an entirely new game while we're at it. So they put in a ton of stuff and I'm just going to learn about them as I read the patch.
My expectations was I wanted more ganking. Or I don't know if expectation. It's what I wanted. Is last patch I also wanted more, like, Queen of Pain and stuff to actually be viable, but it just ended up being a big farm fest, which was super boring. But I actually liked the patch just before that even more. So this one I hope for less farming, more ganking, or like int heroes.
Isn't that what the expectations are about though? That it's more like what we wanted from the next patch?
Yeah.
Rather than what it is. But yeah. Just so I can answer correctly later.
Well, you can answer now.
Well, I didn't have any expectations. I've been missing out the ability to play and win games in using various different tactics rather than one type of tactic being predominant of the others, like TI4 push tactic was the way to go. After that, farm intense greedy carries became the way to go, whereas in earlier patches you could actually go more diverse. You could go push strat one game and you could go something else the other with a much better result and more variety, I think, than you've been able to the latest 2-3 patches. I might very well be wrong. That's just my feeling about it. And I hope they change. I hope they kind of make it so you can. I basically want like all the heroes to be used in every game. Just not a pool of them, a certain pool. And I want that for every patch, and also remove Void from the game.
Lightwing?
Alright, I was hoping for a buff to some of the hard carries, especially Tower Blade, Anti-Mage and Spectre, but unfortunately didn't quite happen. I was looking forward to nerfs to heroes that are extremely boring to play against: Sniper, Juggernaut, Troll, Axe, those kind of heroes. And another thing I was hoping for was a nerf to RNG in general, because I don't like randomness, but didn't quite happen. Although the patch does look okay, so who knows?
Luna.
Me?
I'm actually.
Okay, Roland can go.
I don't know if we were following any order.
No.
We're not.
Okay, well,
Hello.
my expectations are pretty similar to Lantas and Obas, in that I want more ganking and generally just more options and just more balance. The game had enough, in my opinion, like enough items, enough heroes, etc. Now it feels like with all the new items, the game, like, it expanded so much. I think it's a bit much, but well, I still think it's great. I still think it's improvement from the last patch where farming was too good. Or well, farming was the meta if you weren't Chinese. It was 5-manning like every patch.
Yeah.
Okay, my hopes. Well, I hope for the normal like it's pretty normal to want Troll, Sniper, and Axe to be nerfed right now. I also been thinking, yes, that I don't want to see any increase on PL because he's still like being tested out, and I'm not sure if he's. I think he could be OP, but right now I don't know. I've been wanting for a few patches, like fixes to like different kind of heroes, like Visage Birds, and I don't like the Wisp tether. I've been wanting that to be a root for some time, and I want Visage Birds to only die for basic attacks, and well, there's like a ton of things that I've written that I wanted last patch that never happened. So I hope they happen this patch. And I also wish that Tusk ulti would be changed because this one sucks.
Do you have an overall idea instead? Don't go into too much specific. You can hope for a lot of things. I mean, I have more hopes too. Do you have an overall idea of what you want?
No, I just wanna get rid of the OP heroes, and then I think the game is fine without them.
Well, you say that.
Yeah, but I don't think that many heroes are bad picks. I don't think so. It's only like a few heroes make many heroes bad, and that's how I feel about the meta.
Well, that's mostly every patch. Well, I just want to add one thing to my expectation. I actually disliked 83 that much that I've gotten. It's the first time since 2011 I haven't gotten one game every week, at least. That's how literally took a break from this patch because the comeback mechanic and everything, it just seemed unfinished. Didn't seem like they implemented it. Then they tried to fix it because everyone was complaining. They didn't really do it, so I just felt it was one of the worst patches they had. So far, at least.
Yeah, a lot of games became dragged out when...
Yeah, exactly.
If you played Dota for a very long time, you're kind of confident that they weren't supposed to be dragged out, but you, like, at least it took me super long time to adjust or stop underestimating the comeback mechanic. So it usually just promoted dragged out games, which I hate when people are standing in base and it actually works.
I actually like I like the combat mechanics more from the start. I know it sounds stupid, but it just feels like, I mean, if you're gonna put in that combat mechanic, instead of like how it is now, is that if it, like, let's say Radiant is in the lead, but then they lose a team fight, then it's like suddenly equal, and there's no actual comeback anymore. So it's like either it's like can take it, and then because it's taking so long to do the small comeback, the game is gonna end, and then Dire might end up winning. Where before, when they implemented it, was Radiant had an advantage, they lose a team fight, Dire has an advantage. That means that the comeback mechanic works better for Radiant now. So it just switches back and forth a lot. I think that was more exciting than what they changed it to be.
It may be exciting, but it's really annoying because really bad teams could win against like good teams, and I don't think that should happen in a game that is about skill. It's like...
It made more sense to me to have the more extreme combat mechanic than the like half-ass one. That didn't really, which is just, yeah, as Opa said, a team is winning, then they drag it out for 20 more minutes for no reason. Because they have to.
But then you should be happy about this patch because it seems to turn this into a whole different brawl arena game.
Yeah, it seems to be more of a... Well, I don't know how to put it. A different patch, I would say.
Has to be more death ball.
But
like
should we just go through it?
Yeah, let's start with
Yes,
the
good idea.
general.
Let's take general to start off with. Okay, so two first ones. The nerf AoE gold and XP for team net worth and team XP difference. That's basically just a nerf to the combat mechanic, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's
Nerf to
what they
rubber bands.
implemented. So I mean, I'm happy about that at least.
Yeah, I think everyone is after
Most
this
definitely.
patch. After especially because the patch lasted so long. Like any breath of fresh air is welcome, you know.
Then they nerf lane creeps and melee creeps and range lane creeps, which is just. I mean, it's a small thing, but I mean,
It's gonna add up.
Well,
It's gonna add up a
It's
whole
still gonna be
fucking lot.
-7% on your gold in the end.
plus hero kills get 10% more value,
And that's
But
nice.
which is what I wanted. More ganking.
Then the carry won't stay back and farm while a kill almost happens with the supports.
This is a lot of rough numbers, so I guess we're just gonna like a lot of.
or
Don't have
or
to go
like
too much
to-
into specific in this one, I feel.
To be honest, I'm not sure if the hero gold change is that important because it's only 10%. So if you get like 400 gold for a hero, you now get 440. It's not that much of a difference.
you will still
Unless they
take
have
this.
a godlike streak, of course. But I mean, in the mid game, it shouldn't be that much of a difference.
Take the rubber band into effect as well.
There's one of these.
Oh, never mind. It's the non-net worth portions.
So it won't
there's-
affect your carry playstyle, Nightwing?
Maybe.
The AoE bonus gold is now distributed based on the relative net worth amongst the heroes involved in killing the hero. That's actually a big deal. Like, who gets the most gold? Like like, let's say the carry participates in a kill, he get less gold than he would before, but the
Yes.
5th position will get more gold.
I think for support, it's worth it if they get the blink daggers that way or whatever imported item they need.
But this add to a theme of kind of like support wealth, or how to say, like the supports actually get items.
I would
I hope
like
so.
to say
Well.
that, and this is a big guess, but yeah, indeed, I would say that's where we're going, because if you look at, and this is jumping way forward into the notes, but there's this new item called Guardian Greaves, and it combines mech and arcane boots and a very expensive recipe into an item with basically only support utility. So I think the item has a total cost of like 5,200, and you will only be putting it on supports, so that's kind of indicative. This the patch is trying to make supports rich, basically.
The amount of AoE bonus goals. I'm just trying to say which one we maybe should point out here. There's a
Well-
lot of like small things.
Maybe not. Maybe everyone can just like pick something up they react to.
I think this actually. I mean, the AoE bonus gold gets trashed.
Which one?
Like-
What do you see?
The net worths gets like much lower. The net worth difference bonus gold. So like this means that the bonus gold that carries would get hit much harder than the supports. Like if you're behind and you win a fight, the supports doesn't get that much less gold from winning that fight, but the carries gets a lot less. And I think this makes just gold distribution in the team much more even. I don't know. I don't really like it. I've always thought like it should be pretty rough, or well, like you should have more personal influence over it. Like if you want to go EG style, have one super farm support and one poor support, you should be able to have that instead of it being forced to them having more equal farm.
You know, in a pub, if you're like a ganker, let's say I'm playing Queen of Pain, I would often feed off like the enemy Crystal Maiden and stuff, and get the same amount of gold as if I was killing like their offlaner. Now I get 20% less gold because he's the poorest one, how to say. At least that's
No, I
how
thought we
I
were
understand it.
I thought we were on another dot. I'm pretty tired. Sorry.
No,
But,
it's the same one. It's the same one. But it's just you talked about gaining gold. They also decreased when you, like, if you're on the other side, I would get less gold from actually killing the lowest net worth. I think that's the same one we're talking about.
I was talking about the one over.
Oh, okay. Well, I like that one.
I like the other one though that you were talking about. It's just stupid that you can, like, if you're behind, say you're a Starlker or Queen of Pain or whatever, and your team is behind, you can just keep killing the supports to get gold and get back in the game. I don't know, it just forces the winning team to always 5-man those scenarios.
Then there's next one, which is, I don't remember which patch, I think it was in 82, where they did so when you're bought back, you can't get gold anymore, only from heroes, right?
I think
Yeah,
that was
I think it was 81
way
or
before
something.
that.
81 maybe. Anyway, but now they've done so when you buy back, you will instead not be prevented from getting gold, but you will get 60% gold.
No, you get 40%.
Oh yeah,
It's reduced
it's
by
reduced by
60,
60,
yeah.
yeah, right, you're right. I think overall nerf for when you actually buy back, at least that's what I think. Because let's say you're Midas hero, and there's a team fight going on, you buy back into it, you still gain only 40% gold of the AoE gold that happens in the team fight. And mostly you buy back to actually fight.
I think it adds some safety though, because so many times teams just wanna force the buyback, so he uses it, and then he just stands there doing nothing when he could be farming.
I just think it's an overall nerf to buybacking.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
I still think it's
And
good that he can do something. I don't know.
I also
Yeah.
think
Because
it's actually
before-
nerf to the comeback mechanic. Indirectly. Because if you turn the fight because of 3 buybacks, you now get less gold as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you actually win the team fight because you bought back 2 heroes,
Yeah.
those 2 heroes gained only 40% gold.
Indeed. Instead of
and-
getting the comeback mechanic from before.
I mean, let's take a look at Furion. He mostly has a Midas, and he will buy back, and you only get 40% gold of the Midas as well. There's a lot of things that, like, before you got used to get full gold.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if people care about the Midas after buying back, if they win the
Well-
team fight or save a tower or whatever.
Different still.
Yeah, sure it helps, but shouldn't make that much difference.
Let's just get to the
Yes.
heroes a bit fast because there's not
Yes.
too much more in here. Melee,
Right.
barracks, and ranging barracks gives more gold. Actually, ranging barracks gives over double the amount, which is just puts up to more faster games. I guess more gold. Tier 2 and Tier 3 are easier to siege because there's less armor. Creep spawns faster, actually 2.5 minutes.
I think we should
time.
keep
Extra
to the racks part first. I mean,
Well,
that just makes sieging so much faster. And
So you still
More
need to
rewarding.
kill it.
yeah, of course, but you get you have less armor on the tower.
Yeah.
The tower
Well-
has what, 1.9k HP?
1.6.
Yeah.
It's 1.5,
the tier
1.
3, the tier 3, that's what actually
That's
matters.
3, yeah, that's 2.3, right?
Anyway, it's free armor is 18% effective HP.
Yeah, well,
Like it makes a difference, like makes sieging just faster. And you get more if you actually succeed in getting the racks. So I just think
You-
it's a buff to death balling.
you get faster games because, I mean, when things can get pushed faster, you get faster games. Plus, the creep spawns faster. Then there's a small change with because people, actually I know people that I myself complained when I played offlane. It felt harder to be dire offlane than radiant offlane, basically. Now they just moved the creeps a bit closer to dire tower.
Yeah,
They
it's
nerfed,
good.
yeah, they nerfed dragons, bounty. There's a lot of gold, like, increasing, so they, once again, less farming.
Ancients got Lumi said the ancients got nerfed overall by 20%.
Are you sure it's less farming though? People might wanna farm more when they get less gold.
Well-
Yeah, but it's less rewarding.
It also
Basically,
means there's less money on the map, so...
spending
It's
more
always
time on,
possible.
like, I have heard people say, yeah, you need people are just gonna stack more to like make up for the lost gold. But I think people are still gonna go towards the killing part because it gives more gold. Then like it's like less time consuming as well in the game. And
But
like
if you put all the gold nerfs on ancients and neutrals and lane creeps, less armor on towers, higher bounty for racks, it's pretty obvious that they want more objective based gaming, and that will provide more fighting overall. So I hope it doesn't promote 5-team deathballs. I don't think that's fun either. I like ganking and more fighting spread over the map than concentrated team fighting all the time.
I think... Oh, sorry.
So, I don't know. I hope they will succeed with that part, but I'm still kind of skeptical. I'm afraid they might have changed too much, as Roland was talking about earlier.
Well, we can see further down the patch. I mean, there's a lot of changes. I know this sounds like, oh, people are just gonna deathball like in TI4.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of things that changes other heroes to be more viable, which is really good against deathballs and stuff. And there's a lot of viable things.
Not to mention...
Stop it.
Not to mention that the rubber band is pretty much a counter to deathball.
Yeah, it will be a...
Or well, like not a counter of course, but it makes it so that it's not the one, it's never the one most viable option. Well, probably not.
Okay,
I don't think it will be the same type of deathball as in TI4, but it might become a deathball meta, just like the deathballs are more focused on team fight rather than pushing.
So it's like TI3 or TI2, which was basically just team fighting.
Yeah.
And pushing was...
But TI3 also had a fair amount of split pushing and...
Oh, that's true. Well, TI2 was all about fighting, and then when you won the fight, you could push. You didn't push when everyone was alive.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna jump on if that's okay.
Yeah, let's go to the mud golems.
I think this is probably the most like it's just mechanical thing how things works and stuff. I don't think it's as. Oh, anyway,
I think it's a big deal when you're. It could be a big deal when you're pushing.
But it's something you need the entire grand scheme to actually see, because you need to see all the balance of the other heroes to actually say, is this pushing patch or not?
Yeah, I'm just saying that mud golems are pretty nice now.
Mud golems was changed to no longer be spell immune. 50% magic resistant, that means you can actually kill them with spells. You can use Helm of Dominator on it, and you can Ken's persuasion thing, you can use two.
You can devour it.
You can eat it.
Well, what I mean is you can get the stun part, and you can get the small mud golem thing works as well for two.
I know it sounds.
It's negligible, but.
Where does it say as a stun? He only has
it's the
magic
spell.
resistance, right?
Mud golems and also shard golems have a new active ability, Hurl Boulder, 0.6 second stun, 125 damage, 30 second cooldown, 800 range. I think this is an overall buff to the jungle in some way for some heroes, like Shadow Fiend has a easier time dealing with a big stack. Tinker can actually farm easier in that in Radiant, like the big camp and this medium camp. Much easier for him.
In the big scheme,
Batrider,
like most jungle camps got nerfed overall, so like I think this is just more of a quality of life thing for those heroes, because like mud golems are just annoying.
It's to make them useful. Like I know in Hun they did this change which made them able to be possessed. Like you could actually take it and then you could go invisible. It had an invisibility instead.
Parasite. Sometimes.
So I think it's good they actually make something useful in the map instead of just being annoying things you had to kill with auto attacks. It just felt silly.
Moving on.
I want to jump on to the following abilities no longer ignore unit classified as ancients. At first, I thought, oh, it's just a small change. I mean, okay, you can use things on ancient camps and stuff. But then I realized, can Necro's aura always hit ancient? It used to. I don't know if it does anymore. Does it still do it now?
It's in this list, I think.
Yeah, but no, but I mean, does it do now in 83?
Yeah. No, not now.
No, but it used to, and there was actually a, like, you could stack it, and then you could like get level 5 in 4 minutes by just standing still at ancient. But one thing I didn't realize is that Roshan is an ancient creep, which means the aura affects Roshan.
There's a guide on it.
And I actually saw pictures of a guy standing 4 minutes, and at 4:30 he killed Rosh with his aura level 1. And ancient, and he had 2,500 gold or something. I just thought it interesting that. So,
weird. But,
so I mean, you kill Rosh faster, I guess, because I mean he's not Matt human anyway.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. Like you're gonna know that a Necro is doing that.
Yeah.
Like
well,
he's not on a map. He could be youngling, but he could also be doing this. Anyway, he's not contributing to the early game.
Not
so
in
you're gonna fall
3K
behind.
pub. Then tactics like that kind of works.
Yeah, of course. Like I've lost games to Jungle Sniper.
That sounds really painful.
It was like games like that are the reason I don't play solo queue anymore. But it's more because of Sniper as a whole.
Okay,
Those
so
are boring pubs. Oh, going on.
the next under this is just adjustments to silence no longer disables invisibility. That means Ricky can't be silenced and then be seen. Hex no longer applies to break mechanics. They actually reworked what silence, what they called item silencing is called mute, and passive disabling is called break. So basically, when Hex doesn't apply break, it means that if you line like Hex a PA, she still has evasion. That is what I understand by it.
Yeah.
Yes, sounds about right.
And the other one was called what? It was mute, right?
Which is weird for an item that costs like 5.6k. But I don't know.
What do you mean, like?
I
Orchid?
think
We're talking about
that Hex. It says Hex no longer applies the break mechanic.
Yes.
I think it should because it costs 5.6k.
I think it's because you can't make Skies of Ice be have a specific. They like to have it. At least that's what they've been doing the last 3 patches. They've been like making it very consistent. Like every single Hex does the exact same thing. So I think it's okay because, as we know, they add a lot of items, which is very expensive too. So I think they want people to make more choices. So like when you're against PA, you don't just always buy Hex. Buy different things now.
Also worth mentioning is, like, most of the late game most of the new items are late game items, and the Hex is also a late game item, which, like I said, it gives more options. It's an indirect buff to PA too.
Oh yeah, it is. And Void, right?
And
Backtrack was Backtrack working?
I'm gonna check.
I think
Backtrack was working in Hex. There's nothing to disable it actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Backtrack
why they
was-
should
Dumb as
remove
shit,
Void,
but yeah.
as I said before, because Void is the only hero that has two spells that can be countered, or pretty much 2 spells that can be countered if he lands the Chronosphere. So that's the only hero in Dota that has that. Nice, and I've been hating it since Dota 1. But whatever.
It's extremely powerful when he just hates you.
Okay, so
It doesn't matter if he doesn't land the other guys in the chrono, he only cares about killing you. It's extremely annoying.
there's only a few things left in this general. Then we jump straight to heroes, and then we can. That's a bit more
Bash
interesting.
the
I guess.
Void.
They move some items from Secret Shop to base and base to Secret Shop. These are Ring of Hell, Voidstone, and Orb of Venom is moved to base from Secret Shop, and Fate Mill, Talisman of Evasion, and Ultimate Orb is moved to Secret Shop.
But I think it's nice because some offlaners and so you can buy the starting items, or like the bear, non-druid bear can start with Orb of Venom, then start running around.
You can buy Voidstone in the side shop, which means you can buy a Perseverance, I guess. Voidstone
User
is...
disconnected from your channel.
Is it Orba?
No, it's
No.
not.
No, it's
Okay.
the other one. It's Rolar that is connected.
Voidstone is... Which one is that?
Happened?
You say?
One went silent. Ah, never mind. Never mind, it solved itself.
Voidstone is what? Which one?
Voidstone is the mana thing, region.
Yes, it's
Okay,
the
okay, so
component
it's-
of the Red of
So
Fury.
it's the one do you use for Perseverance. It's nice
Yeah.
because you can buy it in side shop, but also I think this makes like you need to buy all the expensive parts for the hex in the secret shop. And I thought the Ultimate Orb was so nice because you could.
User joined
Right,
your
base.
channel.
But
Yeah, well, you can buy it in side shop too. Ultimate, right? Yeah, you can. But I'm just gonna. There's only very few left on these. You can. Runes has a higher hitbox. That means you can't put a fat hero on the damn rune, and then he's like controlling the entire rune, like the first rune spawn and stuff. I think it's fine to change because runes was actually difficult to hit if an alchemist stood on top of it or tiny.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does matter. Oh, I actually didn't read this one. The following heroes are no longer restricted from buying Basher Abyssal, but they are still restricted from activating Bash. Spiritbreaker faces Void, Slaughter, and Troll.
So their passive is gone, but they can buy the item. It's just so they don't have an item that does nothing, you know? If they want to buy Abyssal.
I guess that's okay. Well, we're gonna jump to heroes now.
I just wanna add also that the Basher got nerfed, like the damage got nerfed, but the Bash effect got damage instead. So like Abyssal doesn't give 100 damage, making it weaker as well for those heroes. But yeah.
Well, anyway, Borrow Time can now be cast while disabled. Same rules as Morphling's Morph. Which is basically, I'm getting nuked like crazy, maybe I should activate multi, but you're not able to do before, but now you can.
Well,
Or
it's like if you know a big Lina ulti is gonna break your thingy and just kill you, maybe you can activate it.
Another
Well,
thing
yeah.
is you can dispel stuns, so you can dispel yourself to be able to dispel someone else with your shield.
Overall, just makes the hero more viable. Nice.
Yeah, well, if
Yeah.
you're
It's
getting
also with
nuked,
the Aghanim's is pretty huge.
Yeah, because then
Um,
you can predict when someone is going to get nuked.
This
30%
is-
damage reduction.
just jump onto Alchemist, which actually has more changes than Abaddon. Unstable concussion countdown can now be seen by enemies. I thought it could before.
I
Oh, it
thought
could
so too,
actually.
You
No, wait,
only
no, it
heard
can't.
it.
True, it's true.
Yeah.
Unstable concussion now has an area target cursor. It's just to make it when you are playing Alchemist and you target a hero, you know if it's gonna hit two heroes if they're standing close. Then a big change I think is Squirrel's Creed now grants 4x gold bounty for runes. And the example I usually make when I read it first is that the first rune basically gives you 400 gold.
Not only that,
Holy shit, yeah.
he also gains level 2 and a third into the next level, I think.
Are you sure?
No,
Then it
it's
says
only gold. It's only
bounty.
gold bounty.
It's only gold money, okay.
And you
That's
actually
good,
have-
because
you-
otherwise...
I think you need to have at least 1 point into Grievel's Greed, right?
Yeah.
So that also means you don't have stun or the acid spray on level 1 if you want to take the 0 minute
But
run.
let's put it like this: as support, Alchemist picks up a rune first. I know he picks Squirrel's Creed, but it's still 400 gold. That's literally that's basically boots he gets, and then you just you're halfway to level 2. You can just soak that from lane.
Or pull a camp.
I think it's a
Well-
big deal getting 400 gold on the support just like that.
If it is a support at all.
If
Yeah,
it's
but
support.
his a lot of items also make him viable because he scales more now. But that's more about the items, I think. But
okay.
like, you can get boots and smoke from taking rune and pulling. It's pretty huge as a support. But then you're level 2 without stun or spray.
Yes.
It's weird.
I want the next one, like the Alchemist Aghanim. I want to hear everyone if they say just yes or no if you think it's good or bad. Like if it's bad, you say no. Oh, you say yes, yes. Is it good? Let's just
Yes,
Oh,
Yes, it's good.
Yes.
no doubt about
So
it. How is it
everything,
bad?
everything agrees it's good.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure actually.
No?
It can be really good, but it can also make other heroes really strong when they have a free 7th item slot.
But on the other hand, it's at the expense of an entire hero. He's not going to have, but he's not going to have money for anything else. Like this is
Depends,
only.
if you play with 1 or 2 position alchemist, you should have the money
Yes,
eventually.
then you can just keep farming late game and you can everyone agonyms. That is a pretty nice touch, but otherwise you're going to sacrifice the hero entirely.
I don't
So-
think it's sacrificing because you consume the buff. And I just think it gives so much with an extra item slot.
Let me put my 2 cents on this because I think it looks really big, but I don't think it's gonna have a big impact.
Well, I think like with everything with all items are so expensive. You don't really know when to go for it, like what value you go. But if you have a support that that has been sacrificing itself the whole game, maybe it's like I don't know, maybe Bane, maybe he has been sacrificing himself all game, and then Alchemist can just give him a better ultimate after he has his blink.
Think about it, in the scenarios where you pick Alchemist as a carry, you want him to be full slot and then you want to push. You don't want to wait for your entire, like, your Bane and stuff to get, like, you don't want to... It's... I feel
Yeah,
like...
but he gets so much gold.
Yeah, but listen to what I'm about to say. I think it sounds super good. But the fact is that usually when Alchemist has a lot of gold, he's usually falling behind because he is already full slot when he's gonna start buying this. And if he doesn't, well, Alchemist is an item dependent hero. So I think it's strong, but I don't know if it's strong enough because you still have to spend 4.2k gold, which you could go towards your items. And if you're already full slot and you're still not winning, I feel like you're still falling behind.
Well, I agree with you to some extent, but like said, you want to get 6 slotted than just push, win the game. Like, pushing overall has been buffed, like you can end games faster.
Yeah, well,
And like, Aghanim also assorts, along with the other ends, assorts his main problems as a carry, and like he only has 6 slots. And he has bad stats. This gives him more stats without taking a slot.
yeah, but I get that, but I still think it's... You have to... Let's say, just by farming 2 Aghanims to your team, you farm 8.4k gold. And that's not even going toward your stats. Let's say you use one of them on you, one of them on your support. I still think it's 8k gold that you spend on farming where you should have been winning instead.
Yeah, but in reality it's only 4k gold for Alchemist because he basically gets double income.
Yeah.
So if you farm the jungle 2 times, it's like 2 minutes, you have like 2k gold or something. That's half an Aghanims.
I just don't think this is as significant as people make it sound to be, because the game still needs to be long.
Yeah, I agree also a bit. Like last patch, Sven got an Aghanim with.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that sounds overpowered. You can buff your teammates.
Yeah, but it's too expensive for a support, at least for him.
And it's also the item slot that's annoying for Sven.
Yeah.
There needs to be, but I don't know if I put my idea tidy through. It's just like Alchemist has full slot, which he is like, how much gold is that? He needs to spend like all the expensive items because he needs
like
items to
30k
be
or
super
something.
good. Yeah,
28k, 30k.
That's a lot of gold to farm. Plus but if he is full slot and he starts buying Aghanims for other heroes, I always see even if he buffs other enemy teams, if he's against the Void, that is like, let's say he has 3 big items, where Alchemist has 6 big ones. If he starts buying items for your allies, I guess it buffs the entire team somewhat, but I don't think... I just feel like he needed something different. I don't think this is buffing him, it buffs your team.
What if it's a support Sven that he gives Aghanim to?
Well, I guess
the
it can be good.
The Aghanims upgrade in itself is really situational.
I just think it. Well, I
think-
guess in some sense, some supports actually has a super good Aghanims, or maybe that he can farm an extra, let's say Aghanims for his mid hero, which has spent time on buying Hex or stuff. Disable. I guess you could say that, but I just think it doesn't sort his issue, because this was only an issue when you got an hour game and stuff.
Yeah.
That he was floating with like 15k gold.
There's his supporting got pretty buffed with this though, I think. Because you get
well-
the extra, like the more so than the carry part, because of the rune thingy and the solar crest. Like you want to get medallion on him, it's just too good. Solar crest is super fucking good on him.
Well,
And,
Let's not go
like
through
as
the
a-
items so much when we haven't seen them.
Yeah,
Because
well,
we're gonna
they're
mention the
just-
heroes when
yeah.
we talk.
It's just that they're a huge part of the alchemist buff. Like,
well,
I don't know.
the-
We should wait with discussing that more thoroughly.
this Aghanim scepter goes towards the wealth of the supports again. Maybe you pick more greedy supports that is super good. Like there's so many times we say, oh, this hero could be good if he had Aghanims, but then again you say, oh, but he still needs to farm the 4k. I guess Alchemist can solve that issue. And they put the hero is super good at support if he gets the Aghanims. So I guess you can say you can have an Alchemist that farms Aghanims. Hero, because I mean, yeah.
Oh, I think you can
Yes.
do some ridiculous combos with this. Something like Warlock or Silencer. Those heroes that we really love the Aghanims, but they also need to refresh your orb.
Yeah,
This could
exactly.
actually be extremely annoying to play against.
But then
This,
again, they nerf.
this brings another question into mind. Can he pick up the Aghanim scepters of other people and use it on them so that they save an item slot?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. Either.
No,
I don't think so
I
either,
hope
but
not.
so if he
they are
can.
muted, so they can't be used like any other item.
Because
That would be sick,
completely
though.
broken, right? Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
be
it
sick.
would be
Broken
so
to some
fucking
extent.
broken. I just,
If I-
it's more situational than people think, though, I think.
Well, but anyway,
His buff lies in the other mechanic changes on items, not this.
well, okay. One thing we can say with this Alchemist Aghanim Scepter is that it brings actually a new mechanic to Dota, which is
Consuming items.
well, yeah, consuming buff kind of thing. Like you don't actually, you can still have the effect without having it in your inventory.
And I also wonder if this lowers the net worth of the hero or not. It should.
That's true.
I think the money gets
It
deleted.
does.
But
Lowers it.
it actually
not
makes you
worth-
able to have a 7 slot item inventory in some sense.
Not, it's not unique in that sense, though. I mean, there are other items that consumes, or well, one other.
Which one? No, a new one.
Moon Shard.
Well, that's a new one again.
Yeah,
It's something
like
they implemented this
it's-
patch.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I guess we're done with Alchemist.
Yeah.
Not yet.
No?
There's one question I want to ask about Alchemist. He's going to be in captain's mode, obviously. I think he's going to be first pick, first ban material. To be honest.
Think
Any
so, too.
opinions?
I don't
He's
think
always
so.
been a really good early game roamer, and the early game, like, he's basically a Vengeful on steroids. In the early game, just that in silence.
My opinion is that I don't think he's gonna be first ban, first pick, because what this introduced is that it's not introducing farming, even though this can. If you build a team around we need items fast, I guess you pick Alchemist. Oh, but you're playing with your mic, I mean.
Sorry.
But I think this patch more goes towards, hey, we need people that can kill a lot. So I guess this can go in the slot of support Alchemist, but then I don't think that the Aghanims is a big deal. But I guess you're not asking about Aghanims? Well, which thing is it that makes him first pick material?
If the game goes on for longer than 30 minutes, if he's first or second position, then he will have 6 slot, like we discussed before. And if somehow you're unable to end the game, you can still make your other heroes very strong. Especially heroes I mentioned before, like this is Void, who gets the free Aghanims, Omni Knight, Silencer, Warlock, those kind of heroes.
I can see that. But I
Although-
just... Go on.
I was gonna say there are a lot of supports that like can use Aghanim's, but they either can't farm it or they need something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Crystal
I
Maiden.
think it was really good
Crystal
argument
Maiden
with
can
the,
go BKB and then you get an Aghanim's for
with the refresher.
GG.
Yeah, I think the silencer was a big deal, and also they introduce a lot of new Aghanims, which can actually have a big impact on what we think of Alchemist.
Shadow Demon Alchemist support 2 is gonna be sick now. But yeah, that's.
But if I
not
think it's gonna
related.
be first pick or first ban, I don't know. I think it's maybe a bit. I mean, it sounds extreme, but so does other heroes now. Like there's other heroes that sounds really good too, and I think I think a lot of other carries is gonna be just as good because of all the new items and stuff, and because it's less farming dependent or the nerf farming. I think other heroes like Queen of Pain and stuff is gonna be a bigger deal, which is actually not that good for Alchemist because high burst. One of his weaknesses, I guess, if he doesn't get the farm. Other opinions?
Well, take into account that Greevil's Greed is the same, while basically everything else has been nerfed in terms of farming.
It can make up for the lost farm thing.
Like he farms less now, but he's not hit as hard as all the other heroes. And he was already an amazing flash farming support.
Opa, Luna, Aeon? What do you think?
I just want to break it down to a way to spend excess gold until we've seen more about this. Because it's still too expensive, I think.
Is he
for a
first pick?
team. That's...
First ban, first pick. Okay.
No. It revolves too much.
He's a safety net for late game, I think, but
yeah, that's what I wanted to...
Trying to buff heroes early on is a super risky tactic, and as Aeon said, you pretty much sacrifice Alchemist in total doing that. So I don't know. I think it has a trade-off.
Yeah,
so it could work.
If you play him as a support, you sacrifice the entire hero because you have 0 items, and play him as a core, you want items on him first. So then this boost to the team too late for a strategy to be built around it. So safety net is what I want to call it as well.
Yeah, and the general changes to made, as we have been talking about, is all pointing towards shorter games that are more intensive. So it's probably going to be less likely for Alchemist to be doing those kind of, oh, now everyone has this Aghanim buff on them.
Yeah.
Let's go finish. I don't think it's gonna happen that often. It's gonna be really 1 in 1,000 or something.
So it's a reactionary pick to a game people think will go late rather than first pick. Yeah.
More tactical. What do you think?
He also has more options. Oh, sorry.
Well, let's jump on to Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, finally.
It's just it's a small change. It's just a nice change, I feel, instead of anything. Just remove Chilling Touch, which is... I've seen... sometimes you just have fight and you want to push a tower, you still have the damn buff on you.
Yeah, so it's slow.
You want to remove it to just hit faster. It's just a small change. It's not that big of a deal, I feel.
No. I'm sorry, Luna.
Okay, Axe, maybe Oba can read this.
Yes, I think Axe has always been a viable hero. I don't know why people haven't thought so too until he became broke. I think it was okay before he became broke.
Broken, I think you mean.
Yeah, broken. Thank you. But yeah, they seem to have buffed him, so I don't complain. I love Axe. So.
How did they buff him?
How is this a buff?
All nerfs.
Isn't it counter helix?
Yeah, because this basically means that the damage will come out later. That might mean that
okay, I read
you will.
that wrong. Yeah.
So that
No.
might mean that you kill a target too late for something, whatever else to happen. So
Yeah.
Or if you're going to range hero, it might mean you actually get to 0 before you start spinning.
Oh, that's true.
So if chases during the laning stage, this is a. But for straight up fights, the damage will just come out later. So in that sense, it's a nerf.
So yeah, he's definitely nerfed then, and then I take everything back. I'm for change on axe. That actually makes his calling blade based on percentage, so you can chop late game pudges and life stealers without any problem. But I can, if I'm gonna be serious, I can definitely see where this nerf comes from. I won't stop me from playing axe though.
Still good.
Probably won't stop anyone from playing axe.
He's still just as good. I mean, he's just balanced, or how to say. And they finally fixed the counter helix thing, which also, when you hold the mouse over the question mark, it's also changed on Centaur and Timbersaw.
Which is
Which
really nice.
is something I've been complaining about a lot,
Yeah,
because I thought
really
it's
used to
stupid.
hate this mechanic.
They couldn't fix it, and finally they did.
You want to attack and then you get damaged, and then you don't feel like you want to anymore.
Roland, take Bane, your favorite hero. Roland.
How did you know that my fucking... No, I can't do this.
Go.
No.
What?
Am I supposed to say it in his voice?
No. Just talk about, like, read the passage.
Oh, okay. Range up mana cost from 125, 150, 175, 200 to 100. Basically, it's 25 lower at all levels.
Yeah.
So like that's a nice buff. The heroes always had mana issues. One of his biggest weaknesses. Like if you have all 3 spells of the basic spells and ultimate, you won't be able to use them. Of course, this doesn't solve that issue, but it makes mana management easier, and that's a pretty big deal on him when you play him. You don't see it when you like watch games with him, but I think
They're
it's a big deal.
they're trying to make him less mana dependent, even though it's very little change. Very small change.
Exactly. Like it also adds up in the long run, I think, in longer team fights. But anyway, units affected by Nightmare no longer provide vision. I don't know, I think this could be a... I don't know. This makes this big difference. Anyway, Nightmare
it's a
and...
nerf, right?
Yeah. But
Yeah,
anyway,
it's-
Nightmare and can now be used by Bane to end all other existing nightmares.
That's so good. It was so annoying to have to transfer it to yourself.
Yeah, I don't know the range of that. They should have put an indicator. Like before you had to be in attack range, which is 400, to actually remove it. Like, I don't know. Like obviously it's a buff in any way. But
Just
I
the
don't know
amount of
how big.
time you can get away faster. Say a sniper ulties a friend of yours, you just sleep him the second before it hits, and then you just click a button and you start running again. You don't need to do all the swapping, which slows you down a lot.
The swapping also, you can't do it like at once because of the invulnerability thing.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
I think you can. I don't really know if you like right now. I think you can remove it as soon as you use it on yourself. So I think it's gonna be the same thing when you use it on allies. You can
The
also use it to break teleports or whatever. But
The vision thing, the Nightmare, that's a nerf, right?
Yeah.
yeah, it's enough.
If you use it on an enemy, you don't see them anymore. Which is... I don't see why they do that.
Why?
I don't...
I didn't even think of that it worked that way. If you get it on enemies, do you?
No, I didn't know that. I actually didn't realize. But
But if you use it on allies, yes, it's like...
I feel like you should see them.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make sense that they tried to buff, because this was not a broken thing.
No.
This was not something anyone complained about. Because Bane is already played so little.
Weird. I don't know.
But, jump onto Batrider. Ian, you want to take it? Take it away.
Yeah, I guess. But so they've basically made him do a little bit less damage with Flame Break, right? Because
Are you
it's
sure
good.
it's less?
Yeah,
Well,
because it's 25 less in the
Yes.
first one, because it's one tick for 50 damage compared to a total of 5 that it used to be, and it's going to be 200 at the final one with 94 seconds. So we are a bit less damage on that, and less damage on Firefly too. Just another nerf in the series of Batrider nerfs. I don't think it's going to encourage people from playing. Maybe just a little more difficult to play in pubs, because in pubs you just kill stuff with him early game and snowball kinda, at least lower levels. But in pro games you still just play him for the disabled, so...
Can I say something about the flame break? How I read it? That I think it's actually buffed in some way. I know it's less damage, but this is tick damage, which is works the same way as Firefly with the napalm, which means that it's going to be applied every single time it ticks, instead of just once. So it means if you have 3 stacks, it's 60 damage every tick extra or something like that, right?
That's actually a good point.
So that means that it's going to tick 4 times instead of once. So it makes more damage if you have enough napalm stacks. So
but does napalm apply a flat, like a numerical damage
yes,
buff?
it's not percentage. That's
Okay.
what I asked to first when I read it. But then it's a flat number.
I haven't paid much attention to skill builds of Batriders, but like I assume it's always been like you put a value point in Flame Break, nothing more.
Yeah, that's how you used to play him.
Yeah,
Up
at
until
least
this point.
that's yeah,
I think
exactly. So like the Flame Break change when it's only level 1, it's still a nerf because it's only 1 tick of damage. And if you for some reason had maxed it early, you would have 300 damage burst, and that's good early game. But if you didn't do it before, it's not gonna make a difference now.
I
So
think
it's, like
think
it's a buff in my opinion overall.
Might actually be a buff.
the way I would level him now is that I have 2 napalm, max flame break, and then 2 in Firefly, and then 1 ulti. I think that would be the highest damage output.
Yeah, depends on what you wanna do as well. Like,
But then again, do you want Batrider as a damage output guy? Because I mean, it doesn't seem like they want him that way, because I don't know when they did it. It's good a couple of patches ago where they did so he couldn't auto attack in his ulti. So I don't think they actually want him to solo kill people anyway. They just want to make Flame Break more viable, I guess, or more work with his napalm. There has to be a reason to level it, which there wasn't. Other than once. So
late also, I think skill build varies now a bit. Like,
yeah.
if you're gonna farm the jungle, maxing Flame Break won't help that. Like, if you have to do it early, you know.
Yeah.
But
Well,
and if you
they
want
just
to be
balance them.
aggressive early game, which is pretty good at, especially with this, I think the maxing Flame Break build could do work. So I agree with you there. It gives more flexibility.
Hey, Lightwing,
What's up?
beat Beastmaster, please.
Alright, base damage increased by 4. I think his base damage was nerfed a few patches ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
was
Well, it's
basically-
2 patches ago, I think.
Was
Yeah,
buffed
something like
last
that.
patch.
Okay, so they basically gave him his base damage back, that's nice. Cast point, I don't feel like this is going to make a big difference to him, to be honest. The attack point from his summon, okay, it's nice. I'm not sure if it's going to be that much of a difference. Any opinions?
I think it's very minor. He's actually not a bad hero, but it's just he actually might be good with the new. If you want to push your towers, he might actually be good. So it might be a small change that actually. I don't think the changes themselves is going to be the visible ones. It just fixes some issue he might have had, because wild axes were a bit too slow when you can't want to throw them and stuff.
I think so. I would definitely agree with that. It always felt kind of slow when you issue the order.
Yes.
But besides that, I think it's minor changes, nothing important.
I think it's gonna be pretty big actually. And the attack point makes it easier to like get the initial attack of the boar is the biggest because you attach the buff. I think that can help.
Oh, yeah.
Like I don't think it's gonna make a really big difference, but I think it's gonna help a bit. And his laning phase was already pretty good. Like his damage has always been high.
If you could get the levels.
Well, like he has good attack animation and his damage has always been high, taking that into account. Like, I think this is gonna make him really fucking good in, as a mid hero.
I'm gonna jump to Bloodseeker, which is thirst bonus scales from 100 to 25% HP instead of 100 to 0. Thirst vision threshold from 30 to health to 25%.
Don't understand this.
I just think it's a nerf overall.
It is.
I don't mind that.
I
neither.
don't see why they do it.
I see. Because
why?
jungling is not very fun. I mean, he gets
But
so
he's not a
strong
good hero.
so fast.
Well, usually what they balance him after is competitive, and he's not very competitive.
Are you sure it's only competitive? I think they do many things for pubs too.
Maybe.
Well, the most things, like Spirit Breaker, as an example, when he got the biggest hit by the nerf, but it was because of pubs, because it was barely picked in pro games. Was in 79 something, but overall this is a nerf to a hero that's not even good. I don't understand this.
But they're
I
nerfing
don't
the
think
only thing he was good at. That was the only thing he did good, it was to get vision on people.
I think Blood Rage was pretty fucking stupidly strong as well.
I think his vision and passive buff was...
Well, it might be good, but if you take the only thing that's good about a hero away, it's just a bad hero.
No, I think the best thing about him is how fast he gets, and he can
But
just
that's what they nerfed.
Yes.
And I don't get why.
Well,
It's 25%.
I think they could have fixed the movement speed instead, because it's so stupid to see how fast he runs.
I don't think so. I think that's what the hero needed.
I mean, regardless of what you think, it's not Ice Rock balance, you know. When balance changes happen in Dota, it's to like, it's not, you don't nerf the main strengths of the hero unless you have to. That's not Dota balance, which makes this even weirder.
Bloodseeker, I don't know.
Well, I think that you can change such things.
But basically,
They reworked him like some patch ago so much too.
I know, but usually they don't change the. No, I just don't see why change the strength of a hero that is not even that strong. Like why change? He isn't that good. Yeah, he can destroy you some games. Yes, go on.
The way I'm reading into it, it's actually a very slight buff, because the buff you get from Thirst, it's a flat buff that maxes out at the given value here, like 25% now, 0% previously. He's now going to get the full bonus from Thirst from an individual hero at 25% instead of at them being basically dead. So previously it was essentially impossible for him to get the full Thirst damage, because that would require 5 enemy heroes being at 1% HP near him, or well, on the map.
So, but
now they can be on 25% and he gains the full buff instead.
Yeah, and that's actually, you actually have a very good point. It's actually a buff.
Well,
if you look at the Dota wiki. Like,
oh, okay. Then I just haven't known the hero good enough, I guess.
yeah, and the hero isn't popular. Like, it's not a hero I don't think many people know 100%.
I thought
but like,
it
doesn't scale. Like, it doesn't give you a certain amount of damage per missing HP.
Oh right.
It
caps
maxes
out at one point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh right.
In that sense, it's a buff.
I was thinking that every percentage it will give you like, let's say 5 damage or so. I know that's not the number, but
yeah, I thought so too. I just
but I
checked
guess
it
if it cuts out, it's a buff.
Yeah, it's...
So it makes sense why they would reduce the other thing, because what they're trying to make him good at is his movement speed and his damage.
Yeah.
Not his how good he sees stuff. That was his old him.
But the other thing I think is a very minor difference. That is just to keep.
Wait, so he's gonna get he's gonna get really fast.
Well, he just gets faster. He just gets the movement speed and damage buff faster.
Yeah.
He can be
People
so
don't.
fast.
Well, yeah. Well, other heroes destroy him still. Like he dies to stuns.
Yeah.
That's like easy as nothing. But let's jump onto Bounty Hunter and Tiro, you're gonna take it. Luna. Sorry.
Okay, so his intelligence growth has increased by 0.6. Shuriken toss damage is increased on all levels by 50. Shuriken Toss cast range is reduced by 250. Mana cost on Shuriken Toss is increased on early levels and reduced on... Oh wait, only reduced on the last one. Track Shuriken Toss bounce range increased by 300 range, and track now shows how much gold the enemy is carrying in the debuff tooltip. Ah.
Opa, put your 2 cents on that.
What I just read, I should talk.
Yeah, well, that Opa needs to.
But Luna should put
I
their
think so
thoughts
too.
into this first.
Get wrecked.
Okay, so this is amazing, I guess. I don't know. You know how much money they have. You know, you can see if they have buyback. You can guess if they're planning for some big item. I don't know. It's super good.
Pretty cool as well. It's pretty unique mechanic. Beats the hero, in my
Yeah.
opinion. He's always been good at getting the intel. So I don't know
Yeah.
how much. I think it's gonna be useful, but you never know.
You could
I like-
you could already sort of guess these things. Just
But
makes
amount
the
of
hero cooler.
yeah, but I think it's a slight buff anyway. Like
Yeah.
you can see if they like. If you look at it here and like, oh, they have 2k gold. Oh, they just lost. No, suddenly they don't have gold. Now we can kill them because we know for
Anything-
sure he doesn't have buyback.
Yeah.
Like
If
if you just look at his inventory, for like, say you look at this Medusa farming for 5 minutes, like you don't see any item coming. You don't know how much gold she has in if she has a buyback or not. Now you will know instantly. Granted, you have track for when
Yeah.
she's actually like vulnerable, like when she doesn't have her item or the buyback.
Going to help you decide on the most impactful gank possible.
Yeah.
Fine being.
Yeah, I don't know if it will show reliable goal and so forth, but I guess you can guess that. Yeah. Because, you know, shutting down as hard as possible.
Oba?
Yeah, I just think they've focused on making him more streamlined into a close quarters sniper slash ganker. So they made bounty hunter more of a bounty hunter.
I thought you meant
Basically.
the hero sniper first.
No,
Yeah.
like, he just burst someone down sniper thing. And he had mana problems. Should probably not have as much of a mana problem now with the intelligence growth
Yeah,
and the nerf of the mana cost for the toss. So
I just think it's
again,
like small buffs everywhere.
again the close quarter sniper thing, burst damage output's gonna be coming more frequent, and it's gonna hurt more. So yeah,
The damage scaling also got fixed, it's always annoyed me. The
I-
third level gives like nothing, and it increases the mana cost a lot. It always annoyed me. Yeah, I like this change.
I actually think the Shuriken Toss damage is a big buff. Like 50 damage every level is a lot. Level 150 damage from one toss.
50 level, it's not. Level
it?
2 it is only 24. 24.
25.
Oh,
25.
It's the only one.
Yeah, the others are. And like if you put.
Well,
I don't know.
basically they scale with 75 damage every double now, which
Yeah,
is sick.
Yeah, so if you just go for maxing Shark and Toss, it's a big buff. If you for some reason would put 2 in Shadow Walk or whatever, it's not that big.
Last patch they added the Shuriken Toss bounce thing from
Oh
track
yeah.
with 900 range, which when I play Bounty I got it off very few times because 900 range is actually not that much when you think of it.
I got it off several times.
I just think it needs to be a very specific scenario. It's not something you pull off every team fight.
I think the most important buff to him was the last patch when his track was long range from the beginning. And now when it bounces, it's nice that he has something to do in team fights. And
Well, It just adds the extra 300 that I felt I needed every time if I want to bounce something. It's like when you gank and there's only 2 heroes. It's not necessarily a team fight, but if you want to bounce on 2 heroes, 1200 range is probably what you need.
Or if you want to snipe someone, see someone running away with track and they're like far away, you can throw it on the creep instead. But
I can only see Bounty Hunter getting more picked because last patch he also got his track. He got the bounce thing and he got his track longer range, as you said, and he got track down to 4-second cooldown as well.
Also, Rubber Band got nerfed this patch, making track gold less of a liability.
What do you mean with Rubber Band? I have not understood.
The comeback
It's
mechanic.
the comeback gold, comeback mechanic.
I never heard anyone call it Rubber Band.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's
Don't
pretty
you watch
common,
Pro Dota?
term.
Every commentator
It's-
calls it Rubber Band.
So common.
Just mentioning that I actually hated this patch we just had,
Right.
so I didn't even watch anything.
Wow, well, you missed out.
No, I didn't.
In the Starlker was pretty good.
But that is one tournament you just mentioned for the last since TI.
Yes,
you
it was
watched
pretty
Dak?
good too.
I watched that, yeah, I guess I did.
I don't know the other major tournaments, but whatever, off topic.
Brewmaster, you no longer get gold from killing its spirits, his
Oh,
split
no.
thing, which is
How
pointless because
insignificant.
it was just a Walker 3 thing they finally removed because it was pointless. Because
It
in
was-
Walker 3, everything would give a bounty in some sense, and yeah, it didn't
Like-
make sense you get gold from it. And,
It's like the undying zombies. It's I don't know.
I'm-
It's just a weird thing being sorted out. It's
I'm
nothing
just gonna
more.
jump over heroes that I don't feel is changed too much.
What? You're gonna jump over? We
No,
can
I'm not
just
gonna jump,
mention them fast.
I'm just gonna read them and then talk fast about them because I want to jump to Aghanim Scepters because there's so many heroes to
Yeah,
talk
the
about.
changelog is huge, and this is already taken 1 hour. So
Don't look mean at me.
it's
Bristleback movement speed reduced from 295 to 290.
Insignificant.
True armor reduction rescaled from 1.122 per stack to 1.4, 1.8, 2.2. So
They got back that old guy who liked to do like dot something on everything.
well, I think they just did it to actually make it like
Like some pointing leveling it up.
yeah. There's just sometimes it just feels pointless. Like it's like I'm gonna level to level 2. That did nothing. Okay.
the Bristleback. The Bristleback movement speed. The movement speed thing also is pretty big if you think about the ulti.
I don't think it's gonna change that much. He's still gonna run max movement speed without the items that he buys. I don't think it's gonna be that. It's very insignificant. It's not gonna change anything.
Well, it's also
Yeah, good
makes
now.
him weaker in the laning stage and easier to kill. But
But that's
He's
why he has
going-
the snot.
He's
He's
going
still a
to
good
be
hero.
basically, you should break it down to he's going to be able to be chased by a larger amount of heroes. Basically, being down a tier in terms of base movement speed. So, like, the heroes that will now be able to chase him effectively are, for example, Alchemists, Apparition, Broodmother, and those are just random examples. But a larger amount of heroes are going to be able to chase him in lane. That's all it does.
I'm gonna jump onto Broodmother. Because
Yes.
I wanna get to Centaur.
Okay.
I think
Incapitating
Yeah. go ahead.
Incapitating bite is no longer a unique attack modifier.
I
Oh,
thought
a unique
they changed.
attack modifier.
I thought they changed something with this last patch.
Didn't they change? I actually don't know. I don't remember.
incapitating bite got stronger, I think, like 60%. Didn't it?
This is
I think
fine.
this is a. No,
This
I
is-
think this is a big buff, and it will make
I think so
Broodmother a really annoying hero become more.
He isn't annoying hero yet.
I
It
don't
is in
see
some
why it would.
games.
I mean, it just makes to have more item options. I don't think it's gonna change the hero because I mean,
No, it's not gonna change the hero. It's gonna just change the frequency of players playing Broodmother, and I hate facing Broodmothers that are good.
It gives her some options though, like Desolator.
Yeah,
And
Works
I-
really well if you're ratting.
Oh god, it's gonna be
Desolator is
extremely
kind of
annoying.
big, because usually now she sort of at times hits a brick wall when she's going to high ground. Now she's just going to melt that tower and those rats. whenever she gets a
The
chance.
Desolator also got
Desolator
cheaper this patch.
Now you stop talking about items, goddammit, Roland.
Is there a report function for this
It
guy?
sets up. It makes a bigger difference.
I also have a
Yeah,
problem
keep.
with the trend of removing unique attack modifiers. The game becomes more streamlined in general, but we who have played Dota for a long time, I cannot see if you remove unique passives like the incapacitating bite, and before Ursa, his Fury swipes, then like what's the point? What's the point with having Vlads, for example? I know they've changed Vlads, but I haven't read items. But the old Vlads, for example, is gonna be pretty obsolete if they just remove the unique attack modifier on everyone.
How I
Let's
understand
roll
it
item.
is that they want people to make them. They want more skill in making decisions. Like you need to understand that you need to go specific item builds in specific cases. Like Broodmother was very like you could go like 2 things kind of thing. It was very
Yeah,
just like Orchid BKB, or you could go like just full damage item. I felt it was very heroes that already had attack unique attack modifier was very limited to item choices.
well, now she has free lifesteal, bonus damage, and can go other things on top of that. I can see Broodmother becoming a really tough hero to deal with in fights if this becomes the brawler meta we expect.
Not
Well,
to
if there's
drag
a-
on
if-
about.
She's
there's
gonna
a lot
become
of
like a Sven when she's like crazy for a short amount of time.
Well,
if there's a lot of Broodmother, I mean, it's an Alchemist. I mean, every time they pick Broodmother, you just pick Alchemist, and then you farm Aghanim's for your team.
That's not gonna
Nice
happen
one.
if it's gonna be Alchemist first pick, first ban.
And that's not gonna happen in public games either.
I think we're drilling too much.
But yeah,
But-
Centaur Warrunner, the new poster boy for the new patch.
They fixed the return. Hooray!
Yay!
Yeah.
Already mentioned.
People
Now
with
you can
auto
actually
attack.
harass him.
People with auto attack is not gonna be screwed when they're on a cliff and stuck.
Just spam the stop button. Holy shit.
Yeah, and then you die.
Exactly.
Anyway, there's Aghanims for Centaur now, which is I'm just gonna read it. Stampede reduces all incoming damage by 70% and allows allies to run through obstructions, tree cliffs, etc. Destroys trees.
Well, it has
Hello,
to
high
destroy
ground.
trees. Or they get stuck.
I just want to hear everyone's opinion on this one because this is probably one of the biggest Aghanims ones.
It's
Aeon, I want to hear you first.
Yeah, I'm gonna summarize it as hello high ground. Going to make it so easy for a ton of teams to go out. Activate that with Aghanims on, everyone instantly up without any obstruction. They don't have to go through the funnel next to the tower. Get so many attack angles. That's about this.
It sounds really fucking strong, but
I think it sounds amazing and so nice, and like any kind of gank with a Centaur Warren on the team is gonna be pointless. Any kind of trying to get away from the Centaur, it's gonna be pointless. Everything for Centaur's team is gonna be wonderful, amazing. Less damage, go everywhere, it's gonna be like heaven and rainbows.
I'm so looking forward to in a month or two. You saying I
get nerfed.
fucking hate Centaur.
Centaur.
Yes,
Yeah.
me,
Yeah, I
I
hate that
feel
hero.
so
always
bad.
can see this coming.
But having
Well-
him on your team,
Well, 70% damage
it's
reduction
burst.
map like global
yeah.
is ridiculous. He doesn't even need to be in the fight to
Oh,
make your
fuck.
teammates unkillable.
Yeah,
This
You
is
can-
this is
yeah
This
that's
is-
ridiculous. I didn't
but
even
this is
realize
m-
that.
yeah, this is more broken than
Then troll
when
warlock.
it used to stun. Like it
It's-
feels better.
Well, you also have to take into account that back when it's stunned, it also didn't require an Aghanim scepter.
Still, this is a hero that can easily get it. He can easily get blink Aghanim's. That is not like a hard thing for him because he always. I feel on Centaur you're like, well, what should I buy? Maybe I should just make myself more tanky, kind of thing. Now you can actually just go Aghanim's.
Should I go
And then
tanky or tanky?
And then you are more tanky. I mean, you get
Yep.
70% less damage.
I'm just saying that, like, you're not gonna have it in the early game, and that's what I don't think the stun thing was pretty huge. Well, it would still be huge, but
Well,
whatever.
this-
It's a weird subject.
This no obstructions is gonna be big in all stages.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I
stupid.
think
It's gonna be stupid for high ground, like someone mentioned.
I think they went a bit too over the top with it. I don't know. Yeah,
Definitely.
I mean, he's already having enough damage, and if you do make his stampede is already good in the first case. I mean, it makes slows useless, but now now it even makes fast heroes useless. You just run over cliffs with him, just run away. Literally.
Another thing, imagine contesting Roche as Dire with this.
Yeah.
It's
That's amazing.
like
Literally
the whole enemy
impossible.
team having a blink.
Oh, please, everybody play Centaur with me.
Why are you so happy about it? This is
Because I
where
want-
It's cool, but it's too strong.
I want
Way
to
too
fly
strong.
over the map.
this is like Troll's old ulti. Just
What?
no. I mean, it's like it hits your entire team, but now instead of them just hitting faster, they're unkillable and they can run everywhere. You cannot run away from them,
Yeah,
which is stupid.
yeah.
I find it.
It also has twice the cooldown, but anyway, it's a stupidly strong buff. I
Maybe
agree with
this
both
could be
sides.
the first pick in the next patch.
I think so.
Like, what
Yeah,
do you even do?
definitely, I
Like,
mean,
sure, you can
maybe
control.
even. Sorry.
No, go on, over.
Go on.
You talk.
Maybe even. It might. In my eyes, it's a potential hero getting the unofficial ban at tournaments, like they did with Lycan at some point. I think it was in Dota 1. You weren't. No team were able to pick or allowed to pick Lycan, because back then they couldn't support just graying out heroes like they can now, because it was a useless mode. But not a useless mode, but still, I think this is definitely like insta ban, insta pick, and as soon as there are heroes like that, it kinda affects the entertainment value of esports. But I'm hoping I'm wrong, as always. I always see the worst of things when I read these patch notes.
But when we read patch notes, we only read how good they are on paper.
Yeah.
We don't
Exactly.
know if there's space enough for a Centaur to actually farm Aghanims in a new meta that's gonna come.
Nope.
We have no idea.
But safe
It
thing,
might actually,
Centaur,
it might actually
why
be a
not?
late game thing. Well, we don't
What
know.
the-
You can only compare to what you already played, and we know this patch is so different compared to everything else we ever had in Dota. At least I think so. Don't
Yeah,
can't
and
come
it's
up
the
with
biggest
anything else.
I think it's the biggest changelog ever.
We should, speaking of that, we should speed through it a little.
Yeah,
Chaos
this-
Knight has his Chaos Bolt damage buffed. Yay! Moving on to Clinkz.
Well, no, I think
The
that was
chaos
that
pretty
was
nice
really
buff.
fucking huge, man.
Yeah, I mean 1 damage is like
The hero was
not fun
already
to
strong in
take
the
out.
early game. Now it's even stronger in the early game.
It's not fun to be cast and do 1 damage, slow 1. You're like, okay.
But
Well,
his
then you
biggest...
at least get the full stun.
But I'm still gonna jump on that or that because these are like things that is just a small number tweak. We don't want to talk. I don't want to talk too much about it.
Yeah, it's
They
pretty
buff-
fucking straightforward.
They buff Clinkz. The death pack is pretty good for him. I don't
Yeah.
think it's that significant. It's just good.
he can,
Makes it easier to have it up at all times because it's
Um,
lower than the duration.
The most broken chains is Clockwerk, Fast
No.
Rocket.
no.
No, it's just yeah, whatever.
But it's Clockwerk.
Well,
Every buff to Clockwerk is a good buff.
Crystal Maiden. But she's just gotten a buff in general because I felt she once again needed it. Like her Nova has gotten stronger. Like, the duration is like half a second.
1 second.
In max, whatever.
Uh,
They buff Frostbite
it's
and
weak,
Preaching
she's a
Field.
weaker level 2 roamer with
Preaching
both the
Field I
spells.
finally felt is actually worth leveling because 150 seconds is way too long for how good the ulti actually is.
Yep.
I would understand 150 seconds if he didn't have to channel it and it was just auto channel. But 90 seconds I think is just fine because it's so much worse than other ultis that it's 150 seconds.
But I kind of feel like she's getting a static build now in leveling 1441 every game, and there's no reason to level otherwise.
Wait, you mean 4-1? 4-1?
Like one
you don't max
Crystal
Frostbite.
Nova, max Frostbite, max Aura, and then ultimate.
I think the Nova can be really the 50% slow is a big deal.
I would max Nova 1 Frostbite just so you can farm jungle and then 2 in Aura and then 1 in ulti. That's at level 7, I guess, right? No, 8.
Yeah, and you usually level around 8 because of the level gap, XP gap.
Okay, I'm jumping on to Dax here. He got a buff in general, like his wall of replica was never worth leveling really, but now it's 45 seconds over 1, which is actually a damn long time. It's actually really long.
It'll be very powerful to defend towers with, I think.
He got some. Got a good tweak on his mana cost and wall of replica level 1. It's the level 1 wall that was the worst. Like it was just really not worth leveling ever. For level 10, so you can get a level 2 wall.
I think this changelog, like overall, feels like they're buffing all those. The level 1 version of all those ultimates you usually just skip, you know?
They does the ice rock thing, nerf very few, and then everything else just get buffed. So it's like...
Also, this follows the death ball thing.
Yeah.
Poison touch, level 4 damage from 32 to 36, okay?
It's definitely very important.
Wait, I don't get the joke. Like, this is a super small buff.
Next Assassin Spirit count from 4, 12, 21 to 6, 13, 21. It makes the level 1 ulti more useful because it was very, like, the difference from when you were level 10 and then you got the level 2 ulti is so big, it's like stupid. Like you went from 4 to 12.
Well, with the exorcism it was...
Yeah, but if you only look at the ulti...
it still was like, what, from 8 to 16, it's still twice as strong.
It's a big, so I think it's good to just add a little to it because, I mean, once again, they're trying to buff the pushing hero. I mean,
yeah. Also, our level 1's ulti buff.
Kinetic field got buffed.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
It's hard to land, so why not?
I want to talk about the next hero, Dragon Knight, because I feel that's a bigger change. I know from my personal experience when I lane with him, ranged heroes is a tough time sometimes. And often when you pick Dragon Knight, the enemy is also gonna pick a hero that's gonna sit and farm a bit more, like into level like 9-ish kind of thing. Not gang too much. So I think I'm just actually gonna read it. Breath Fire now also reduces base damage by 20, 25, 30, 35% for 8 seconds, which is very good. Very good. Laning and in team fighting. 35 because you usually max your breath. At least, what do you guys think about it?
Good.
So you don't think it's that big?
I don't
It's pretty fucking big.
It's gonna make some supports die when they in previous patches wouldn't, but...
Why?
Because it's lethal.
Oh well, I'm talking about the Breath Fire.
The Breath Fire I think is super big. I think when I read this I'm like, whoa, no one's ever gonna be able to win against Dragon Knight mid in early laning phase.
Yeah, it's awesome.
They need... Well, basically what they're trying to do is that he's stronger at laning 1 versus 1. But they also promote that if other people pick a Dragon Knight, you don't pick just another farmer to sit and farm like with him kind of thing. That you pick something that can burst him down. Once again, I'm gonna bring up Queen of Pain kind of thing, because it doesn't reduce damage on your spells in any way. So I think maybe that's the kind of thing. I mean, he definitely needed some form of buff to actually be able to be a better laner.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
Like, I think it's, I don't know. Like you said, it just makes him a better laner, but in teamfights it's gonna make a difference as well. Later into the game, the 35% damage reduction is, yeah, it's gonna make a difference.
It's only base damage though.
Yeah, but agility heroes especially are the ones that are usually most dominant in late game. And they usually rack up a lot of base damage naturally because of agility items.
Okay, so
I
let's
think
go to
it's a good buff. Like, meh.
Earth Spirit. Oba should read this one.
Opa, go on. In Earth Spirit voice, go.
Oh,
Oh.
that's a good
I'm
spot.
gonna mute this guy.
I'm gonna mute too.
I'm not. I haven't played Earth Spirit for so long, so.
Okay, just read it.
And these notes are gonna make me continue not playing Earth Spirit. So, yeah, Boulder Smash is nerfed, in my opinion.
Reworked.
Reworked, but in general, kind of nerfed. Damage increased at level 4 to 200. Prior to that, it's shittier. And mana cost for Yamanic Grip is increased from 75 to 100. Grip damage is rebalanced or reworked. It does more. Does less damage actually, even. That also. Magnetize can be dispelled. I can agree with that. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes. I get it. He can be OP.
Yeah.
But
Well,
And also lastly the fixed Hex not interrupting rolling boulder, whatever. Rolling boulder isn't a good escape. It kinda requires you to read movement and map rotations to be useful. It's super easy to interrupt otherwise. I think it will take Ice Rogue and Valve, the team working on Dota 2, a very long time to get this hero right. Because I think if they now the only thing your spirit's useful for is utility, just straight up utility, no damage, no. He has a super long cooldown. You can't forget that. The stone regeneration is super slow still. So the only thing he can do is utility and save friends. So
in fight damage is still gonna be huge because you'll always have someone to like spread the magnetize.
still, it's dispellable. You can
purge
handle it now.
Most
Can
of
I-
the case, yeah, but like for ganks, this makes a very big difference. Like there's all because like every hero gets some dispel item now. Or
But-
nowadays, I think.
if I wanted to make him like more balanced, I wouldn't do this because now they just nerfed him and make him. Well, basically, if I could change these changes, I would remove the damage nerf and let everything else be. Just the damage nerf shouldn't happen because that is what he has, and the only thing people have been complaining about is the ulti being too OP.
Well,
And making him able to be dispelled is just fine. I don't see why they have to nerf the damage, because if you nerf the only thing he's good at, which is ganking, I mean, I know he's good at team fighting, but if they fix that by making it dispellable, so you can remove it on the heroes that need it removed. So I don't see why nerf everything he does. Feels like they're going the wrong way again.
Yep. They're probably gonna take, I guess, 2 more patches maybe until they get their spirit right.
I wish they would change back the stones, so you can
Yes.
you can walk to them and kick them and not just flap your arms.
Oh. Well, I kind of like that change in some way, and I don't like the way you
I
kick the
don't
stones.
like
Well-
it because I just can't do it.
Oh,
wait, what were we discussing?
Why won't I
Don't know.
walk to it like I would to anything else that is out of reach?
You know when
What?
you put the stone down and you click the kick, if you're not close enough to the stone, he just stands and looks the way you click. He doesn't do anything.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
I
But
I just think you can't nerf how fast the recharge time of the stones are and nerf his damage. There needs to be like, it's okay, nerf his damage, but then buff his recharge time. Like do something, because as I play a lot of Earth Spirit, and I know that I run out of stone, so that makes me not as good in teamfight mid game, because I might not actually, I need to have downtime a lot. So I need, every time I have a stone, I need that damage output, because I'm not gonna have a million stones to go around. And yeah, that I just think they make him slightly more useless. How to say? Did you want to say something, Ron?
I was just gonna worth pointing out is that the stone and the grip and the smash now do the same damage in total. Like when they're both maxed out. It used to be 400, it's still 400. Just that you have to have both maxed out, which you usually have by level 10.
Which is significantly worse.
Yeah, exactly. But
Early
now you can, but you have to think about now you can actually max the stun. Like, instead of maxing the silence for max damage. Or for getting out as much early game damage as possible. I mean, all in all, he's nerfed, but you can get the stun earlier. It's not as reliable, but
I felt if I ever
you don't
had
spread it with ult. That's
when
also.
When I won an Earth Spirit, it was because I could get a good early game, and that was because of all the bursts I could do early. If I didn't get the good early game, I usually wouldn't do very good. And I would rely on other heroes to do good. Let's just jump on, because I think we have a lot of things still to go through.
Yeah, we're like 1/3.
What about Aeon?
Aeon, do you have anything? No Earth Spirit, that's good. Play him?
I don't play him a lot, but I think I'm basically agreeing with the people who said it's a...
It's a what?
For Earth Spirit, it's a nerf to have less early game damage.
What do you think if he would get a 4th stone?
4th
Yeah.
stone? He already has 6.
6.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, 7. I guess
Yeah.
7.
He has 7?
No, he has 6.
Oh.
You can have.
So it would be a 7th stone.
What?
They refresh faster than the.
They just need a
Then
lower. They just needed to replenish faster. That's all.
Yeah.
Reduce it with something, because it's a 45 seconds for every stone or something.
35 or 30.
It's too long. Way too long. I remember when
Well,
he came
it's-
out. Yeah, he was broken. Just change the combo. You nerf the damage a bit, but keep the damn stone how they were.
No,
It's like having.
it's-
It's like having a 45-second cooldown on Invoker balls, or what they're called.
Well,
But his
Would it make
X-Orcs.
Invoker useless?
I don't know. I like the stone concept, but yeah, they could tweak it a bit.
Guys, we're moving on.
Yeah.
Elder Titan.
Ecostorm channel time from 1.8 to 1.6. Ecostorm cooldown from 15 to 14, 13, 12, 11. A small buff overall to Elder Titan. I think he's a good hero. I think he's useful.
I think it's super underrated.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on to Enchantress because there's more talk to talk
Roland
about
must
here.
talk about Enchantress.
Okay, go on.
Played this 0
Roland.
months. Anyway,
Read it with proudness.
Do the
No,
Enchantress
go.
voice.
No. I
What the
would
fuck?
prefer not to. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyway, untouchable attack slow from 30, 60, 90, 120, 40, 70, 100, 130. It's 10 attack speed on all levels. Not a big deal, in my opinion. Apart from the first one. And wait, browse fucked up. Enchant can now be cast on controlled units to refresh the enchant duration. And Impetus now pierces spell immunity. The first part is, well, I don't know.
It's good.
Level 1
in ability
untouchable
class.
is level 1 untouchable is where you're gonna make notice it a lot, I think.
Untouchable is a big deal in ability draft. It's gonna make it annoying.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I
Anyway,
love the second one.
The second one is
Good.
pretty good because now
finally.
you don't have to it's not as good as Shen's, but it's not supposed to either.
Well, it
Like
makes
it's a nice buff, but I think the last one is huge.
It makes her such a big, like, he's much better at ganking now, because if her troll, like, let's say she has a centaur she just took, and she took a troll, like, some time ago. When she's ganking and you're waiting in the smoke, your troll runs out. That's so annoying. Like, you can just refresh it while you're standing there. I think that's awesome.
I got a good
It
creep
makes
now,
it
gotta go.
easier and less annoying to gank with her. Like, small things can just make the whole smoke useless. And that's like, I don't know.
And then the ridiculous thing is Impetus can now spell pierce spell immunity, which I find, because it does
Thank
so much
God.
damage. You just have Aghanim's and a Mask of Madness. Those two together already does 1,000,000 damage. So the way you avoided it was BKB. Not anymore. Now you have to run.
If
need
you run,
Centaur.
you're just gonna
Can't
take
run.
more. And
You need
she has
Centaur.
335 movement speed. Good luck outrunning that.
Centaur. Run over the cliff. Yeah.
Right, it's the. That's why they buffed Centaur, so you had some counter to her.
Or you can just silence her and TP out.
Well,
Or
I
you could
just
you could just stand. You can just hug her.
how I know
Just
about
spam
it. The thing about Enchantress teams is that Enchantress is usually not the one you need to focus. Like, always the one in the back just doing 1,000,000 damage. I just, at least in pops, I know if I were playing Enchantress, I would just hang around in the back and do 1,000 damage. So now I just do even more to the carry.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter if you BKBs.
The hero
Fast movement
was.
speed.
I don't know. The hero can be really strong now, especially like the early game momentum means more now. Ganks mean more.
Okay, moving on.
Who
Enigma.
wants to take Enigma?
Really.
Let's just do Enigma.
Yeah, someone take Enigma, not Lantas.
I think you're the support player, so you should.
Yeah, you do go.
Okay.
Enigma is barely support.
Gyrocopter is mine, by the way.
Midnight Pool cast point improved from 0.3 to 0.2. Black Hole now does a constant 55, 110, 165 damage per second regardless of where you are in the black hole. And black hole proximity to the center. Black hole mana cost reduced on the later levels.
Once again, they do the 25 reduced mana cost. I think they've done it like 3 times in a row now. Something like last patch they did this, and last patch again they did this.
Yeah, but it's so much. Especially if you want to get refresher.
I think it used to cost 450 in level 4, which is also a lot of mana. You would never level Black Hole, and I don't think you... Do you still? Yeah, I guess you do now, level 2. It's okay. I just remember that you used to not leveling at all, you just didn't touch it.
Cooldown skills better now too.
Well, also the damage, like, actually the damage is very underrated because he can do a ton of damage.
Yeah, and Midnight Pulse under it.
Yeah, just have Alchemist farming and Aghanims, you're fine.
This Alchemist.
Let's jump to a Gyro. I think we just need to take the heroes more, like, we need to spend more time with the heroes that's
Yeah.
Gyro, go Lightwing.
Yes, the Rocket Barrage no longer has a cast point. Previously had 0.3, and cooldown missile slowed duration from 3 to 4. I think the first change is going to be pretty huge actually, because sometimes during fights, especially when late game, you have like 5 items or 6 items, whatever. Sometimes if you cast the Rocket Barrage, that means you're not auto attacking, which is extremely bad if you have good items. And also for early games, if you get boots of speed on him as a support or just roaming or whatever, you can actually kill people on the bounty rune now, if you have higher movement speed.
Yeah,
He has pretty high.
I
He
think
has
so.
pretty high base movement speed too, right?
He's also super good at zoning out offlaners as well alone.
Yes, especially if you don't play him as first position anymore.
So it's just a change needed, because usually if you chase someone and you stop up to do the barrage, they will be away too far away already.
Yeah, it's also one of the reasons why you would always get phase boots on Gyrocopter. At least I would always get them, not power threats.
I think it's a good change. I like it.
And I
Me
think it's a good buff and a reasonable change. I don't know. It's always annoyed me that cost point.
Okay, Huskar.
Aeon.
Yeah, sure.
Huskar is a support. What?
Exactly.
What?
Support Huskar, go. That's what I
New
thought
meta.
when I saw this. But it's probably still not going to, because he still requires some items, so it's not going to happen. But that's what I'm going to be trying at least at losing some MMR on.
Why?
Anyway, can we just read the notes? Read the notes.
Wait,
sure.
wait. His heal range is increased and the cooldown is reduced.
I think this can be a big deal.
Yeah, well, he
I don't
sounds
think
so
it's a big
good.
deal. I don't think
Support
it's a big
Huskar.
deal.
Like, I mean,
I honestly don't think it's a big deal.
I think the hero is still gonna be not far away from where he is right now. Just that, like, the thing with Huskar to me is he feels like so snowball reliant, and if you play him as a position 1, he's a huge liability. Like now the heal, I think it's the cooldown is slower than the duration. Like
Is that
you
so?
can have a higher uptime on if you play him as a 2, you can have that up on your hard carry all the time. I think that it works for magic immunity, and it's like the strongest scaling heal in the game.
I think it will be interesting to see, even though I hate him.
I don't know. I think the hero is still gonna be a dumb hero.
Big problem
Invoker.
with
I can agree.
Guys,
It's
Invoker.
probably a step in the right direction though.
Do Invoker.
Okay. Invoker in-game from 2.5 to 3.2. Invoker no longer triggers cooldown if the only swaps the ability slots. Sunstrike cooldown from 30 to 25. Max level, Deafening Blast, Crossfix, and Exalt at all max levels is now a non-targetable circular wave released in every direction around Invoker. I think this is big, and I've really been waiting for them finally to change the damn Invoke trigger cooldown bullshit that when I want to swap 2 spells around because it's like more efficient for like when you play Cross Exalt, for example. You want to have like Cross in the first, like you want to have Cold Snap in the first one and Spirit in the other one, so you can keep your. It's just nice that you can swap spells around because it's all about what you prefer without using that as a cooldown, because in mid game it will be a big deal when you only have level 2 ulti.
Yeah.
I like
a nice quality of life change and just overall good.
I love that he got int gain. That is amazing. And Deafening Blast is just a buff for him mid game, just to.
Just a small buff.
Mid game,
well,
I think it's late game actually.
Oh, late
Yeah.
game. Oh, I meant late game. Well,
But as you're really snowballing.
it's really good, but it still requires late game, and a lot of heroes are good at late game. So I think it's just a small buff or a big buff to make his late game better.
Didn't you talk about the awesome scenario when you're blinking and Deafening Blast everything around you?
Well, he can have a Hex and he can blink in, and then he can just do Deafening Blast, Refresher, Hex another one, and Deafening Blast. Can he hit everyone in a team fight?
How does
The
what does that do at max level actually? Like
What?
it's pretty fucking lame in the Deafening Blast.
But what did you say?
What's the duration and everything on it?
4.75 and disarm, I think.
It's pretty
the-
huge if you don't have BKB or anything.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
counter it.
That's
It's just
like a well-timed blink Deafening Blast.
But
against
it's
the right
level
lineups.
25.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's that means in the late game right clicks matters the most. You can't dispel it.
Well, the thing is
You
that
can
it's
avoid
actually
it.
it's actually
You
just a
can't-
lot of Deafening Blast all the way around, so they fly really far too. So it takes up like just just outside of Roche. If he stands in the middle there, it covers up the entire water place. Goes,
It's
like,
1k
really far.
travel distance actually. I didn't know
Yep.
that.
It's
I think this can be really good because you can't really avoid it.
gonna make him more pickable. How to say, like they're gonna pick him more.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
late game.
You still need to get to level 25 though.
Yeah.
Well,
that's-
I'm more talking
but
about
once
the
you reach
in
that
game
point,
and
though.
stuff. Like in game and stuff, it's pretty huge.
I don't.
I don't know.
I
It's
don't
the
think
ink
it'll-
game though.
I don't think
I'm
it
not
will
convinced.
affect my Invoker plays. I have 3 wins, 23 losses. I don't see any change
play
to
it?
that from these changes.
Oh, the intel
They-
game
Well,
maybe?
Is the int change that huge? I'm not so
Yeah,
on
well,
that.
that's a lot of damage.
Maybe.
Yeah, actually it is. Just that I think
If you have
he
Exalt
already,
and
if you're,
that,
if you're Exhort,
oh.
you're gonna have a lot of int. If you're Wex, you get a lot of int items, don't you?
yeah. We need to
Oh.
speed it up.
Yeah.
We're not very far in this patch still. We're 1/3 down. Or 1/4 even almost.
Okay.
Relocate, double click now.
Why did you read my hero?
It doesn't
It's
say
such a
your name
small
on it.
change anyway, like...
Yes, it's my name.
Okay, read it.
Wisp.
No, it says IO.
Wisp.
Can we speed it up? Oh,
Wisp.
shit.
Okay, nobody interrupt me now. Wisp. Relocate, double click now, teleports to fountain. It's not the change I've been waiting for, but I guess it's nice. Technical add-on, thing, whatever.
I like it.
Okay.
When I play Wisp and I want to TP somewhere, I would like to double click it when I want to save people.
Yeah,
I've been
it
waiting
makes-
for that. Anyway,
It doesn't like make it that much easier to do the teleport thing, does it?
yeah, well you double click and start running immediately. You don't have to do any awkward clicking on the map or anything.
Yeah,
You just
exactly.
double click.
Like when you're dying.
It's probably
huh?
more of a like makes it just simpler.
I
I don't know. It wasn't hard, but it wasn't that much harder before. It's just annoying.
Okay. Jakiro's strength has been increased. His macropire duration has been increased. Macropire area effect has been increased. I think it's very much just the same Jakiro, but I mean, it's the same they do every patch with him. They just increase a bit of his numbers and his ulti gets a bit better. But it's still just not a very good ulti.
Meta change, also big deal.
I'm gonna jump to Juggernaut.
He's gonna be much better bit this patch, I think. Anyway, go on.
Juggernaut. Well, our beloved Juggernaut has been nerfed.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You want to say something about Jakiro? Luna? Well, I don't know really. I mean, he can't mini stun anymore on Omnislash. Healing would run slower. But he got a small buff. He can use items while he's Omnislashing without like requiring to face a specific direction. There's no turn rate, I guess. And he doesn't dispel runes anymore when he spins.
Well,
Otherwise, he's just a total nerf.
I think it's nice if you can make it to TP out from the Omnislash.
Yeah.
If you don't die
the
before.
Omnislash nerf. Oh no, Omnislash the Blade Fear nerf is also really fucking.
42 seconds.
I mean, it just makes his weaknesses bigger. Maybe.
There's one thing that's also good about Omnislash, that it will no longer kill the Lincolns, I believe. Or does it?
What?
Why?
Wait, what? I don't follow that.
I think it only used to block the mini stun if you use the
Oh,
Lincoln.
But
it's
it
blocked
just
the
blocks
whole
the
But does it
Omnislash.
still
Omnislash.
go the other
It's just the
bounces?
initial one that it blocks.
It's just the
Right.
first jump it blocks, I
Okay,
think.
that's a shame.
What? Well,
Oh, never
okay.
mind. I misunderstood it.
So, Juggernaut, he that big of a pick anymore?
I think it's gonna be the same.
Yeah, I think
It's
so
still
too.
gonna
It's,
be
it's not
picked.
that much of a change.
He's just balanced.
Yeah, he was still strong in the last patch, and this isn't that big, considering that he's always been good in pushing lineups.
Well, the thing that made Juggernaut was very good is that he could sit in lane, farm for 50 minutes, and just explode and kill everyone when he got his 2 items. I mean, that was what I felt happened. Which is what they're trying to remove, with making a lot of ganking possible, and can't go the lame like 1-1-4, 1 build thingy as much
Why?
anymore. Huh?
I mean, I don't know, I just always thought that stats was better in all scenarios than the 3 extra points in crit, but that's unrelated.
Well, it depends. If you
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things, but
Roland.
Keeper.
Keeper of Light.
I hate that hero and everyone who plays it.
Mana, please.
Ha ha ha, nice meme. Mana leak cooler from 16 to 16, 14, 12, 10. Chakra magic, now it's a buff that reduces the cooldown of the next spell. It starts cast by 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. Buff lasts 12 seconds. Scepter illuminate heal percentage from 75% to 100%. And the hero is gonna be the same lame dude as before. His push stalling ability is gonna be more relevant.
I
Much as
think
well.
it's really
ultimate
nice
lane support.
if people wanna come and gank or just do anything, team fights, lower cooldowns is always really nice.
It's really good for to like speed up farm as well, which Shock Medic was not really good at. Like,
Unfortunately, it's only by a few seconds. I think it should be maybe well, it would be nice with percentage, but maybe if it didn't work on ultis.
It also works in passives, like Kunkka Splash, so.
Wait.
Actually what? Yeah, well
What?
you can hit and shackle him and then he hits again, it works.
That's really ridiculous, actually.
How do you know it works like that? Has anyone like posted that on Reddit or something?
Yeah, I saw a video with it.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that's
but-
weird. But anyway, I don't know, I like that buff. Like mostly it's used to sustain farming, and it speeds up farming now as well. By lowering cooldowns, like Shockwave from Magnus comes off cooldown faster, Shadowfiend's Race comes off cooldown, etc.
Think about Lake and Kunkka hitting you twice.
Yeah, that synergy is...
That's not really
so-
funny, actually.
I don't think that's the intended... an intended consequence of this one change.
You have to keep in mind
Because
though,
it's
late
for
game.
one hero. Like,
have to
there's
keep
no
in
other
mind-
hero that has passives with cooldown.
In late game, the creeps are gonna die from one hit anyway, so it's very unlikely that you will get 2 hits off with Kunkka.
Oh, I'm talking
Team
about
fights.
team fight.
Not team fight, okay, fair enough.
Like, that's stupid.
Yeah,
Well-
I thought you were just talking about harassment damage.
No.
Well,
when-
now we
when
talk
choosing
about
high
Kunkka.
scout or whatever.
Now we
Yay,
talk about Kunkka,
Kunkka.
we can jump to him. I know Opa can take him.
Kunkka! I love Kunkka. Kunkka is one
Wait,
of the
the manly.
funniest,
Oh.
funniest heroes in the game. He's always been that, and the Kunkka no longer turns to cast Torrent thing is amazing in every way. It will open up to a new level of mind games, which Kunkka has been pretty good at since always, almost. And now you can mess around with your opponents even more and get away, have a higher chance to getting away when chased and stuff. Just making the Torrent spell more versatile. I really like that buff. And the other ones are pretty insignificant to me. Well, the mana cost for the X marks the spot is pretty good too. 80 was a bit much, lower levels, but 50 totally manageable.
I really agree. The turret is gonna be so fun and so confusing.
I like that. I like the change too. Makes this...
Next time they
Or
do it
is
to
early game
Lina.
is... The hero as a whole is gonna be so much more fun now.
Okay, Legion Commander. Moment of current counterattack chance from 16, 18, 20, 22 to 25%. That's pretty nice.
Jungling LC.
Yes.
Yeah, you should read the
Yeah.
whole...
Okay, lifesteal increased on all levels. The starting lifesteal from 20 to 55% is really nice. Moment to current cooldown from 0.9 to 2.7 and then ending on 0.9. That's... I guess it's nice, yeah. And then an Aghanim Scepter upgrade to Legion Commander. Duel lasts until either Legion Commander or her target dies. Ends if duelists are over more than 2000 range apart.
The first part, the first amount of courage change is really nice in my opinion.
Yeah,
Just makes it more reliable. I don't know if she will be a viable jungler, but... Meh. The Aghanims, I don't know. It's weird.
the Aghanims, I think Well, I don't know. I guess it can be nice in some situations, but in most cases, like you're gonna farm it and you're gonna have it in late game, and in late game you pretty much someone is always gonna die, especially if you go with your team. I don't know. I don't see much use of it. Maybe if there's like some special occasions, like what heroes can she kill?
But the way
You're supporting the hero supporting in the duel, doesn't it?
the way I looked at it is that when I read it first, I was like, well, it sounds like just that. It sounds kind of useless in some ways, but then I thought about it, and it was like, let's have a fight where I jump on a void and duel him, and my team engage with everyone else. It means there's no chrono. I'm still doing what I'm supposed to. I can guarantee to get a full blade mail on the carry. Well, it doesn't cut away like the 2 last seconds. I can guarantee to get, if I meet a solo support in a jungle, yeah, I can guarantee to get a full duel and get damage from it, so
yeah,
it makes up from the damage loss when I buy the Aghanims instead of buying a damage item. I just think it's a purely disabling item, nothing else.
I think it could be nice for offlane Legion Commander.
Yes.
But in which case wouldn't you go Blink, Blade Mail, and BKB? I mean, you need it so much on Legion Commander.
I think
Do you need BKB though? It's only if you want the damage through. That's what I feel. It's if you want to be able to auto attack, but you only want the BKB because you want to auto attack, so you guarantee to get the kill actually. But here you're dueling for until one of you die anyway.
Nice, true. Well, that's why I said the offlane Legion.
If you don't have BKB, you can get killed by magic damage.
Yeah, but that's why it's a more team-dependent item. You need to take it as a disable, like infinite disable, basically. The fact that you can disable the enemy carry to do nothing, while he might take a bunch of more damage. If you just have one support help you and your team engage with the other team. I don't know how to put it.
So a position
it's also like if you have momentum, like if you have some damage and you can man-fight enemy carry, like I don't know, it's a guarantee. It just makes it that you can have a guaranteed kill on the enemy carry if he's solo. Like the pressure you put out is pretty big. Like it doesn't matter how much they tank up if you can still win the 1-on-1.
It's true. I mean, you go with a support, like let's say you go with a Skywrath and you have Aghanims. You find the solo carry in the like a void, right? Or Anti-Mage. You get the duel off an Anti-Mage, but you can't kill him in the like 4.75 seconds that max duel lasts. Now you just have infinite. He's gonna die eventually. You're gonna run out of mana though, so he doesn't do that much damage. I just think it's good to. It works the way that you guarantee, as you said, you guarantee the kill of a solo guy most of the time.
Yeah, like in that case, I don't know. Of course it depends on the game state, but Anti-Mage isn't like if it doesn't get out its solutions, he isn't the best at one-on-oneing people because he is susceptible to physical damage and Mana Void is not gonna be used. I don't know. It's pretty scenario specific. I mean, the carry can't go alone. The carry can't split push because then it's overwhelming odds and Legion Commander. RIP.
My issue when I've been playing a lot of Legion Commander is that usually if I would go gank by myself, I would find the Anti-Mage. I know I can kill him, but I would always like need a few more hits or something. That he might have like 500 more health, but then the duel runs out and he just blinks away. I have no way to catch him.
But isn't that like earlier that you would have your Aghanim?
That is something that happens after I even got like Blink, Blade Mail, BKB. Like it's something. It's just something that happens throughout the game because you can still easily like. I'm talking about Legion Commander, not in a where you like find a Naga and then duel her, or you find like a PL or something.
Like,
what about the downsides? you actually might wait for people to come and back you up, and then they don't come and the enemy team gets you instead.
Well, that's something you have to take into account when you use it with items. Like, when you jump on someone, you have the moment of surprise, so you will have your heal up, you will have blade mail up, they won't be able to get their active items, so you will, like, if you can know for sure that the person won't have backup, you will in most cases have an edge in the duel and win it. Scenario specific, real situational, but I don't know.
Anyone else has something to say, or we can jump on?
I think this can be a little bit abusive with the LC agonyms. Like if you have a Bane with Nightmare which goes on forever. I'm really curious to see how they're gonna deal with that.
Well,
both heroes get disabled forever. Granted the Legion Commander isn't to one position and she jumps to one position, you will effectively trade the one position of the enemy team for your Legion Commander.
Yeah, I think that's kind of
I don't
abusive,
know, that
to be honest.
has to be sorted out in some way, it's just such a annoying thing.
Maybe they just shouldn't be able to be Nightmare.
Yeah, or they should maybe just make a duel for like 30 seconds instead of forever.
Yeah.
Because I think this is really abusive.
Well, you can get rid of the nightmare if just another person comes, no matter what team. Like the Bane can always spell it with nightmare in, but...
Well, I think you
if
should
you
be
get
picking
that
the
team
Bane
to
together
come,
with the
you
LC
can...
in the first place, not have Bane on the enemy team.
Let's move on.
Yeah, and this,
Yes.
I don't know, it's a weird scenario.
Leshrac. Who wants to take it?
Crack the bones of Earth.
Leshrac.
Leshrac movement speeding from 315 to 320. Lightning Storm cost point from 0.7 to 0.6. Lightning Storm's slow duration from 0.75 to 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 1. This means that when he gets Boots of Travels, he will have 420 movement speed.
Yay.
Is it? And Lightning Storm is gonna be really scary.
It's a good buff, but I mean, it's just number tweaks again.
I mean, this is another hero where I have to say that the new items are related, like in this makes him stronger. Yeah,
Right.
like
Lich. You can get to talk about that later when we get to items.
pushing meta also buffs him.
Oba. Take Lich.
Lich.
My god, filthy Lich
there.
picker.
Lich. Got nominated to be the most boring hero in Dota. And I don't see any of these changes changing that fact. The Chain Frost might be more fun to look at
Annoying with Aghanim.
due to its speed increase, and yes, it's gonna probably hit 1-2 extra targets because of the speed buff. Ice Armor, range, yeah, super fun. Go play Lich and support. You're probably gonna have a nice time.
I don't know if that's cost range buff, I don't get the point of it.
Hooray for Lich. Aeon,
Yeah.
take Lifestealer. And like really
my God.
blow it away now.
Yeah.
Hey, Jan.
Blow into the
Yeah,
microphone
I've
is what
been,
he has told you.
Yeah, I've been silent for so long now for no particular reason. Just I think we have many people. It's hard to listen to everyone at this point. Anyway, Phase is now considered a normal bonus damage, so you can crit and clean off of it. And Open Wounds Lifesteal has been buffed on all levels. It's now a flat 50%. And
Nice.
he has a new ability, Whoop Whoop, an Aghanim's ability, that is called Assimilate, and it allows him to swallow an enemy hero.
Allied hero.
No, allied hero, that is. Yes, enemy hero would be nice when it
Yeah.
in disabled.
Walk into the fountain.
Follow
I
an allied hero, and that allied hero can at once burst out of Lifestealer and cause 300 damage. So he basically gains from the Aghanims a second best nuke, if you will. And also...
Does it say that he can swallow and then infest somewhere?
Yeah, you can do that.
doesn't
There
say.
are a lot of videos of that combo.
Oh. That's
You
gonna
can also
be
have
annoying.
Morphling with Aghanims doing a copy of you and being able to put 4 people into one person. I don't know, it's just...
No.
It's just...
Inception.
that's a super gimmicky Inception dumb thing, I don't know, I don't care.
And also any assimilated hero receives any healing that Lifestealer receives.
Why does he get healing?
Lifestealer.
What?
If you're inside of Lifestealer, you get the same healing he gets.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you want to heal someone up, you follow them and lifesteal a lot, and they will.
Wow, I can see this being good as initiating and retreating.
I think it's a
Like if
a friend of mine said utility.
if your support is dying, just swallow them, rage and TP.
Yeah, that could be pretty useful.
I think like Youngling Lifestealer can get somewhat relevant now as like more of a ganker utility type of hero. Like this is really good for giving your carry and infest, like for either positioning or just be able to bail them out.
I think this is a really bad
Like
Aghanim.
if you're Youngling, you usually just gank and try to.
You think it's a bad
the
Aghanim?
Aghanim.
Yeah.
Why?
It's situational, if not.
Because
not
every
else.
time I look at it, it's on a hero that requires item to be good. Like he has a big AB, basically. So why not? Why do you want just health and stats?
It's for ability draft.
No, well, the only sense why I see this is actually really good is if the damn alchemist buys you the Aghanim. Because otherwise it's not worth your 1 slot and your 4.2k gold. Like it can be used on a
guess-
basher, it can be used on...
Well, I could
I
see
mean-
it being really good, especially if you're pubbing and you have a jungle lifestealer. Then it can be a lot of fun with your friends.
A lot of fun, yeah, but it's not a good. We're talking about how good it is.
I just think that she's good. It gives him more viability and flexibility as a semi-carry.
I like that.
Like,
I,
not
I,
the
I
side
agree,
lane.
semi-carry, it's good on.
And I mean, he's always been a terrible single core hero, in my opinion.
What I don't like about it is that you can... you always have to compare it to other items. And
Yeah.
I just simply don't want to spend 4.2k to do 300 more damage in one burst with a like, I don't know how long cooldown.
It's not about the damage, I think.
Well, you don't... Okay,
It's about the, I don't know, positioning and healing. Like, even with little items now, you're gonna lifesteal a lot with Feast that can crit and the open wounds thing.
I would totally understand this if it was a different hero. Like
Yeah,
if it
the hero
was an
needs a
actual
lot.
like mid-game kind of hero. Like the why Queen of Pain can afford to get a Acronyms is because it buffs her spells, which is what she relies on. And Lifesteal relies on auto attack, not the spell damage. So it purely goes against what they just buffed. Like, hey, my feast works with crit now. Let me spend the money on an Aghanims instead of a crit. That makes no sense, but to me. I could find so many other items that is much better for Lifestealer. And Aghanims doesn't synergize with Feast at all, only in the sense you can heal your ally, but I mean, the mech does the same.
It's just for the Spirit Breaker nice combo.
Well, and a Storm Spirit.
And there's like a lot of heroes that could use an infest, but I mean, Lifestealer is that kind of hero that needs a lot of items to carry. The semi-carry, I don't know, like... If you're not the main source of damage, I think you can afford it. But you're usually gonna be the main source of damage. Because of how the hero works, otherwise.
No, I mean, it's not even. Okay, let's say Storm. Okay, Storm could swallow a hero if you bought Aghanims. That would make more sense than Lifestealer. Much more sense. Because you can bring a guy with him. He's mobile. Lifestealer is not mobile at all.
Well,
He's the
you
most
can jump
immobile
into
hero.
you can jump into someone who's while you have someone in you. Like imagine a storm with Lifestealer and
Yeah, but
it's
and then a
like
little
that's
Lifestealer.
600 damage and a lot of burst from the Lifestealer and
So a Lifestealer jumps out and then does nothing because he doesn't have any
what
items.
about his initial ulti? How does it fit against his passive abilities and crits and stuff? It doesn't.
you
do
can
that
also
much
heal
more.
That is
allies
simply for
with
him-
infest heal.
His infest. I'm talking about infest doesn't cost him anything. It doesn't. It's only to be able to be more mobile. He doesn't need to buy blink because his teammates can do it. You don't want the Lifestealer to be the one that buys the mobile item for other people to be able to infest him. I don't like it. I don't think I will buy it. I will maybe try it, but I don't think it's gonna be that good. I would see if
Definitely
it
not
did.
gonna work the
If it
conventional
did more
way.
damage, I don't know what it should do. Okay, let's say that the guy that jumps out, he infests the open wounds on everyone for some duration in 700 radius. That would make more sense to me, because it would actually do something. You would put like a AoE slow on everyone, and everyone lifesteals everyone. But now it's just 300 damage for 4 point. I mean, I could buy level 2 Dagon. They would do more damage. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna work if you try the conventional way. I'm 100% agree on that. I don't know, maybe some weird build, but
Maybe
I'm just trying to
meta
be
game.
open-minded. Like, I agree
Yeah.
that it's not gonna work in like the standard way.
I have really been thinking, where does it fit, and I just can't see a lifesteal by
I
it.
know a scenario.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Don't say Storm. Don't you
Okay.
dare say Storm.
No. This is way better than Storm.
Ability draft.
I already said that.
Have Alchemist on your team, and he buys
No. Wait. This is gonna be good. Okay, so Lifestealer simulates Tusk and then infests Phoenix with Aghanims. And then they just jump in and out of each other until, I don't know, everyone has
That's
run away or
nice.
died.
I didn't
Until
understand
you just keep doing that until your throne dies and you go for the next game and don't do that again.
that. I didn't understand that.
But you will
Oh.
definitely look good while losing. I mean,
Depends
all
on your
the...
definition of looking
So-
good.
so
Can
you
go
did-
on to the next hero, please.
So you didn't come up with a scenario though, it's actually good. You just came up with a funny scenario.
No, actually, I think you can make some ridiculous combos with Darkseer and whoever, like Tidehunter or Enigma, but that's about it. And it's really situational.
I don't know. I think it was mostly stupid. Not us, but if it's possible, it would be fun to try out at least once.
Stupid Lanta. What he said. That's stupid Lanta.
Why would you say the same thing twice in a row?
Anyway, let's move on to the next hero.
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter upgrade Laguna Blade no longer increase cast range on Lina.
Fair enough.
It's a nerf, but okay, fine. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like Lion
it
doesn't
did
get
so
longer range.
much, it was just wow.
I mean, it was okay to get range back when it didn't pierce Mighty Moon, but now that it does, it's kind of unfair for Lion in some sense. I don't know. I guess Lion
yeah,
has
and
a
it
real
all
hit.
like, and then you also have to think of how much this item actually gives. Lina really uses the stats.
Yeah.
Really well.
I think it's fine
And it's-
to do.
Yeah,
But something they should
I
have done
think
last
this
patch.
nerf was fair.
Something that maybe should have done when they introduced the piercing Matthew.
Support Lina also got nerfed a bit by this. I mean, if you have the blink, this doesn't matter. If you don't have blink and you're generally under 400 under leveled, you're gonna have worse positioning using this.
Okay, let's move on. Lone Druid, who wanna take it?
London.
Anyone?
I can take him. True form is no longer removed on death. Battlecry armor increased from 5, 10, 15 to 6, 12, 18. Battlecry damage increased from 50, 75, 100, 60, 90, 120. Added Aghanim Scepter upgrade to Lone Druid allows Spirit Bear to attack at any range from Lone Druid and prevents Spirit Bear from dying if Lone Druid dies.
I think that's nice because he has 12 item slots, so an Aghanim Scepter is just a nice way to fill it up. True
Nice
form,
synergy with Alchemist.
yeah,
Go on.
and the true form not removed on death is just like so annoying when you die.
It's a buff to it's a buff to the Aegis.
Yeah, true form. It's just once again it's something they also do with Medusa, split shot and Anashield, and they do it with trolls stances. It's just to make it once again more consistent. It didn't make sense to remove it because like Medusa would spawn and have no shield on because he got stunned immediately. Dies too fast. It's pointless.
Like unlike all the other toggles though, this has cost time, and like if you died with Aegis, you would come back in your normal form and you would be squishy. No.
I think it's worse for Medusa, to be honest.
Well, it's instant. For sure, the instant.
If you can get it off, yes.
Well, most cases you will, because there's no cast point. You can just double click both and they're up.
Well, you can shift click it.
True.
I think the biggest change here is the Aghanims. I kind of actually like the Aghanims because it puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team. In the sense that you usually just want to get, let's say, on the bear you get boots, radiance, and AC, or maybe Desolator, whatever, and then you build Aghanims on yourself. Now you're gonna have a Spirit Bear that is actually not just burning the enemy creeps in another lane, but also hitting, and he can hit towers, and he reduces damage. Like, he does a lot of that. Like, when a Lone Druid is solo pushing, it's the bear that does most of the work.
Yeah.
So
especially with Battle Cry.
Just the fact that
Demolish is huge.
just the fact that Lone Druid can be in the fight and does something. I don't know if he can do something. But the bear doesn't even. Let's say they killed the Lone Druid, but he's still alive. The bear. I think it's a big change, and I think it's another build you can go on him. I think it's good to give him some build variety, or how to say.
Also, like, unlike other carries that got the Aghanims this patch, it doesn't take an item slot.
No, and it doesn't. It makes sense of it because you don't build damage on Lone Druid usually. You build on the bear, and the bear,
Yeah, exactly.
in some sense, can do more DPS to towers and stuff by being like loose or how to run everywhere. You can also kill support.
Obviously, because like
nothing.
you can. You also don't have to care that much about being like focused once you have Aghanims.
Yeah.
Like if you die once your Spirit Bear is on cooldown, you might as well go in and fight. Or well, it's not the end of the world if you die because you can still keep fighting with Bear. So if you get to the point where you have farm on the hero as well, maybe you can get a few hits off without having to care.
Any last thoughts?
Last thoughts, or we move
Good
on?
synergy with Alchemist, not because of the Aghanims thing, but he's such a good solo laner. If you farm in safe lane, Alchemist can just go roam.
I feel a lot of these Aghanims are added because Alchemist
but-
Aghanims was added.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but like
Yeah,
unlike
kinda
the
how it
others, the
Okay.
Dwarf Alchemist has much better synergy with him specifically. because
What
of the
about
laning-
Luna again?
laning importance.
No, you read Luna. Go.
Yeah. Base armor increased by 1. Eclipse per unit. Cap increased from 4 to 5. Oh yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna have to
like,
go BRB
Mhm.
for a few minutes. Sorry.
So the amounts per beam per person are increased.
Yeah.
And then improved Aghanim Scepter, because all Aghanim Scepter was add like 2 beams or something. Allows Eclipse to be cast on an area within 2500 range. Grants obstructed vision of that area. Can also target an allied unit to center Eclipse on their location, even while moving. And that's wonderful. Just put it on an initiator or something, or take it to the place that the enemies are gonna run. I don't know. This is awesome. The only thing that bothered me is why they didn't give this to Crystal Maiden, so she can stand and channel it somewhere else.
It's one thing I think they could add to Crystal Maidens. Remove the current like acronyms and just add, like, you can target an area and then there will be an illusion channeling for you.
No, not an illusion.
Well, I think it used. I'm not sure. Opa might correct me on this, but I think in Dota 1, long time ago, many years ago, Crystal Maiden's ulti used to not be her channeling it. It used to be like an ice replica of her channeling.
So where
that
was she?
Probably before I started playing Dota, because
Well,
I
it was
can
a long time ago.
recognize that.
It was when
I
I
also
was
don't
in
remember this.
It was when I was in 8th grade.
Which was
So a couple of like 7, 8 years. 7 maybe. But anyway, I thought that was the kinda thing Crystal Maiden needed her Aghanims. He can just click her ulti and start running, and you couldn't interrupt the ulti, you had to run away from it. You don't. I kinda like you can't interrupt it in a sense because it's a Crystal Maiden. And you can't, like, Medusa can't be interrupted, Luna can't be interrupted, you kill her to interrupt it. I think the Luna change is super good in the sense that, well, not super good, well, Aghanims wise, it's a big buff because, let's say, enemy is Roche. Run to Roche, you can easily put your ulti like half into Roche pit and half out of it before you even down there. So when they try to escape it, they're gonna be punched to hell by that Aghanim. However, your ulti is gonna hit Roshan now. So he's gonna soak a lot of the beams as well. So I guess you need to make not necessary. Not if there are 5 heroes.
maybe it was empty. Only one hero there. And he goes
Then
invis.
then they both die. Oh. But when it says obstructed, it only means like objects can't block it, right? It's not you can't see invis. That's true side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, unobstructed is like
Goes over hills.
Like
Fire
Batrider.
Stalker during night
Yeah, okay.
with Aghanims.
Do we have more to say here? Wait, I actually said one thing. I think I actually like Agnes Luna when she had a few items, and then if you're on a team with a Storm. Because the Storm initiation with a Luna ulti on him is pretty big. At least I think so. It's a lot of damn damage.
I'm nodding.
I don't know what you guys think about that.
Every Blink hero or
Well,
Storm is
Centaur,
really good.
an axe.
Because Storm can also has more possibilities to chase and isolate or chase isolated heroes to like reduce the spread of the beams. So it's extra good.
Yeah.
On
I mean,
Storm, but
I mean,
mostly-
Axe, Centaur, and all those are still good
Yeah.
with it.
I wanna ask Aeon. Aeon is like known as the best Luna in Draceway.
What?
In what?
I'm definitely not. That's
In the chat room.
Oh.
In Drace chat. You're definitely not one.
Are you best Luna EU?
yeah,
Aeon.
but
Oh, okay.
definitely not. But all I can see from this is if I would build that Aghanims, the only situation I would go in with that as my game plan would be because of this increased base armor. If I was offlaning her for some reason, that's what I would try with this. Otherwise, I would never build Aghanims.
I would build it on a Chen team. A team where you push really early because your spell damage is gonna do more than your auto attack on a Luna. Like,
Yeah.
it's more likely you're not gonna get like butterfly and stuff. It's not gonna be useful in the same sense as your ultis. Like your beams is gonna be the majority of your damage. I think in that sense it could be good. But if you're aiming for late game, it's probably not very good.
Yeah, I would never build it on a position 1 Luna. I would never farm her just to get that. And I don't think I would build it if I went mid with her either. Then I would just still try and farm on her rather than that
Not
Aghanims.
even main.
I could build it on mid. It's like I build it on Gyro too. Because I mean I know people say it's really bad on Gyro, but if you have the setup, like if you have a void carry, It's actually pretty damn good. He can solo kill anyone.
yes, put this ulti on Void.
Oh, anyway, we let's go on to the next one. Medusa.
We already went
talked
through that.
about Medusa. Meepo got the nerf that he deserved. What do you say?
Nothing.
I think you said something unfriendly about faces for it.
Something.
Yeah, I heard Void too.
Geostrike got buffed. I don't mind that. I think it's okay because it's not the strongest thing he has. However, one of the strongest things about playing against the Meepo I felt was the fact that if you finally killed him, he spawned faster than anyone else anyway. So I like that they removed it because it was a unfair advantage since you already have the advantage of being able to be everywhere and soak XP everywhere. The fact that he can be alive more frequently is bonkers.
Yeah, it was.
I agree with that.
It is.
Mirana, it's just a small tweak to
I think it's
her being able. It's just to be less like annoying. Of they made sure that it hits the closest target, which is something I've been missing. Not a random closest target, the range.
It's kind of less RNG, and I like that.
And the fact that you can leap in and you don't have to give them a hug to give it. You can stand somewhat close. Let's just move on to Morphling, right? Morphling Adaptive Strike now has a 1150 speed projectile. I think that was very needed because his stun was starting to be annoying. A 4-second stun on a support is just. I'm talking about support.
on a
Morphling.
quotation mark support.
Well, it's just something that needed because if they added to Ethereal Blade and they add to a lot of other things, why not add some more things? Okay, I'm gonna read the Aghanim's. Aghanim's after upgrade to Morphling grants a new ability Hybrid. Allows Morphling to target an ally turning himself into a Hybrid illusion, removing the Morphling himself. A Hybrid illusion can cast non-ultimate abilities and has your original attributes. Last 20 seconds. When the duration ends or the hybrid dies, your hero emerges, cannot end prematurely. Cooldown 140, mana cost 200, 600 cast range. Note, abilities not available while you have Replica living.
So they played some Heroes of the Storm.
Basically, they copied Aperture from Heroes of the Storm. It's almost exact description, except that you keep your own attributes and you don't get 20% extra power. Otherwise it's the exact same. Like they even say you can't use ulti and you can only use basic abilities. I think this is what?
I was gonna say I just think that this is two nice changes for the hero. It sticks to the Morphling theme, you know. You can you can change forms and whatnot,
But
and
if
it does some cool synergies with some heroes. Like imagine having a sniper with full stacked agility. Like sure, you're gonna die in a hit, but you're also gonna throw out 3 shrapnels and do a lot of damage with all that agility. For 4.2.
But if you are a position 1 Morphling, why would you want an Aghanim?
Well, if you're in position 1 Morphling, you shouldn't ever get to. In my opinion.
Wait, I think it's still just as good as position 1. Because I actually think this is rather good because it gives you 2 lives. In the sense that you can fight without taking any damage. 20 seconds. But you don't take any damage on your Morphling.
How do you know that?
It states it's an illusion, so I can only assume that you don't take any damage, and when it expires, you just come out of yourself.
And when the duration ends or the hybrid dies, your hero emerges.
Yeah, so you don't. So basically, what I heard is that you can do it of techies and guarantee a suicide. You can suicide with techies, for example.
Yeah, that's some 6 energy.
That's like 1500 damage or what it is, like something stupid. You can
physical damage and
you can make 2 wisps that is basically unkillable because they both tether each other.
But they have no damage.
Well, one of them has because he has a lot of aggy. He can just attack.
If you're position 1 Morphling, it matters.
But I just think it's okay, let's say you have
I think it's an offlane item, 100%.
I don't think it's an offlane.
I don't think Morphling is an offlaner.
I think it's either
Yes,
mid or
yes,
it's a
picked
position
a lot
1 or
of
2.
close in.
I think I don't like him offlane. I understand with the escape, but I don't think he gets enough. I think he's good because of the stun, right? That's what people say.
But let's not talk about offlane.
Okay.
I don't think that's what we...
No, we're talking about the item.
I actually
Yes.
didn't know people lamed in offlane.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't
A lot.
realize.
Like, he's mostly played as a 3 and a 4 this patch.
Well, I think the Aghanim's is gonna be interesting. But you need your team to actually have other damage deal or other heroes that can use the extra Aki. So let's say you have another Aki hero mid. Ember Spirit. No, just have a damn Ember Spirit. That's a Sleight of Fist that does a lot of damage.
If you have a sniper and you siege a base,
But
you
you
have
and your
2
sniper.
snipers, and sure you you go up with the hybrid and you siege. If they commit on you, they just get out the morphling, like they don't kill anything, and then you have a morphling hitting them while they're committed.
Down sniper.
I think it's a good even 1 position. I know it doesn't give you. It gives you
I meant
stats
that
you
as
need.
a 1 position, mind you.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that remember morphling, even though I just heard some people say it's not that good on a 1 position, but
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's gonna be that good most games.
the
I think
thing
it's
is with morphling
more flexible as 3.
is that he needs. You could just, you can even turn. You gives 10 to all attributes, so you can just turn the 10 of the strength into Aki. And I think it has good synergy. I came up with the example of Ember Spirit. If you choose Sleight of Fist happening, and it has all the Aki of the morphling, I don't know if I don't think items has anything to do with this. I just think you have the
there are
morphling
a lot
stats.
of GIFs of it. You can check it up.
Oh well, I just think the stats from the morphling is the thing affecting it. But anyway, I just think the amount of Aki a morphling can have, if you're just in mid game and you replica another Ember Spirit, his ulti is not that significant. It only gives him the it's not the damage thing. It does not the thing doing damage. So you have basically his full skill set of a lot of burst twice. I don't know. I think that sounds really good.
Yeah.
It's worth 4.2k.
Terror Blade is also really strong with that.
Yeah.
Illusions.
Yeah, it's just a lot of things.
I mean, sure, you certainly have a point that it can be really good in 1 position, but I think it has more uses as a 3, I think.
I kind of feel like this could be really overpowered actually when you think about it. If you have heroes like Warlock, Pugna, Terrorblade, even Gyrocopter with flag cannons, Undying, those kind of heroes, or Omni-Knight with double repel, I think that's really damn broken, to be honest.
But wasn't it except the ultimate?
Yeah, well, you still have
most of those heroes have
double tombstone.
I mean, the Warlock for the fatal bounce and the evil thing. That's incredibly powerful.
Double tombstone. I didn't even think of double tombstone. That's pretty sick.
Or even Naga illusions with radiance. That's gonna be fun.
I don't think you get her radiance. I'm not sure how the items works. That's why I'm not sure about.
If the hero gets the items, that would be really, really incredibly powerful.
If you replicate the items, it just makes the Ember Spirit, the Morphling combo even more sick. I know them too.
I mean, if they check the inventory, they're gonna see it's an illusion.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it's probably pretty clear if it's an illusion. I don't think it has to be. I think people, it's gonna show in some way. You're pretty damn sure it's a hybrid thing, illusion. But it's just the thing. It does 100% damage.
Imagine if you have like Pugna, for example, with this annoying ward. You have 2 wards when you're pushing high ground. Good luck defending against those kind of things.
And you also, it's the same thing with the sniper there also. Like, it's gonna be sieging, and if you go on it, like, the Morphling can just waveform away once you break the hybrid.
Yeah, or if
you can't like really you can't commit on that.
If you have a hero like Medusa or Gyrocopter hitting on your tower and you go on them, you're going to get killed by the AoE twice. I think
you want to
this
move
is
on
really
to
incredibly strong. That's my take on it.
Well, I think it's strong too. I'm actually a fan of it. I think it can be broken in many ways.
I think
The good thing is it has a very long cooldown.
What is the cooldown?
140 seconds.
Okay. But you still have your
Zero.
other ability, so you can still split push just
Or
as
you can
much.
get a refresher.
But
Jakiro
maybe
was
not.
saying something also.
What do you say to?
Way back.
no, I just wanna see if there's anything any last thoughts? No?
On the Morphling, I think it's broken, that's it.
Okay.
I think it's too early to say.
Situationally broken.
I think it's too early to
It depends
say.
on where the items transfer or not. If it just split shots from Medusa without items, then who cares? But if it also has her items, then I think it's broken.
Are you gonna insta-report everyone playing Morphling?
Yes.
Oh,
if they
it's
play
like
it like
TI2
that.
all over again.
Well, TI2, I play a lot of more.
I think the Morphling's gonna be the new Troll Warlord and Sniper. Insta-report those
I
people.
think there are too many heroes that are candidates for that position right now.
Okay, moving on to Naga Siren. Who wanna take Upa or Aeon or Lightwing?
Yeah.
I kind of wanna. I don't know if I can continue because I need to go up early tomorrow, and I'm
No,
so
of course you
tired.
can continue.
But
Of course you can continue. You're
I don't
almost
know,
done.
it's taking so long.
Yeah, well, you talk too much. I'm not allowed to move on too fast. Yeah, I'm just gonna take them and then we talk about the Aghanim's.
But no, but if you need to go, you can take this as your last one.
okay, which one was it? Sniper?
Naga.
Naga Siren.
Okay. Naga Siren. Insignificant cooldown 14 to 12 on a snare. It's dispellable. That's significant. Will make her pick less frequently. I guess we go to analysis afterwards. And snare no longer removed if the target becomes ethereal. Aghanim Scepter, yay! Everyone's gotta have one. Song of the Siren Scepter now regenerates you and nearby allies by 6% maximum HP per second for up to 7 seconds. So everyone gets a heart. Or it's even better.
3 hearts.
It's
hearts.
way better than that in my opinion.
It's 3 hearts, right?
You can... Like, if you get the song off mid-fight, it's just so strong, like...
What's heart? Is it
you already
4%?
could, like,
No,
turn a
2%.
fight
Heart is 2%.
by
Oh.
setting it up perfectly. Now you get the HP region, which is 42%? Yeah.
Yeah, support Naga Siren with the new meta seems pretty legit with this Aghanim's upgrade.
I agree.
I
I
mean,
think for a carry Naga this is underwhelming, unless you have Alchemist of course.
I still think it's good on a carry because it just makes you more team fight oriented. Like usually you get like a Lincoln because you just need to fill up your inventory with some other defensive item. I mean, Aghanims give stats and it makes your team fighting so much stronger. I know it doesn't do damage, but you just need diffusal, radiance, and then you do a lot of damage already. I like it, but it needs to be in a specific scenario where you try to siege and not split push too much.
TI2. TI2 Naga.
Alright, let's move on. Do we have more to say about it?
Yes,
I
because it
don't.
was Orba's last one. We have to say good night, Orba.
Yeah, I don't think you have to say.
Yeah, we
That
have
much
to.
about it.
Good night, Oba.
Good night.
Have sweet
night, Oba.
dreams.
Good night, everyone.
I hope you dream of Batolga.
Now you're ruining my setup.
Nice.
I want to hear your setup, then I'm gonna go.
What?
Oh yeah, the screen.
I'm talking about the screen. I don't. Well, let's stay for Fury.
Can we keep going like we've been on this?
Latest profit sprout
3
cash
hours
range
soon?
increase from 600 to 625, 700, 775, 850. Okay, sprout duration increase from 3 and so on to 6 in last level.
It's an
Crowd got
increase of
buffed.
0.75.
They increased 6 extra damage on Nature's Call Treant. That's actually pretty big, because 6 damage of 22 damage is a lot.
It's almost one. No, it's a bit more than 25% overall extra damage.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And I mean, I'm a big fan of the Aghanim's. Because it's an addition to an already existing Aghanim's, which means it just gets even stronger than... I kinda liked it before, but it was kinda cheesy.
User disconnected from your channel.
No, it's not just a like number increaser like the old school Aghanims used to be, like...
Well, it still has the old Aghanims in it. Which
yeah, but like now it has a special effect. It's a fun item. Not just, oh, it makes my ult do more damage.
Yeah.
Whoop-de-doo.
So it says, upgraded Wrath Nature now spawns a Nature's Cold Treant whenever it kills a unit. Killing a hero will spawn a strong Treant. 3 times damage and health of a normal one.
How much HP do they have?
550.
So that means...
I mean, 1650, yes.
It's probably gonna kill it.
If you use it just to last hit a hero in a team fight, like, and then you can use that trend to push so hard. Especially if you have like Bloods or other ways to increase its EHP. And that's the first thing I come to think about. I mean, in team fights, it's not gonna be a huge... I don't think it's gonna be a big deal in team fights, because it's pretty slow and doesn't hit too hard.
I kind of feel like this is mostly going to be used in global strategies with Spectre and Zeus, those kind of heroes. Or if you are on a timing push or whatever. Otherwise, I think it's not that great.
Yeah, I don't know if... I don't know.
I'm also not sure if I'm
using
playing
it, I mean, using it as a... I mean, I don't know how much it upgrades the Aghanims part. But I don't... The nuke part isn't that big, is it?
What do you mean? Damage? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
the
not
damage
that
increase.
User in your channel timed out.
I mean, like... If you use it for the global nuking power, you're not gonna get that big of an increase, and the trend spawning part isn't a big boon in the gank either.
No, but I mean, if you kill somebody with that combo, you get the treants off. The super treants.
Alright, that's true.
If you get 3 super treants on different lanes, that's kinda annoying to say
Then you have
the
to
least.
get 3 kills.
Well, if you have a Zeus, and you have 2 low supports, it's definitely doable.
If they're running back to base after a gank, that's not only doable but also pretty significant.
Yeah, buyback, double ult, refresher, kill. I'm not sure if I would buy the item on Nature's Prophet. I usually get 6 slotted pretty early, or at least 5 slotted. I'm like, okay, I need HP, I need mobility, I need everything basically. And Aghanims gives him everything of nothing, if you get what I mean. It doesn't give him damage, doesn't give him mobility, it just doesn't feel like the good item, but for timing pushes, I think this could be pretty nice.
I think it's situational. But yeah, it's mostly like pushing. And like the teamfight damage was really small.
Yeah, for teamfights it's not going to make much difference, I feel. It's going to be more annoying though.
Yeah.
To defend split pushes.
But I mean, Prophet has always been the trademark hero for split pushing.
For ratting, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
like
one of my favorites
Lantas
for that
isn't
reason.
in the call.
Atlantis had to go toilet.
Uh-huh.
I'm actually gonna do the same, back in a second.
Okay.
So, are we done with Furium?
No,
hope
do
so.
you have something to say?
Lantas was a big fan of it. Maybe he has something to say.
No.
I think we've covered most of it. Well, if I'm going to say my 2 cents on the Aghanim's upgrade, I think just a slight buff to his rat power. Whichever lane that goes unchecked is going to be faster, and that's it.
Yeah.
Not the pushing power as well.
Yeah.
Like
And
we brought up.
if you happen to get a lot of kills with that thing in a team fight, then you are going to get a really strong surprise push, but that's not a very likely.
I mean, if you last hit one hero with it, you will, and if you get just one creep or two, like, it's gonna make a difference.
I
Could be,
think it's
but-
gonna
I mean, you won't push much faster, but the push will last much longer.
Let's say it like this, you're not going to be able to orchestrate it. It's going to happen on a whim.
Yeah, but you should push faster since it has more damage and health.
You will push faster, but what I'm saying is you're not going to be able to orchestrate this. It's going to be tough to make it happen. It's just happen on a whim when you
Yeah,
least
we're
expect it.
just
I don't know.
we're just theory crafting, like.
But you know, when you use your ulti, you always get gold from it. You get last hit from everywhere, and then you're gonna have stronger treants.
If you use it in a team fight, I don't know. I don't think you often will get kills on both heroes and creeps.
I think it's pretty possible, especially
I
if
don't
you're away team fighting. Then you cannot like, oh, the team fight is going on. I'll just wait 3 seconds and then I pop it. I don't think it's that hard to get last hits with it. I think the damage is pretty nice, especially with Aghanim.
I mean, like, in a team fight, the creeps that are in the team fight will most probably die from other things. Like, anyway, like, the chances of you getting the last hits with your ulti isn't gonna be that big. Like,
Very small. Most of the
I'm back.
kills, most of the kills are going to be creeps.
Thanks.
And welcome back.
And you have to
I
keep
mean-
something else in mind. If you use the ultimate, it actually is going to push other lanes even more. So if you can keep enemies locked down onto like tier 2 tower on top lane, the bottom tower and mid tower are going to fall eventually.
Yeah, more rat power.
So I like it. But I don't like the item.
Anyway, we're getting stuck. Shall we move on?
Yeah, let's go. Night Stalker, Void, attack speed slow increase from 35 to 50. Now matches movement speed slow.
Insignificant, but in the name of consistency.
Yeah,
I would
exactly.
say insignificant but annoying.
Just slightly, but 35% to 50.
Okay, the Nyx Assassin. Using Spite Carapace no longer removes Vendetta.
You can now stun Queen of Pain when she uses Group of Pain on you when you're invisible.
That's awesome! It's really nice. You don't have to break it. And then added an Aghanim Scepter from League of Legends. Adds a new, or StarCraft or anything, whatever. Added a new ability Burrow with 1 second cast time. While burrowed, Nyx Assassin is invisible and unable to attack slash... I twisted around. But has 40% damage resistance and regenerates 1.5 of his health and mana per second. Nyx Assassin's abilities also have improved properties while burrowed. Mana burn and impaled have 50% increased cast range. Impale cooldown is reduced. And Spite Carapace instantly stuns any enemy units within 300 area of effects without requiring them to hurt him first. Casting Vendetta causes Burrow to end. Okay, so this I kinda recognize a hero from, or champion from League of Legends, a jungler that can burrow and regenerates health and everything faster underground, and her spells are like longer underground.
What I'm looking for is does it have infinite?
You're cutting out.
Yeah, your microphone keeps acting up. But actually,
Oh,
it's
okay.
not acting at all. It's more of a problem.
What about now?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, but basically what happens is you're saying something and then halfway it just stops.
I think it's just because I'm going quiet sometimes.
Right.
Because
so
the floor here is a bit thin, so sometimes the guy living on the floor below me can actually hear what I'm saying.
shouldn't care about that.
I guess I shouldn't. So, anyway, what I was looking for is, does this thing have infinite duration? Can you burrow forever? No?
Sorry.
Good
Yeah,
question.
okay, it does. I think so. Yes.
Because then
you can't move.
no, you can't move, but this is an awesome, huge fucking siege cannon. Like anytime
I
you
would
go
say
for,
anti-siege cannon.
but it has That range is huge. Like, does
User joined your channel.
your impale, does it actually reach 900 range forward now?
Isn't
Hey,
alright,
hello.
Impale is 600.
Hello.
Yeah,
again.
but it's
Hi.
you gain
Welcome back.
increased
Yeah,
cast range now.
I mean, I thought it would be longer than that actually.
Could I
But I
say something
still,
about
I don't
Nature's
know, I'm
Prophet?
not convinced.
50% increased cast range. That means you have 900 cast range. But does it also?
It's 1050 actually. It's even bigger. 700 is the normal.
Oh, okay, I thought it was 600.
Yeah, well,
But-
I checked it up.
Point being, do you always also gain a bigger model on the impale, or can you just cast it from further away?
I think it's only the cost range, I don't see anything else
Yeah.
indicating that it actually gets bigger.
Yeah, because it doesn't mention it, and that would be a bit weird, because then anyone standing on top of you just... That's a bit strange, but I guess that's just...
You're invisible casting it, and I don't know. It's
Can I say
like
something about
Impale
Furion?
is already a strong spell in its own right, and you're always gonna cast it from invisibility, so people won't see the animation most times. If you're defending high ground, there's no way they're gonna see you casting it, so they can't juke it.
I think
Definitely.
Lantas wanted to say something about Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, sorry I had to go. I don't know what you guys said, but did you like the Aghanims?
I did because it's more rating, but I don't like getting the Aghanims in general. Because it's it's a waste of item slot most of the time.
I liked the Aghanims before because, well, I liked it, but it wasn't good enough. But I feel like now it's good enough because it's most of the time one shots the wave in the opposite lane of where you clicked,
Yes.
which is what I don't know. I love things that spawns things from killing it. I think I like that a lot in Heroes of the Storm too. I'm just a general big fan of that, so I think I'm gonna play more Furion.
Well,
Get Aghanims.
I've been playing him like exclusively lately. So it's nothing new for me then.
Anyway, we can just skip over the next. It's fine.
But we weren't done.
I think
Oh, you're
next,
not. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think the next part is, I don't know, like the hero to me. Every time I play it, it feels like once you get into the part where 5-manning is everything, the hero falls off super hard because it doesn't do that much in those fights, unless you're up against a int carry like Medusa or OD. Now you have
Form.
huge, yeah, exactly.
Silencer.
Just throwing examples. Longer range in Impale and Overcool makes it really strong in fights. It covers a huge area now. And the spiked Carapace. I mean, if someone walks over you, you press Carapace, and then you Impale, and then they have been stunned for 5 seconds.
I think the Aghanims is super. It sounds good, but it sounds also very underwhelming.
Because you can't move.
Yes. I think actually when I looked at it, it wasn't the Aghanims I was really impressed about, it was the Spike Carapace no longer removes Vendetta.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool too. I
Because in mid game, they're most likely gonna see you, like dust you or sentry you, so you can press your Spike Carapace and just keep running. Like towards them.
that's actually a good point.
Like that's what I think is what he was missing, because he was always really weak in his Vendetta. Most likely only used it for Invis and didn't really get it off.
Yeah.
I think the Aghanims is a bit like, it's very weird and more like a...
More of a
Okay.
base defense thing.
It's one of
Acronym.
those... Yeah, actually base defense is pretty good, but it's one of those I can see be good in some scenario, but it's so specific that I would let my alchemist buy it for me. I would rather get a Dagon or something. I don't know, it's not something I would rush in any way.
I mean, 1k range on Mana Burn and Impale is pretty nice.
I guess.
Yeah,
but
magic
I mean,
resistance. Sure, you can just get right click because you will have no HP and yeah. I don't know.
Well,
It seems like a pretty niche thing. when you can burrow in a safe spot, like base.
If Spike Carapace had more area of effect activation range, I would probably like it more. Or if it had like a targetable area in the like 1,000 range, where you could stun in an AoE or something.
Yeah, but
Instead of just 300 around you, it's like nothing.
okay, but think now. Spike Carapace makes that a snowballing Nyx is gonna be a huge terror now, because like you said, you can't stop him just because you see him. If he has reactions and you don't have instant disables, dealing no damage, like Lion X. Like, snowballing Nyx is gonna be really scary now. This makes Nyx, like, fighting from behind stronger. Like, if you have to like, if you actually... The parts where Aghanims comes into play is when you're so far behind you have high ground defenses and Nyx.
I guess, but it's just, if you're snowballing on Nyx, you don't buy Aghanims because...
Yeah, of course,
like,
I was gonna say that. Like,
yeah, it's like,
not a snowballing
you
don't need it.
You only gain health regen and mana per second. I guess you can... Actually, it can make you sustain more, like, you can constantly gank, because you just, like, borrow yourself in there, if you just gank someone, you just run somewhere and then you dig down and then you wait in the forest and regen. Like, it's actually a lot of regen per second. It's both mana and health. I didn't realize it was mana too. So in that sense, it's actually not too bad. But it's definitely not a first item. It's like, okay, I have taken Blink now. Maybe I could get an Aghanims, because I mean, it still supports a lot of things he needs. He needs bigger range in his spells. But it's something you get later. It's not a rush item. It's just often when we hear about Aghanims, it's something you get pretty fast. I think. Right? Is there any heroes that gets it like later?
Wait, sorry, I missed out the last part.
Oh, I just say that Nyx is like, it's an Aghanims you get a bit later. You can still use it even if you're snowballing, because you do get the health and mana regen from it.
Yeah.
So you can constantly gank. You never have to actually go back. And it requires them to have sentries and stuff all the time. I know they have to anyway.
Also, with the long range on Impale, like if you just get into a weird spot with it, you can cast Impale from a long distance, from an angle they can't see you, and then you follow them and follow up with Vendetta.
Maybe you can do
or you
it from,
initiate
like...
with the spiked Carapace that they can't avoid because of the burrow. I don't know.
You should always be able to get away, like blink into trees and burrow, or I don't know.
Or borrow blink, I guess. Borrow, because then you get your blink off cooldown. Yeah.
Anyway,
I think,
can we move on? Like,
just one thing I think that should maybe has been added, if I wanted to say it was really damn good, is that you could TP to where your borrow strike is currently. Like you borrow, like when you stun people, and then you click again on it, and then you come up where you stunned them. No?
Like
so you travel along the borrow.
If you successfully stun someone, you should be able to
No, but basically I can send out the thing, right? And just before it reaches full end, I can click on it again, and then I dig under it and come up. You know, so I can actually
as
move
long as
with
you
it.
make a carapace. Oh wait, no, it's impale.
That's like,
I don't know.
Anyway, that like you can TP to impale, that's kind of thing. I think that would be cool.
Can we move on?
Yeah.
It's...
Omnilite. Purification cast point from 0.5 to 0.4, okay.
I think
minor,
it's nice,
minor buff.
but not super needed.
I don't think they're needed much.
Yeah,
buffs.
it's kinda like whatever.
The thing I wanted to point out on Oracle is False Promise no longer makes the target invisible. And instead, its False Promise now continuously removes debuffs and disables instead of only when first cast. That means you can't stun the target because it's immediately going to be removed. It means you can't silence the target, it means you can't slow the target. It's basically an unstoppable target.
That's kind of like
basically a constant Dark Pact. This makes the snowballing, like if you go mid Oracle, like you can snowball real fucking hard because Purifying Flames is so strong. And like if you use False Promise on yourself now, you're basically invincible. Before you could only use it for the delayed damage and invis. Like you couldn't dispel anything, or well, you couldn't dispel stuns because then if you were stunned, you would have been able to cast it.
I have an
Now you can
interesting
snowball
question.
really hard with him.
I have an interesting question about the ulti now. If you run into a Chronosphere, can you run inside of it too?
I don't think so because it's not a debuff.
It is.
Yeah.
You get a buff on you. It's a
Are you sure?
lingering
Well,
buff,
if
yes.
Slark runs into the Chronosphere with Dark Pact, does he move? No.
I'm kind of curious, like if it's
Isn't
possible.
it a buff? I'm pretty sure it's a buff.
No, it's not a buff. Like, Dark Pact doesn't remove it. Why would this?
Are you sure? I actually never
Yes.
seen anyone Dark Pact in it.
It's just that when the Dark Pact breaks, you're still in the Chrono. It's just gonna
Then
get
you get
refreshed.
stunned again, or whatever you want
Yeah.
to call it.
Yeah, you're
So
just gonna
I'm
get
kind of
paused
curious if
again.
you can
Like, it's actually cool.
use the Fusel Blade against the False Promise now or not.
No, you can't.
I
It's
don't
still
think-
not dispellable.
Doesn't state that it's dispellable. Well, however,
Oracle
they
is
did...
it's really strong, and I think
Well, is it-
think this is a minor. I don't know if I would call it a nerf to support Oracle. Like, the cooldown is pretty big, the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
But
The cooldown
every
is
other
big.
aspect of him is buffed, in my opinion. The invisible part, I don't know. That's like a minor part of it, in my opinion. You can't
I-
use it for ganking.
I-
That's
I feel
I
like
think
it's
the
buffed.
cooldown. The cooldown was necessary. Like it was ridiculous. It happened every 20
Yeah,
seconds.
it's pretty
it-
spammable.
I agree on that. I'm just saying it's still a nerf to support Oracle more than.
I mean, it was the duration was 9 seconds before, and it was 20-second cooldown.
Yeah. Why do you have to
That
do
was,
that?
that was the thing. I was stupid. Like I was just playing against it and it had it up the hand. Anyway, do we have more comments to Zero, or is it gonna be picked?
Yes,
It's still not in CM.
Well, would it? Okay. Is it gonna
I'm
be
still
picked in
gonna
pops?
pick it. I'm still gonna pick it because I really like the hero, and it's still the same thing. Maybe I will start using it in mid. But
It's a bit stronger.
like I've never seen anyone else play it, and I
I
played
have. I'm
pops
been
at
some players
5k.
before.
Well, it's a
I will
support
stop.
hero, so you don't see
I
it
mean-
very often.
Most party games I play are on 5k, and I don't see him like ever.
I've been stopped by him.
Can I
Yeah,
say
well-
that I think his new ulti is a buff because you're just ready with the dust, and you see people taking damage and you stun and you do stuff, but now you can't do anything. You see
Like-
it, but I don't think that's a nerf considering
Well,
what you get instead.
You
Put it on a-
you can't gank with it anymore. That's the
Well-
only big part about Invis.
No, but it's more of a team fight here, which is what it should be in the start. Like, put it on a Sven that didn't buy BKB, he just bought crit and Mask Madness and all kind of crazy stuff. Literally unstoppable. He can wreck a team in 9 seconds, or 8
Yeah.
seconds. So I mean, in that sense, it's pretty damn good.
It also, like, unlike BKB, it takes away BKB piercing slows like Venomous Gale.
Yeah.
So, like, it's still good.
What about you?
Yeah, I
Aeon?
don't know. Maybe it's an overall buff if you put it that way. But can we go on? Like, this hero is pretty obsolete. Like, no one picks him.
Outworld Devourer. Outworld Destroyer.
Weird as Aghanims, I like it. You can isolate BKB targets like you used to with.
And if he hits an entire team, or like at least 3 people, he instantly gets 30 intelligence. A lot of damage incoming.
Yeah. Also, if you get Refresher, the second ult is gonna do like. I don't know exactly how much extra damage, but it's a lot.
But
Also,
then
the new the
like-
Octarine core gives him lifesteal. Big fucking buff.
Yeah, that is. Oh, that's a good point. We should discuss that item a lot when we get to it because it makes
Yeah.
a lot of caster heroes suddenly viable as carries
Oh, what did
to
you
Mm.
an
say?
extent.
The thing that reduces.
Cooldowns
Oh,
and
yeah.
it
What do you
not
think-
only does it give amazing stats, but it also gives lifesteal to Outworld.
What do you think of the Aghanim?
Gives you the Naga style of ability,
Yeah.
while buffing Refresher even more.
I personally like it, but for Refresher, the question comes to mind: can you imprison already imprisoned targets? Can you cast them in quick succession, or do you have to wait for the old imprisonments to wear off
Well-
before you cast the next one to get full benefit?
I'm just saying that if you have Refresher and Aghanims, you're probably gonna one-shot them on the second one anyway. Or gonna kill them.
Look, once, like, the thing is, you get the intelligence from the Astra. I mean, alright, you mean overlap. Yeah.
But it wouldn't matter anyway.
I mean, I don't think you can refresh Aghanims, because that would give you 8 seconds of crowd control on the whole enemy team.
Wait, you don't
like,
think you can?
Like, apart from the carry.
You say you don't think you can?
It wouldn't make sense.
But you can overlap it.
I don't think you can overlap it.
Well, you can just wait for them to come out.
You can't target it with spells. Well,
you can just wait for them to come out, basically.
Yeah, but then they can smash BKBs, and...
Unless you imprison targets which do not carry BKB.
Or if they have the blinks, they can blink because they haven't taken damage before.
Guys, you don't need to wait for them to come out because you can still damage them. You don't need to steal them in because if, let's say you hit 4 people with the first ulti and you refresh and then you hit again.
Yeah, I mean...
People are probably gonna die, like at least 2 of them is gonna die because 2 of them are totally supports.
Yeah, like, that's amazing.
So much damage.
That's amazing, hands down, but what if you could, like, keep them in the imprisonment for 8 seconds straight, reliably? Like, you have the carry popping BKB, and you instantly react with using the ult on his team. Sure, you don't damage the carry, but he's alone, because his whole team is gone for 8 seconds.
I don't think they overlap, no.
That's why.
But
it's still really good.
I saw a video of a guy do it, and he did it on 4 people, and he killed 3 of them with 2 ultis. And they're pretty tanky. It does so much damage. Because you also steal, like, how much? If you hit 4 people, you steal like 32.
You steal 13, you steal 52. You hit 4 people with it.
How is it 50? Don't you get 8 only?
You get 13.
That's 13
per...
13
still.
Oh gosh, my friend lied to me. He said 8.
Then you have to take into account, like, you get 52 more and they get 13 less per person, so it's 65 int difference increase. On every
that's a lot
one
of
hero, which means it does 650 extra damage the second time.
Yeah, plus you will probably have more int than them in the first case anyway.
Yeah, like...
Anyway.
I don't know, the hero, he looks really scary now, but he still has his own weaknesses, which are pretty huge.
He's the only hero that should be removed from the game. I don't like Outworld Devourer.
But you like tankers, you're objectively wrong. Let's move on.
Oh, okay. Phoenix. Fire Spirits now does an obstruct the wheel of the area it hits for 1 second. I think this is a good change. It doesn't sound as much, but it's one of the only things Phoenix really needed.
He can scout.
Also just if you're chasing people, knowing that you hit them and which way they're running when you hit them in the fucking wall, it's a big deal. I'm not gonna say more about it. I just think
it's a very small area.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You have a very good point. I thought it was useless before, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I know playing Phoenix that it's actually annoying when you don't know because you want to keep having the dot on him. You can't if you don't. Not too fast yourself. Either.
You can scout Roche too with it.
Yeah,
because it's pretty obvious where people stand when they're doing Roche.
Puck. I don't want to say too much. It's just a small change.
Buff to laning phase.
Not something I wanna. Just damage.
Buff to laning phase.
Amazing.
The hero as a whole.
Amazing patch change. Big fan, personally. I know it doesn't look like much, but I mean, at least it's more than he ever gotten. I feel I don't remember last time it was changed.
The hook range wasn't a big deal.
No, but I mean, his rut never, like, the slow duration never get freaking changed, I feel.
Yeah, I guess the spell, I don't know. This,
I'm just gonna jump on. Let's jump on to Puck now. Yeah. It's a lot of changes to the Cuprify. Overall, I think
the duration doesn't scale, the effect scales.
I mean, they nerfed the level 1, but buffed the last one. The last
How do you
level of
think it was nerfed level 1? I mean,
Because it goes from 50 to 30.
yeah, but the duration is longer, so you can use the control part of it
Well,
longer.
you
Like
mu- you
disable
must
someone, like if you get a value point and it say your support.
but
The-
you can't put everything like you have to take it the role it usually is played, and that's
I mean,
mid hero.
I don't know. I haven't.
At
I
the
don't
mid,
know
you
if
just want to get
I
one
mean,
new
the
role.
hero's been out of the meta for so long. What if it comes back to support?
Well, maybe. I mean, I just still think.
Yeah,
the
if it's played the
slow
traditional
and
way,
nuke is,
the traditional way, which is safe laning, mech rushing, Pugna.
They buffed the how much damage and how much health you get from your ulti. Level 1 and in every level.
But you can no longer stand outside fountain and get life drain.
Whoa.
Only in level 3 you can. Stuff on the range.
How much does
I hear
Agnes
that.
actually increase the... I don't remember what the Agnes does on that hero anymore. The hero is so out of the game.
You can you can use it on allies. That's it, I think.
No, I think that's from the ground. That's this part.
Oh, yeah,
No,
you're
the
right, right.
Agnes increases strain, increases cost range and sets cooldown to 0.
But no, it doesn't increase the cast range anymore. It says
Yeah,
toughness items.
the current one.
Oh, okay. Well, so basically they remove the Aghanims, but then they make the life drain, or they remove the range of the Aghanims, but just
the
make it
Aghanims.
always long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Overall buff, and like with all the other pushing arrows, push meta. I don't know the Cripify. I don't know about that.
It's a bit of a nerf because you usually just have one in it. If you want it for damage at least, damage wise, I'm thinking position 2 wise. It's a nerf.
Yeah, like I think that way too. Like either safer in mid farmer, while you have a carry in the other. I mean,
Let's just jump onto
eventually
Vicky.
it will be maxed out, but then it's only 10%, so it doesn't matter.
Let's jump onto Ricky.
Yeah.
Fine.
Does anyone wanna read this?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, why not? So, Ricky, you've had his attack speed slow removed from smokescreen, and now it instead reduces turn rate by 30%.
I
assume
think that's pretty nice.
Yeah, the miss chance is still there, so you still can't man fight him in the smoke most of the time, unless you get the items to do that.
And now it's gonna be, yeah.
Better ganker, even with the value point in smoke.
It's gonna be
So,
so
I think it's good.
annoying.
There's more in
Actually-
team fights as well, with people not turning properly.
Like,
Actually,
I
nerfs
think that
Batrider
makes-
a bit.
Why does it
It-
nerf him?
It makes him less unique. Like you pick him for turn rating, you don't. By Ricky does the same now.
You can't. It takes longer to turn in the correct direction for your force.
Yeah.
Getting diffusion blade in a
Takes a
smoke
longer
bomb is
time to
it's
enter
just-
it, to leave it the right way as well.
Yes, exactly. It's gonna be more annoying than it was before.
Right clicking is already an issue. Like,
Because
It's
of the miss
just-
chance. Yeah.
Okay,
Move on.
But I think I like it just
Oh.
because it makes him stronger. I don't know.
I like it too because he does. If he doesn't snowball, he's pretty weak. I feel.
now it's more utility.
I mean, Nullfield now also affects creeps.
Buff
Pretty
to
good.
push. Buff to pushing.
Yeah, it's nice. That's
I'm
it,
a
I
fan.
think.
It's
Hello,
something
Chen.
Rubik needed. Yeah, Rubik needed something.
I think.
That's nice for Chen, yes.
I'm
I
a
think I would have loved to see something more fun. That spell is so boring.
Rubik now has his ulti as a basic ability.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or no cooldown on telekinesis.
I'm a
Aghanim's-
really.
Aghanim's
I'm a
Scepter
really-
now, yeah, whatever.
Sorry.
No, I was going to make a ridiculous suggestion for a fun
Oh.
change.
Okay, go on.
Aghanim's Scepter now lets you steal spells from allies.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's,
that would be nice.
I remember a guy in my like when Ruby came out. I wasn't playing Dota at the time because I was only playing Han. And a friend of mine was, yeah, there's came a guy that can steal spells and it works on allies. And I actually believed him. And then I realized, like, wait, what if you just double black hole? Oh right, yeah, that's balanced, and that would I don't know, I was a noob back then, who cares?
I'm a big fan of the Sand King change. I think it's super good.
Pubs, I don't know if I may say something.
Wait,
now-
what are we discussing?
Sand King
Sand
now.
King.
The
Okay.
caustic finale change.
Yeah.
This is going to make more idiots want to jungle him level 1. I don't like that. They're
Well-
going to start with that caustic finale thing and try to choke point jungle him and fail to bits, and the team is going to lose every time someone tries it.
Fucking hero. I like him a lot, but every time he's picked on my pubs, it's I get to level 1 Sandstorm, I do nothing, and
Yeah,
then they
and
don't get a
now-
line in time and shit.
Yeah, and now people are also going to max caustic finale to jungle more.
Yeah. Okay, but okay, let's think in a more competitive way.
Definitely.
So it's now actually useful. Like a lot of pro players just skip it now because stats.
Is it though? Because now you
FY
have
does
to...
it, so and I think he's an okay Sand King player.
It's useful in the sense that it applies a slow.
That is useful, but you won't have any use for the expiration trigger.
I think that it is because before it was really useless in a team fight, but now you also guarantee extra damage. If you just hit people, you're
If you
guaranteed
just hit,
damage
like,
on them.
you're already gonna do the epicenter, right? It's gonna kill. If there's one creep, you're gonna get that slow off.
Now you're gonna
Or
take-
if you're focusing one player with your ulti, you're gonna have full damage of the ulti on this one player.
now you're gonna poke everybody in the team fight to make them.
But Roland, you don't need to kill them.
I mean,
It
for
just
the
needs to expire.
instant part,
Oh,
like just to get the slow off at once. I mean, the initiation as a whole becomes stronger, you know.
well, but your epicenter slows.
Yeah, and I think it stacks. I mean, the epicenter only slows by like 30% or something, right?
When the damage triggers, so.
Well, I'm
Well, the
still a big
damage.
fan of this.
I like it a lot.
You can't.
It
I mean,
makes
I
this
don't.
buff.
I don't think Icefrog thinks our idiot's gonna use this when he balances. So I don't think we can take that in.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
Even though I'm gonna try to jungle with this.
What I would care so
No,
much
you-
if people would play it like idiots. It's so fun to see how people play it differently.
I mean, opening up more viable options. The better way to go than thinking about some people. There will always be people playing the game in a weird way.
Yeah, well, of course, I was just basically making the remark in a jokingly fashion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's nice. It's funny.
It might actually open him up for a mid hero as well. Again, he has been mid before. I played him mid a bunch of times in ranked.
Mushy played it in some pro game.
It's just, I mean, this just guarantees like you don't even need to. You just need to hit it once, but then it's gonna go off at least some damage. I don't know. I kind of like that. I was a big fan of Caustic Finale even before. I mean, not that big. It's much better it's much better in Dota than it is in Hun, because Hun the uptime is only like the buff time is only 1.5 seconds. Which is
I
ridiculous.
remember that it was so bad.
You did need
Anyway.
to last hit it.
Yeah, and then you could fuck up other last hits with it. I don't know.
Actually,
I like it makes the skill useful and
yeah, well,
buffs.
It's never-
I don't know.
it didn't make too much sense before. It makes sense more now.
Yeah, it's actually like
Wait, it's a
Anyway.
poison, right? It's supposed to show us a poison thing.
Yeah.
Poison is something that, I mean, yeah, makes
it's,
more sense.
yeah,
It
it
doesn't
goes off
explode.
after time or spreads contagiously. Anyway, moving on. I'm not gonna be up for
Shadow Demon.
much more.
Take it away, Roland.
Shadow Demon SD 2014. Shadow Poison mana cost from 50 to 40. Demonic Purge Aghanim Scepter upgrade now applies break. Disabling passive abilities.
That's nice.
Demonic Purge already has the Aghanims that gives it free charges, and which means you can disable a person's passives through BKB for 15 seconds.
PA is gonna love this.
Why is it 15?
This
Oh, because
with
it's 2.
again with Alchemist. He's a great support combo with Alchemist, and this Aghanims is big, but you rarely get to farm on this here. I mean, you can stack.
I guess a support alchemist that just farms 1 Aghanims for his other support friend is pretty good. If you have another support that has a good Aghanims,
I mean,
I guess it's somewhat worth it.
I mean, in this case also, it's like not an Aghanims that requires a good timing. It's not like the tiny Aghanims, you know.
No,
This is
it's
good
just
at all
always
points on the
good.
game, so the Alchemist could get like Medallion, Blink, Aghanims, and then you upgrade the Medallion afterwards to the new item.
But it's gonna be funny how an alchemist on your team can be like, no, don't get Aghanim, I will get it for you. And like stop you from getting an item.
Not really,
Yeah,
because it gives you
like
gold
the
to buy something else.
implying that there are actually friendly players in this game.
Gotta be a pain playing alchemist. I'm like, people like, you're so useless, no item. But I gave you guys 4 Aghanims.
I don't care. Maybe I can play support Alchemist without getting flamed now.
Okay,
No item alchemist report.
we're moving on.
Yep.
Shadow Demon,
Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, yes, has gotten some buffs that I don't. Yeah, whatever.
He has been promoted from being a fly to being a beetle, but you can still squash him in the...
Nice expression.
His pushing power is really strong.
Yeah, but that doesn't change because of this patch, though.
It becomes relevant.
Anyway,
I mean, most other cases he used to be like Lane could do almost everything better than him.
Silencer.
Moving, it means shush.
Means shut up.
Oh, shush. Silencer movement speed reduced. Last word. Initial enemy cast alliance window from 5 to 4. I don't understand that.
It
Last
means
word
that
no
you
longer
only have 4
disarms.
seconds to cast a spell.
Oh. Last word no longer disarms.
Yeah, it's only
Go on.
silence now.
Okay,
Go,
just slow
read the last part, it's related.
Yeah, last word now applies 15, 16, 18, 20% movement speed slow when it triggers. I think this is a nerf.
I think
Yeah,
so too.
it's a
Sounds
bit of a
right.
change. They made
Well-
it so that he can now gank.
But actually,
Actually,
I don't know.
some
I mean,
ganking
the slow
utility.
is so, not only, like the slow is literally slow. And
Well, it's not a
weak.
nerf. It's not a nerf, is it? It's a nerf in the
20%
sense
Yeah.
slow
of.
for
I
disarm.
mean, how often do people actually get disarmed?
When
guess
it
if you
happens
use
though, it's
global-
very significant.
If you use global with it, I guess in a team fight you can get someone disarmed. I guess.
Not
In the
But
late
they
game
usually have
where
BKB
people
anyway, with those kind
when
of
BKB
items.
goes out, anyway, then they're just gonna pop a spell.
So in the
But
sense
before
that,
and after BKB. I mean, early game, kinda.
well,
Yeah,
disarm
like
is not
that's-
very good early game.
You don't think so?
Mm,
No, because it
I
doesn't
think-
happen that often. It's better to get the slow because it triggers. So you have a silence and a slow that triggers.
But imagine if you're against an Ursa. He wants to attack so fast, and then he gets disarmed.
He won't
then
because he can use
like,
abilities.
Use the
then
spell.
it's on him for not having a spell ready when that spell comes.
But you use
mean-
ulti.
But ulti is a long cooldown. I only said it in team fights because that's when you usually use the global.
Actually,
And that's
the
when you wanna disarm someone.
global on level 1 lasts for 4 seconds, by the way. And this, you only have a 4-second window to cast spells.
Okay, the way we're gonna wrap it up now is that everyone is gonna say nerf or buff, and then that's our comment on it.
Nerf.
Yeah, nerf.
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 No,
Situational
go
nerf.
with it.
I don't know. I can't
I
say.
think it's a pretty balanced change. I'm not sure if it's a buff or a nerf.
I think
a
it's
little bit in between.
I think it's a nerf because if you get even though you get a slow off every single time, the disarm was still like, let's say you just get it off 1/3 of the time, it's still way better. Disarm like a melee carry.
The disarm was
It's
something
definitely
like
good.
you could
Oh,
BKB
go ahead.
for. And I would never BKB. You would never BKB for a slow.
I think it's good because he was like
Yeah.
a range and viper.
I mean-
with only one ability.
That's true.
The slow is just feels too weak.
Too little slow.
Like it's good. Like you can like get more hits on someone who's silenced. Like they can't repel, they don't wanna auto attack back. They're gonna be slow, so you're gonna get in more hits. But the slow is so weak, like pointless.
Okay, Slaughter. 25
Buff.
damage to every slithering crush.
I think it's
Okay.
a buff, but I'm not quite sure.
I'm just not even gonna ask. Sniper. I think we can all agree it's a nerf.
Hooray!
Even without reading it, just knowing the hero. Sniper agility gain reduced with 3.
0.4.
Oh, 4, yeah, shit. Shrapnel recharge time increased, 15 seconds longer every charge. Shrapnel delay increased from 0.8, Jesus. 1.4. That's actually pretty big. It's the time it takes for it to land, right?
Yeah, and then maybe you can back out of it, and then you don't get then they don't get vision of you, and can't keep attacking.
Less ganking, killing utility, more like scouting team fight. Not more, but retained.
I think the biggest one is the headshot now can now miss. I think that might be the biggest one of those.
Yeah, it's a 40% when MKB, like... You basically take away 20% of the PA's 50% evasion.
Okay, so we all agree it's a nerf?
Yeah.
Let's
That's
move
It's a
on.
nerf.
Reality no longer kills the target
High
illusion,
ground
it now
got nerfed.
swaps positions.
And
Uh,
that's
Weird
nice.
buff.
That's a big buff. I actually think it's a pretty big buff for early game Spectre and mid game, because when your
You can
team
jump
goes,
back.
yeah, when your team goes to gang, you can go up, get credit or a regold, or maybe even the last hit of it, and then jump back to your own lane.
I
the same
didn't
multi-
think of that.
Just simply because you swap position with your illusion.
It also, like, it killed the illusion you jumped to before. Like, so if you jump to one person and then jump to the next, the first person's illusion would be gone.
Yeah, but
Right.
in last patch they changed so it didn't kill them. Jump to it.
I think
That's just-
there's
I mean,
one.
if you jump from one person that you jump to person 1, then you jump to person 2. Person 1's illusion will be gone because you jumped to it earlier. I'm pretty sure it works that way.
that's in 83, currently patched. Don't kill any illusions ever. It expires, that's the only thing. Can't
Okay.
kill illusions.
Anyway,
your
yeah, it's-
enemies can kill it.
It
just
also it makes it really hard for them to be able to know where you actually are. If you go for the mom build, for example, you're gonna do a lot of damage very early, and this causes a lot of confusion, making the mom a bit safer, but you still have the.
Hey
effect.
Roland, I'm gonna jump to Spiritbreaker now. Your favorite hero.
There's one more thing to the Spectre actually.
Yeah.
Okay, what is
There
it?
actually is. Yeah, the thing is that I think the illusion that gets swapped in early game, it's still going to be tied to the same target. So if you swap from your safe lane, it's going to try to run across the map to get to its target. So when you swap back, your position is going to be a bit putting it out there.
I'm not
How
I
sure.
do
don't
you
think
You don't
that's
have
the
to swap back,
intended.
it's
I don't
for
think
the
that's the
position.
intended.
I
But
think they might
it's-
just make it auto tag random things like a creep or something.
Maybe, but I think that's how. I suspect that's how it's going to work. Intended or not, I think that's.
Probably
Anyway,
not
I
that's
bad,
all.
think
and
it's
then-
just
and then
gonna
they patch it.
stand an auto
Yeah,
attack.
we'll see how it works, but I think Atlanta's original the way he put it out is. I mean, it's a buff. It makes it easier for her to go back to farming.
That it is. Anyway, Spirit Breaker then.
In Parting Haze, cooldown from 16 to 12. Isn't that his passive movement speed
Yeah.
thing? He can click. Okay,
Yes.
I didn't
think
think he
he-
needed a
I
bigger.
even forget to click on it anyway, so I.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
because it
that's
doesn't
you.
cost any mana. But I really expected something something more for him, like some nerf for him. Oh well.
The new Glimmer Kip might be useful for him.
Storm Spirit. Movement speed reduced from 290 to 285.
That's abysmal. Is he like the slowest hero in the game now?
No,
No,
that
No,
is
it's
one.
think
not.
it's-
He's
it's
on
all the way
par
down
with
to
'Venomancer, 'Venomancer, Visage. I don't know what other heroes has
I think it
that
is the
movement speed.
slowest, right?
Yes.
Not slowest.
He's
Crystal Maiden is
75.
280.
Yeah, but
No,
75.
take his.
Tech is 75.
Or 70.
Tekis is the slowest.
X is
And,
slowest, hands down.
You think 85 is the slowest?
No, it's
No.
not, but,
No,
but
okay.
it's slower than many heroes for sure.
The
Touch
many
is-
mid heroes.
Invoker is 80. Crystal Maiden is 80.
Yeah,
Basically,
there are 4 heroes that are slower than him.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh,
Death
oh,
Prince.
5, right? Whatever. It doesn't matter.
considering his lack of movement speed items, this makes... It just makes him rely more on ball lightning, it makes him easier to gank early game.
Well, and they
Um,
also nerf Ball Lightning Division, which is a huge nerf, I feel, because Division is actually a big deal. I feel.
Yeah,
Um,
I
It
agree on
was.
that.
Anyway, I'm moving on to Sven, because now we need to get down to those items.
Yeah.
Warcry bonus, okay, they buffed it with...
1 more armor per level.
No, look at the last level.
4 more.
It's basically 1,
I mean,
2, 3, 4.
For every time you spec in it, you now get 5 instead of 4.
Anyway.
So it scales better.
Techies!
So it's
Okay.
like
gonna be
bigger than
fun.
any armor item in the game.
Can we start taking like the heroes just overall what happened? So like techies,
Yeah.
instead of reading numbers, it takes so long.
Yeah,
We're
sure thing.
almost done
Yeah, I know. No, we're not. We just went on
with
the
the
half.
heroes.
Oh. Okay, so basically what they done with techies is that they added the minefield sign to actually be relevant for him. It has a cooldown of 120. Wait, what? Mine cooldown from 122. Oh, 360, okay. It was 120 before. Basically, minefield sign was useless, right? Before. It didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Now it's 360 cooldown. He has to be able to walk to where he want to place it.
But the
It has an effect around it.
big thing is the Aghanim upgrade for the
Yeah.
techies sign.
It only has half of the lifetime that is the cooldown. And basically the Academics is that it hides anything in the target area around the sign. Like you can't detect it. It's undetectable. Which is how I looked at it is that you can at least, if you feel that it's a good timing for them to go Roche, you can just put a sign in there and they can look at the sign and see they have no idea to know if it doesn't say anything you can kill the sign, and you're not able to kill the sign in the game now, so I assume you can't.
And you
So-
can put it up for mind games, or
Yeah,
they
it's
just
simply
make
just
your mind sound removable, but
Yeah,
you
they
can
are
just send in on
unkillable.
a summon or whatever.
just
or
put
just
remote
attack
mines.
Roche.
Just remote mines.
It's a really good upgrade.
Yeah,
Is-
that's actually true, the remote mines get sick with that.
It's just unfortunate that it seems to have like 180 seconds of downtime because your minefield sign will time out.
But also the area of effect is 125, so it has to be right on top of the sign.
Yeah, well, I mean, otherwise, how would you break high ground against that?
Exactly,
With
because
that 100% uptime?
then if it had like say 300 radius, then you would have 180 seconds where it is literally completely impossible for the enemy to push. Unless they have sniper and draw and everything they need that has range.
But he can only have one
Aghanim's remotes
sign,
always already
and there are
covers
3
the
lanes.
high ground ramp.
I think it just adds another competitive, like they try to make it competitive viable, and it adds another skill to playing techies. I know it sounds stupid, but techies
It
is actually
does.
pretty hard to play. Yeah,
It's a hero reliant on mind games. This gives him more space to do that.
And I actually been thinking like they should do something that makes my mind not die to everything, because it's so stupid how you just get countered by entries. So. Anyway, going on to melt, temperatures. I mean, melt reduced for 1 second. Okay. Terror blade, faction, reflection cast range. Okay, increase range. And they buffed illusion damage, I guess.
This
but-
kind of does
I
this
think it still
still?
sucks.
I think it's still, the hero is still trash.
But can he cast this through BKB?
I don't
He
think
used
so.
to, he can't anymore. It doesn't mean it's done, it doesn't do anything.
Then it's still worthless, because otherwise they would basically buff his man fight, allowing him to outcarry some other carries, but I guess no.
I'm going on to
like,
Thailand.
you have to take into account that BKB doesn't have a pretty big downtime now with the nerf. I mean, you can. It still does damage for BKB. You just can't cast it. It's physical damage. Like it's a hero hitting you.
Go Tidehunter. Go Tidehunter.
Sorry for sounding so cranky. I'm a bit tired.
Don't be so obsessed with time.
Cracking shield damage blocks increase from 10, 20, 30, 40, 12, 24, 36, 48.
Okay.
Just a small buff overall.
It's big.
Timbersaw got fixed like Centaur and Axe.
So it's actually so strong.
And they increased the armor stacks you can get. You're back to armor. Moving on to Tinker, the lovely hero. They increased the blind from 3 to 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5. 4.5 is very, very high. As well as moving, reducing the mana cost by 25 in each level of the ulti. This also I'm very happy about. Aghanim Scepter Laser no longer has additional cast range. Aghanim Scepter was never really bought, it's not very good, but I actually like it a bit more now. Just since, just because of some of the new items, I like it. Aghanim Scepter Laser now refracts to visible enemy heroes with a 5.5 or 550 bounce range. So basically just bounce infinity if it can. Oh, well, I guess it can't bounce to the same heroes, can it? No.
It doesn't say, but probably not, no.
Actually, I think I have a picture of it. I have a picture of what it bounces in a star.
That you're not gonna link.
I mean, meaning it refracts means it only bounces in a certain... I don't know what it's called. Certain angles. I think that's what refract means, otherwise it would just say that it bounces. Right?
Well, refracts mean it's like
it jumps back.
It just hits anything, or hits one person inside of the 550 bounce range, and it can't be the same person. I think that's how it works.
Oh, okay.
Just bounce to
it's a pretty big buff.
I would maybe like it a bit more if it hit creeps too, since you could simply just kill creep waves really, really damn fast.
I mean, you already have
the
March.
machines.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah, but it's not fast,
strong
it's
for
slow.
I mean, it wouldn't, like, I just think it wouldn't make much of a difference. I can dream of that hero never ever becoming fucking relevant again.
But I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's extremely irritating.
You're
to play
objectively
against.
wrong.
It's kind of like the
Let's go on.
sniper.
Wait, is Aghanim's and Tinker good or bad still?
I think it's pretty good now.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I don't know.
Depends on how much fighting is gonna be happening.
If you want to fight and
I
wanna
mean,
help in the team fights.
With the blink, you can get in position to you make it bounce from one person to the whole team.
Yeah, but not just the bouncing, also the rockets.
Small rockets.
I don't know about the rockets. I don't know.
No, but it's like a good addition to the laser. I mean, the laser bounces and the rockets hits 4 people. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Anyway, going on to Tiny. Tusk's grab radius increased from 250 to 275. Finally, they done like in Hon, so it hits. You grab the closest and not the random unit. Which is something I've been waiting on for like 3.5 years now.
A quality of life buff.
Something that made Tiny really, really unplayable for me, wasn't.
Yeah, the randomness is incredibly annoying.
Also, like you can toss magic immune players.
Yes.
Considering Tiny's naturally high movement speed, in a team fight you can probably reliably always toss the magic immune person.
Yes. Like trying to toss...
making this a really, really big buff. Otherwise, before you could just clump up, you know.
I wish they had done this in the last patch so I could touch the damn Juggernaut more like every time.
Not the sniper. Yeah, sniper doesn't rely on positioning.
No,
Anyway.
it's more like you interrupt the blade fury, like the spin with it.
I think... I don't know,
What?
trying to get buffed. But
Wait.
the end, go on.
A Treant Protector, Eyes in the Forest area of effect reduced from 800 to 700, okay. Troll has been nerfed a lot. Basically everything I think was really good about the hero has just been removed.
Which
You
is...
would, mate.
Vision on all his spells, like Bane the Whirling Axis was one of the best chasing things ever. The damage from the Berserker Rage is no longer there. And I don't know, it's just all the vision on his spells was
That's
so
the things
damn good.
that were... I think, like, if you think of how the hero is, those are the things that it didn't, like, it wasn't connected to the hero to me. He's good at man fighting, he's good at chasing. Just keep those strengths and remove the others randoms like vision. And battle trance.
I still don't think he's useless, he's just not overpowered. I think that's
I agree, he's still good, but
he still gives
he's weak.
everyone...
He's not overpowered because everyone else got buffed in addition to this.
Let's go task.
I think that's what Luna likes.
I can't believe you didn't let me say a single
Oh yeah, we have to let Aeon talk about Troll. He has a lot of
to get
experience.
it out of my system since my last 40 pop games or Troll games. Okay. The base damage nerf, completely fair. That's what I was looking for. The other ones, I'm a bit hurt by this thing that they removed the vision on the whirling axis ranged, because I really loved that as a scouting tool. That was my favorite. I would have liked them to leave that in. It's kind of broken, but still I'm saddened by this.
Yeah.
A nerf I would have liked to him is shorter flying time for the melee whirling axis. Enemy cores just have to wait too long to engage him, the melee ones. I would have loved them to fly around for 1.5 seconds, no longer. They're flying around for too long now.
I think that sounds
That's
really
a big,
short.
that's a part of the hero in my opinion.
Like,
he's supposed to be like that king of man fighting.
Yeah, if we think about how long, for example, Juggernaut has his Blade Fury, it's really long. I don't know. I don't think I would change the duration of the whirling axis. But the vision, I think, is just fair, especially because other heroes get so nerfed with their vision that their skills give. Like Bane and PA. No, PA still gets vision. I read a fake patch. Thank you, Lightwing.
You're welcome.
Yep. Anyway, we can move on. That was all. Just wanted to get it out of my system.
Oh, that's...
So you're a
I'm-
full control picker.
Luna, retouch.
Okay. Ice Shards, less mana cost, awesome. Cooldown reduced. Nice. And vision reveal.
You don't have to say what you think after you're reading everything. Okay.
Just
I can do what I like. Okay. I get 2 seconds of vision reveal from Ice Shards. Oh, they buffed Ice Shards so much. It's awesome. Snowball speed is now a constant 675, so you don't get more if you have more heroes, which is too bad. Snowball no longer auto-loads units in 100 range. Tusk can now add allies to Snowball while it's moving. That's awesome! And then there's an Aghanim Scepter to Tusk, adds a new ability called Walrus Kick. Kicks the target back 900 units. The kick slows by 40% for 4 seconds, 12-second cooldown. Okay, so they still missed what I really wanted, which was the old Tusk ulti, so I don't have to stand and charge in front of the carry and he kills me before I can get it off.
Look how it's look how
Yeah, Lightwing linked it to me.
Is it the patch that's
I
gonna
like
get
it,
all
all
over the
those
place?
buffs are the correct buffs for this
Not sure
hero,
why
in
it
my
does
opinion.
it.
I think it's very like it's very proper changes. He always had mana problems and the ice shards were too long of cooldown, and sometimes I even have the snowball on cooldown, and it's annoying, but it's fine. And you need to go bottle and stuff like that.
Ice Shard's reveal is really nice too.
Yes.
I mean, where does it actually reveal? Is it that when
It's
they
in the
spawn?
it's in the center of the ice shards.
Like
in-
where
it's
they
in the
end
circle.
up?
Yeah, it's where they
Okay.
end.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, it's add to his weird utility kit, which is the hero. I've always liked him, but it's just, yeah, I don't know. You can't pick him in pub games and expect to do well because he's so niche. But I like those buffs.
Wanna move on to Undying?
Yeah.
I don't like Dagger Imps too much. I don't think it's that useful. Or like,
The hero doesn't farm enough to ever get it.
Yeah, that's true.
you can have Alchemist farm it for you.
Yeah, but this
This
is one of the
Alchemist.
heroes that actually, it's just not worth it.
Doesn't do damage.
He's
Not
not
enough.
good
I
at
mean-
farming.
I don't know if it goes through BKB, it's broken. If it doesn't go through BKB, it's stupid.
I think it does go through BKB.
I think so too.
I mean, 900 units with ice shards, you can isolate someone from the fight, push them up a cliff, cut off the ramp, GG. The carry is now isolated for the rest of the fight.
Well, that's his thing. He's the one who splits up the fights and so.
Yeah, but I mean that's a bit extreme. If you can do that through BKB. Considering all his other kits, all his other things already go through. Well,
You can still split up fights with the Earthshaker Fisher. Totally ruin it.
yeah, but he can't move the carry in BKB.
Okay, let's move on to the zombie.
I mean, with
Nightwing.
I really hate this hero, so
Yeah, but
I
you're
prefer
somebody
have
too.
somebody else.
I really like this hero. Soul Rip is now considered
Let
a
me
1
read it.
damage. Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Soul Rip is now considered a 1 damage. What?
Okay, go on.
Soul Rip is now considered a 1 damage instance on the enemy. Remove Tombstone Zombie targeting from Soul Rip, nerf. Tombstone Zombies now require 1 attack to kill rather than having 30 health. They require 2 from creeps. What this does is that zombies will now die from 1 hit from creeps instead of 2. Or, no, they die from 2, I'm fucking tired. The damage Soul Report is pretty big.
I think it's a nerf overall, just not as good at all.
I don't like it. The hero wasn't popular enough to warrant a nerf.
It doesn't remove refaction anymore.
I mean, his early team fighting capability is huge, and the meta is tilting more towards that kind of gameplay, so...
Well, still,
Fair.
the fact that his soul rip, okay, you can't heal that, like, he can't heal his tombstone, like, guaranteed that much anymore. He can't remove refaction with soul rip anymore.
Nope.
All his zombies just dies to the freaking creeps anyway, so they don't even spawn. Don't know, I just think it's
like
all
it's...
nerf.
Like, they die as fast as creeps. The creeps needed 2 hits.
Yeah,
before,
but what is
now
the
it's still
bigger
there.
creeps?
Alright, that's a good point. Now they die even slower to big creeps.
I guess.
Because they need 2 instead of 1.
But I mean,
But
I
like,
just think it's a nerf
the thing
overall.
is, Soul Rip is getting so gimped. Like, how often, like, it's gonna be so rare to actually get off a lot of hits with Soul, like a big Soul Rip without pushing.
Yeah.
It's like they're forcing him to be a pushing team fighting hero instead of just a team fighting hero.
You're going to have to pair him with heroes who summon stuff to get anything out of Soul Rip.
Tyrion.
I mean, it's still like in a 5-on-5 fight. It's still you're gonna hit 10 people with it. That's 10 out of 16. I don't know.
You wanna go on to the Fuzzy Bear?
It's still 180 damage or heal.
We're going
Just
on
a
to
first
Fuzzy
spell.
Bear.
Just another thing about Soul Rip, actually. Now that it's 1 instance, it's not obliterated by spell resistance.
What? It's still
If
the same.
if it was many instances before, then every instance would be reduced by spell damage. that would make it do less damage. Total.
Well, like, it's still gonna do the same amount of total as magic resistance as 25%.
Ah, never mind. Move on to Ursa. I'm tired too.
Yeah.
Ursa goes into a frenzy, causing him to take 80% less damage from any source, and for his attack to deal 2.5, 3 times the Fury Swipe damage. Removes any existing debuffs upon cast. Duration 4 seconds, Fury Swipe multiplier, blah blah blah. Cooldown 50, 45, 40.
Weird.
I call it a bit broken. I think the amount of damage you can get off in 4 seconds is ridiculous. Instead of just getting 4 Fury Swipes off in over 16 when you do your fast 4 hits, you get 12, I guess, 12 stacks.
I think you misread it.
But no, Fury Swipe multiplier.
It means the damage that Fury Swipes do gets multiplied. You don't add more Fury Swipes.
Oh, okay. Let's say you hit 4 times.
Yeah, like, it's still, yeah, that's, in that sense, you're gonna get huge.
It's the same deal. It's the same as I just said. You might as well count it as 12 stacks instead of 4 times 3 times 4 the damage.
Yeah, yes, man, that's the way you said it first made it sound like it would add 3 per hit, like 3 extra stacks.
Well, that's basically what it does. In some sense. Damage-wise, that's how much damage you're gonna do.
That would like in one burst, that would be like go from 6 stacks to 18. Like, and that damage would continue because I don't know. I'm tired. Don't listen to me.
No, it's just right what you said. What does people think of this? Nerf or buff?
Buff.
I'm not sure.
I think
Not sure
it's. I think it's an absolutely huge buff. Like with this, you're going to, provided that you can keep them a bit locked down in some way, you're going to be able to burst down even heavy targets come late game, unless they have a lot of armor and just take away big percentages of every hit. Because now, like, if you attack 6 times and you apply 6 Fury Swipes to one enemy, that's already, let's see, 180 bonus damage. And now you're gonna triple that. That's gonna be 500 bonus damage.
Well, think of using this with the second overpower. Like, you overpower before the fight, you jump in, get the overpower hits off. Yeah. And then you use the ult, and it's like 500 for the first hit, and then the next. Oh my god, it's just huge.
You can kill Roche pretty fast at level 6.
I mean, isn't this sustained damage nerf though?
Basically, unless you get interrupted in some way while this is going on, you're gonna end up hitting for 700 damage.
But didn't they do the Fury Swipes last for like 12 seconds?
But I guess it's balanced by its short duration. It's only 4 seconds, so you still need actually an attack speed items to get all of the hits out.
So I guess
you can dispel things.
I guess it's really good with a Bristleblade. So when you actually guarantee a lockdown on one hero, you can just like rip him apart.
Yeah, but even with that, you still need like a Seer or Mjolnir to get as many hits off as possible.
What about Mask of Madness?
I think you should just use it with
That's gonna be very painful.
I mean, with overpower you already have max attack speed.
Yeah, but that's only for
I mean, or actually, right, you're still gonna have a lot bigger window where you can hit. Yeah.
Anyway, overall,
I mean, you have like 0.2 attacks per. Never mind. Takes 1 second to get the full overpower off or something like that.
I like the change. I think it makes the hero a bit more viable in some ways. It was good before, but now I just feel it's a bit better at team fighting.
I don't know. I want to see this in practice before I say anything.
But we're gonna move on because
I'm pretty sure that the Olden Rage, like the extra damage, procced another Fury Swipe, but I don't know. Maybe that was only Noda one, because I don't see anything.
Venomous skill has got extra damage, 110 damage every level now. He got 10 damage in level 1.
Yeah, so that's like a total of what? 80 damage I don't know.
It's 75 damage level 1.
Going to the zoo.
It takes 4 times.
Okay,
6 to 5.
Gravekeeper's Cloak, recharge time for 6 to 4. Familiar no longer has 300, 400, and 600 health. Familiar now requires 4 hero attacks to be killed. Creeps has illusions do 1, 4 damage. Towers do 1, 2 damage.
So basically this means he no longer instantly automatically loses attacks.
And Bristleback, and
Medusa and Gyrocopter, etc.
Doesn't Medusa still hit them though?
Yeah, Flak Cannon and Split Shot probably still gimps them, but now you can't at least you can't kill them with anything but those two are carries in a sense.
Yeah, but there's something you can do about it at least. It's not like, oh, 1000 range, you're familiar with
the ultra late game, it's more easy to play around because you can just stun. Like, by the time Medusa hits them, has done 4 hits with split shots, you should already be able have them in position to stun.
Yeah, or just run.
Or just not. I don't know.
Okay, so that's a good change, right?
Definitely.
I like it.
It makes it more. The hero doesn't have those heroes that just makes him useless anymore.
Moving
so
on
he
to
gets
Warlock.
more flexible.
I'm desperate to get done with these heroes now. Fatal Bonds cast rate increased from 900 to 1000. Fatal Bonds cast time from 0.5 to 0.2. Chaotic offering golems health regeneration from 1530 45 to 25 50 75.
Oh my god.
Wow, so much health regen.
That's a health regen.
That's a whole
That's
lot.
good. We're moving on to Weaver because then there's finally a new acronyms. Hey.
Oh, and the cast time for Fatal Bond, so maybe you have more time to cast it before the chaotic.
Doesn't it have like extreme range already? Like
the swarm duration rescale from 14, 16, 18, 20 to 16. The swarm damage from 15, 20, 25, 30 to 20. The swarm attack rate from an attack every 1.35 seconds to 1.4, 2.
Ouch.
1.25, 1.1, 4.95. Gyrocopter attack now launches second projectile 0.25 seconds after the initial one. Fires instead of after impacting the target. Gyrocopter attack no longer has a range limit. Aghanim Scepter upgrade to Weaver reduces the cooldown of time lapse to 20 seconds and allow time lapse to target ally heroes 1000 cast range. I think that's a really. I know it's a Weaver and he needs items, but actually Aghanim, that form of Aghanim is rather overpowered. Just gonna throw it out.
Yeah,
I think so too.
There.
this hero I like this a lot.
It's a nice Aghanim, but again it feels like something that doesn't fit.
It feels like it doesn't fit, but it has such a huge impact. Like, Weaver is already hard enough to kill himself. But if he makes another teammate on his team hard to kill as well, every 20 seconds, that is so difficult to play against. You have to silence Weaver and deal with the other people. I think it's...
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Are you sure that that he just uses his time lapse to have it on an ally instead? It's not like he's giving the ability away, so he's still gonna be using it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
he can't use it. He can't use it. But if they choose to Weaver is usually not the first target you choose in a team fight. Let's say you burst down someone else, he can target someone with it instead, and then
that's
you
a
just
really
send
good
them
point.
back in time. That is
pretty huge actually. You don't want to focus the Weaver.
I know it doesn't. I know it doesn't give damage. I know it kind of has the same idea of the Nakes kind of being like, well, it doesn't even make sense on the hero. But in this sense,
this hero isn't a solo
it
core.
sends them back in time. It changes. It's so good.
I think what you're gonna be doing with
time.
What you're gonna be doing with him now is you're going to get Blink Aghanims, You can stay extremely... Yeah, you're going to stay extremely far away, and you're going to blink into range to give your carry an Aegis. Just time it right, you cast it when your carry goes really low and he boof. He's most likely been focused in the past 4 seconds, so he's gonna pop back to full life.
Basically what's gonna happen is people are gonna build crits, drums, crit, agonyms. That's the build, I'm calling it. Right here, TI 5.
That's just so gimmicky, I wanna puke on all of you.
I think I prefer the Desolator over crit on the Weaver, but I can see it work.
Not happening.
I think I prefer that, like, I mean, it's a situationally really good pickup. Like, you can't focus there. You can't like cool. It's similar to the Nakes, like Nando said, but this one is much better.
It's less situational, and it gives more.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, the hero he relies on items to not just become useless, I guess. But
I thought of another thing.
If you like, you're gonna need some HP item. Sometimes the Lincolns isn't gonna cut it, or BKB. Or maybe, or you can get a sort of third item or something. I don't know.
I was thinking of something else. Does this refresh other people's ultimates? Because then you have...
Probably not.
Hopefully not, because then you have a 4.2k gold refresher for whomever you want it for.
I highly doubt it.
That would be extremely broken. I hope that doesn't happen.
I think it turns... It does... Wait, does it do on Weaver? If Weaver uses Invis and time lapse, can you use Invis again?
Yeah.
Well, Invis you can, but not the ultimate.
Well, no, not the ultimate.
But on other
when you use time lapse on Weaver, I don't think the silence gets. No, the silence doesn't get refreshed. The silence, the Invis doesn't get refreshed.
It goes back to where you were 4 seconds ago. So if you had it 4 seconds ago, it gets refreshed.
Not spells. I don't think it touches spells at all.
No, I'm pretty sure because I played a lot of Weaver.
And mana.
So it does refresh spells.
No effect on cooldown, gold, or experience.
Okay.
It's only positioning HP and mana.
Okay,
anyway,
thank God.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to Wind Ranger. Runner. Dagger shot cast point from 0.3 to 0.15. Okay, well that's fine. You can shackle faster now.
Juggernaut becomes more reliable, which is always makes the hero more consistent
your
in the
favorite hero?
Window Wyvern. Go.
Rest in peace. Entered Captain's mode.
Nice.
I like that. The heroes. Maybe you can actually see it now. Winter's Curse. Winter's Curse, those cursed attack their ally now take 70% plus damage from all sources. AoE increase, duration increase, duration scales better, cooldown scales better, and this... Wait, no, it doesn't scale better, it's just higher level. It's just higher on all levels.
Winter's Curse is the ultimate, right?
Yeah, Winter's Curse is the ultimate, it's got super nerfed.
So basically the person you click on
gets attacked.
Has a really hard time to die now. Because it's 70%.
No. It's the ally, like the ones getting taunted. Or the ones taking less damage.
Cursed to attack their ally now. Oh, okay.
That means like... I don't know, like it makes this hero really weird, because it needs the heroes to be clumped up for this ulti to be used well. And
you should use no AoE.
No, and once you use it as counter initiation, like your team wants, like generally you want to follow up with AoE damage. No, you can't. Making this a really weird spell, but if you have a lot of single target damage, this can be really huge. Especially if you have a lot of minus armor.
And overall,
the enemy team has a lot of melee right clickers like Troll.
So the heroes just got nerfed a lot.
Yeah, and the slug is dispellable, it does magic damage instead of pure, and it no longer pierces spell immunity. Even more nerfs, really big one. The Splinter Blast is dispellable and more reliable. Meh. Goal Embrace, I don't get that change. It doesn't
We're moving
change
on to
anything.
Wraith King, right?
That's an interesting one, I think.
Someone else take it. My throat is dying to it. I'm
Let him
muted
take
also.
it.
Oh.
Alright, added Aghanim Scepter upgrade to Wraith King. Allies who are near Wraith King within 1200 AoE when slain become wraiths for 5 seconds, delaying their death. They can continue attacking, casting, etc. When the duration ends, the hero dies, and credit for the kill goes to whoever landed the original killing blow. Any thoughts?
Bad or good?
I think it's extremely powerful.
It's not bad because it's an Aghanim's upgrade, there's not nerfing the hero in any way.
I think it's...
It's a...
I'm thinking, I don't
it can
think I
be,
like it.
Then don't buy it.
I think it's powerful because if let's say you're playing Enigma, for example, and you die, you can actually still get your black hole off. That kind of stuff.
Are you sure it doesn't get interrupted? Well, yeah, they can continue attacking casting.
I'm
Well,
not
if
sure.
he
I
didn't
don't know.
use his black hole.
It's like an aura.
He didn't use his black hole. He can just black hole when he dies.
That's
Yeah,
true.
exactly. Or stuff like Global Silence, those annoying kind of spells.
I guess in that sense, actually when I think of it, in a pushing lineup, it's actually pretty good.
Or even for heroes like Doom. If you don't get your Doom off, but now you're guaranteed to get the Doom off.
That's amazing.
It's gonna be extremely irritating for certain heroes.
But they can't be stopped, right? Because they're like great. I don't know.
No, they are unkillable.
They act like normal, it's just that their death is delayed.
Yeah, they are unkillable.
It's
Basically
kinda like
a shallow grave.
Yeah.
Basically a shallow
Yeah.
grave target.
I'm curious if whether you can silence them, and that's why you should be able to.
Unlike Shallow Grave, it can't... As long as Wraith King isn't dead himself, which... Like, you don't want to focus the Wraith King. It's always gonna go off.
That's gonna be so annoying. I don't know. It sounds like an
Yeah.
exciting.
I mean,
Okay.
it forces you to, like, you can't focus the Wraith King, or well, you don't want to.
But you kinda have to.
If he's a support or utility core,
You can.
you can't really... You don't
It really
You
want
feels
can-
like you need
you can
mana
doom
burn
him.
to deal with this guy now.
If you get Aghanims on him, I don't know, it's just...
No, you just have a the way you counter it, if you know he's gonna go. If it gets popular, you just pick Doom against him, dooms him. His inventory gets silenced, right?
Yeah,
doesn't-
and
it
then you
doesn't
have
work.
a Doom on your team, so you're even.
So it doesn't work. So
Well,
you
the Doom
kill
can get a
people,
refresher
right?
still.
Well, yeah, but then you forced the other team to pick Doom and they lost by default.
This would be nice when you have a farming alchemist and a support Wraith King, and you just
I was thinking the same.
And a farming morphling offlane and
you
and
want the
Invoker
blink
red.
and a fast Aghanim, and your team
and a
is so
Sanking
amazing.
Forest. And a Sanking Forest. Sorry, I'm just joking.
Like, if you're a
I think
carry,
it definitely has potential.
That's some potential, huh? Let's move on to Zeus and then go to items.
Yay.
Okay, last one,
Finally.
Aeon, do it.
Hey Zeus, Thunder God's Wrath area vision has been reused. In fact, it's been halved. And earlier there was a really weird bug where you could hit invis targets with Zeus ulti, depending on which player slot they were in, and that has been fixed. So,
That's super strange, but I
it
think
probably
I've done
because it, like, first it hits blue, and then after that it hits teal, and then it hits blah blah blah. Meaning that
Oh
it's
yeah.
first gonna hit blue, so that one can reveal teal being next to him.
That's why it
It's
didn't
really
happen
weird,
instantly.
but no, it's working as intended.
Okay,
guess,
items. Sorry.
yeah, just move on. I was just going to like compare if the vision was actually imbalanced before, but let's move on. Items are more important. Go.
Enchanted mango. It's not a tango, it's a mango.
Mango, please.
So basically, 150 gold. Basically, what we're gonna do here is every one of you is gonna rate the item 1 to 10. I'm gonna read it and then you rate it 1 from 10, okay? Okay. 150 gold, plus 1 HP regeneration, Use consume the mango to instantly restore 150 mana. Can be fed to an ally. Note: multiply mangoes do not stack into one slot. Roland, 1 to 10. Roland.
Are you
Did
with
you
us?
fall asleep?
Okay, Luna, go.
7 maybe. I feel like it's like a mini stick, you know. I think it's good for supports to be rolling.
Lightwing.
I think I'll go with a 6. It's
Ian?
good for supports and maybe for certain mid laners. That's gonna be it, I think.
Ian?
5, too expensive.
Roland. Okay. Oh, he's here.
Which
Roland?
item?
Mango, rated 1 to 10.
Meh.
That's not a number.
That's not the number.
No, it's 3.
Okay.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
rate
why
it.
you would ever want instant mana restored.
I'm rating it.
It's good for support Wraith King.
Rating it 5. Because it's so situational. Of a consumable.
So I overestimate this item or what?
Or we are
That's sorry.
just wrong. Who knows?
I mean, maybe we don't think of the same scenarios as you, but we're just saying a number. Go on.
Lotus Orb. Requires servants.
Doesn't everyone have Internet Explorer or anything so they can read it themselves? I mean, it takes
Requires
so long to
servants,
illustrate from.
plate mail, receipt. Total 4,050. Provides 5 HP regen, 125% mana regen, 10 damage and 10 armor. Echo Show, target an ally unit dispelling negative buffs, normal dispels, not stuns, and applying an Echo Show buff for 6 seconds. While the Echo Show buff is active, it recasts all targeted spells back at its caster. 17-second cooldown, 100 mana, 900 cast range. Notice this does not block the spell, it mirrors it back, same target rules as Lincoln Spear.
It sounds like it's a really short cooldown, but when you think about Blade Mail, it's like pretty much the same.
It has the exact same cooldown as Lincoln, right? Lincoln is 17, right?
Yeah, but
believe so.
Lincoln's also has 100% uptime, and actually Lincoln's has stats. This doesn't. You're gonna want stats.
Okay,
What?
Ron, 1 to 10.
8.
Do you want to add a note to it? Why do I give it 8?
I give it an 8 because it has so many uses and can really destroy certain lineups.
Okay, Luna, go.
Can
Luna,
I
alright.
say
Say anything.
but I think 7 or 8. I think it's really good, really
So
useful.
7.5.
But it's kind of expensive. Like
7.5.
well, I guess it's like a better Blade Mail.
7.5.
Yes.
Okay, Aeon, go.
7. A bit expensive and it doesn't give any stats, but it's pretty situational. Like suddenly you might realize that it's very useful for a specific lineup. But so basically the same motivation as Roland, but a bit harsher with the number.
I'm gonna give it a 6. 6. I find it over expensive and I can't. But it's not over expensive in the fact of the effect. It just doesn't give any health or armor or health or mana. That's the word. So I feel I don't know which hero should buy this. I could imagine a Dazzle or so on, but once again, I feel other items could maybe be better. That's why I give it 6.
Wait, which item? Lotus?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of heroes that can buy it, but I feel it lacks what most heroes need. So
Most heroes
let's
buying
see.
that kind of item, at least.
Okay, we have Glimmer.
No, Lightwing did I
Glimmer
say.
Cape. Oh, did I forget to ask you, Lightwing? I'm sorry.
Yes, you did.
Okay, what do you think?
I think it's a bit underwhelming because it doesn't give any stats. I can see it being situational, a good pickup against heroes like Doom, etc. When he just dooms himself. But besides that, I don't know. I think I have to see it in play in order to judge. I think I'll give it a 6 for now.
Limber
And we
Cape.
can go on.
Limber Cape. Shadow Amulet. Cloak. Total 950. Provides 30 attack speed, 20 magic resistance. Active Glimmer. Target an ally unit and makes it turn invisible after a 0.4 second fade time. While invisible, it gains 66% magic resistance in the last 5 seconds. The invisible unit is allowed to move during the 5 seconds, but attacking or casting a spell will cost a 0.4 second fade time will trigger again. 16 second cooldown, 900 cast range, can be cast while channeling.
I guess a reason for picking up this is like refreshing blink or something. I don't know. The duration is really short.
I don't see the synergy with Blink though, it's not 100%.
Roland, 1 to 10.
3.
Tell me.
3, 2?
Lina.
4.
Nightwing. Not forgetting you this time.
I'm going with a 3 as well.
Aeon.
It seems really underwhelming.
Oh, why don't you like this item? I'm going to give it a 6. It's relatively cheap, but you can at least force some dusts and stuff out of it.
I'm giving it a 7. My highest score so far.
Why?
Simply because of the quest. It can be used on anyone, and it does prevent. It gives 66% magic resistance, which is much better than a lot of things, defensive-wise for that price. It is an invisible thing, so you can save people with it. It's a very good defensive support item too. That's why I like it. The cooldown is very good. Cast range is good, and you can use it while you channel. You are Crystal Maiden. You have this item. You start trying your ulti. You click on yourself with it, and then you are invisible channeling it. And you don't take that much damage from AoE.
But it's gonna be annoying.
What if they buy dust or have a stun in their team?
You still take 66% reduced magic resistance.
Yeah, but if they get the stun off, your ult is off and you're useless.
I still find it to be good for the price.
I mean,
Yeah, still useless.
you had a very good point in it being a good defensive support item, like...
No, but I mean,
if you're just running, or... I guess it breaks by using items, but anyway, if you're just like trying to run from people ganking you, the 66% magic resistance can do wonders.
I don't know. I just think it.
Like you can't dispel the magic resistance. Like
yeah,
sure, you can make the useless, but
and it also just passively provides 20% magic resistance. It might be good for.
Cloak gives us much now, by the way.
Oh
just
yeah, well.
Cloak alone.
So, what do you say, Anna?
I just about the Crystal Maiden. If she gets stunned in her ulti, she's gonna be useless anyway. Having a blink and putting the ulti, she can still get stunned, and blink isn't gonna do anything, and it costs more, and it does less. It's
Blink?
Well, a blink costs 2,250. She can get in position, get a good ulti off, because she's stunned. She doesn't have any way of getting away from there.
I
think this provides more for a less price, and in that way I consider it pretty good.
Also,
you can blink into trees and similar things because the ult is huge, we know.
Basically, as support, having an invis item is like usually you want to have dust for preventing like the mid hero for ganking you if he's playing. I don't know. I can't go for some reason. But if I bought a Shadowblade, Shadowfiend, right? That's a 3k item. That's like 1,000 gold more than this one. If they have a bounty hunter, if they have an offlane nukes, you know, like that's what you want to use your things on. You don't. It just I just like the fact that support can have invis, and it also gives opportunities for ganking. I know it's 5 seconds. You can run a pretty good distance in 5 seconds with like tranquils.
Thing is, unlike Shadowblade, first of all, it like this when you get Shadowblade, you usually get on semi carries, so you get stats that are useful. you can solo gank. Once the support actually racks up the gold for this, in most cases it won't be very good for ganking. Like most supports aren't that good at solo ganking, unlike apart from like Lion, but then you want to blink.
I just think you guys are gonna be impressed with how good it actually works.
Yeah.
Hey, I rated it like second highest, or what did I?
You rated it 3.
No, I said 4.
3.
How much
That's still
did
not
AM?
high.
Well, if you want to say 4, it's fine.
I gave it a 6.
Okay, second highest. After you.
Okay, we're
Where we
going
going?
to Guardian Groups, right? Yeah. Requires Arcane Boots, Mechanism, Recipe. Is it Recipe or Recipe?
Recipe.
Recipe, right. Recipe, okay. Total 5,300. Provides 55 movement speed, 250 mana, 5 all stats, and 5 armor. Passive, Guardian Aura provides 2 armor and 4 health regeneration aura. When a target's health is lower than 20%, it instead provides 15 armor and 15 health regen. Active, Mend. Restore 250 health and 160 mana to nearby allies. Remove negative buffs from the caster upon cast. 45-second cooldown.
So you can get mana too, that's very nice. Well, since you use arcane bows also in the building.
Like, it's... If you think about it, it's literally mech and arcane boots. The only, like, new thing you get is the...
Aura.
the aura armor. Like, instead of getting the armor when it's used to mech, you have it all the time. And the low HP thing. I mean...
1 to 10.
I wonder what the aura cooldown is. Like, there must be some cooldown on it.
No.
Aura
it's
is
permanent.
passive.
It's a permanent. It happens every time you go under 20, and if you go over, it stops on you.
That's really nice then.
I mean...
Roland.
But like, you can
I
just
don't-
nuke.
It's
the
not bad. I'd rate it 7 or 6, I don't know. It has, I don't know, it depends on the patch and the meta as a whole. Right now
Luna?
arcane boots are shit. Right now mechanism isn't as good because you don't push as much.
I love arcane boots and I go it all the time, and but this is a buff. I give it a 7 or 8. I don't know. I think it's really good. 15 armor and 15 health regen.
Okay, Livewing.
Right, I'm going to give it a 6. That's mostly because the healing and the mana share the same cooldown. So you can't really use the boots to give mana to your allies or yourself, because it also popped the healing effect. That's something I really don't like about this.
Yeah, but it's gonna cost so much, and by that time you might
Ian?
not have as much mana problems.
Yeah, for
like-
me, I'm gonna give it a 4 because of the same reason that the previous person stated, and because of the price. Who is ever going to get to there as a support?
Enigma.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess, but like all you need with this is someone with a solid nuke, and just nuke the last portion of health and bypass all the armor.
So,
Yeah, but it's
Well,
not for
like
only
with-
one person, it's for the whole team.
It's also makes
can I say mine?
the tower, like, it's gonna take a while for a tower to shoot through a creep with 5th normal. Like, it's gonna take an extra hit or something.
Okay, Lantas.
It's about to stand.
I needed to give it 2 scores. 2. Not 2, not number 2. But I need to say, okay,
We don't have all night.
throughout the game, I will rate it a 5 because it has the exact same cooldown. It's the exact same issue I have because I don't wanna. If I wanna use Arcane Boot before a fight, so people have mana, I'm not able to use mech in the fight. But when we hit the 45 mark, I wanna have this item because I feel armor becomes more relevant than health, like healing. in that sense that armor gives percentage, where the healing is just a rough number that you can punch through. Same, I don't know. So,
actually, the health regen is a bit substantial. It's tranquil boots and more.
yeah, well, I just it's the armor, like 15 armor on a guy 45 minutes in that has 20% health. He probably has
But
like.
imagine a granite golem taking a tower with that.
Yeah, I think the item is really good, but I don't exactly. I was thinking exact same. I don't like that I can't split up the two cooldowns.
Also,
One cooldown.
also it's pretty, the cost, it's 1650 for effectively the armor low HP thing.
I
Apart from
don't I
that, it
don't mind
opens up
that
a
too
slot,
much.
but heroes getting those two items don't usually hoard up items either.
I
Apart from Enigma.
I actually don't mind that too much. I mean, I don't mind that it costs extra. It annoys me that they don't have two different cooldowns.
It's a bit well, it's
Anyway.
a bit expensive, I don't know.
It's nice
Situational
because
as
you
fuck.
get one less item slot.
We're gonna
Yeah.
move
Don't
on.
usually
I think for
aim
late
for
game
item
it's
slots
nice,
that much.
but that's it.
When you
Those
don't want
are-
that, if you just if you don't want mana boots like to just hang around and mech just hang around, because usually you sell your mana boots to get other boots like boots to travel or something. You can just combine them and still buy boots to travel. Right? Anyway, Moonshot, Hyperstone,
Those boots
Hyperstone,
also scale
Recipe.
really well.
Recipe.
I like Arcans.
A moonshard.
Hyperstone recipe, total 4,300, provides plus 120 attack speed, passive shade sight. Moonshot grants 250 bonus night vision when in inventory only, works against Night Stalker Darkness. Use can be consumed to gain a permanent 60 attack speed buff, does not stack, requires a double click to consume. Note, attack speed buffs does not work on illusions. You're gonna start with Aeon this time.
Well, the first functionality that comes to mind for me is just in the ultra late game that you can just keep getting more and more powerful. That's,
You can only use it once.
Can't you use multiples?
No,
That's not fine.
like you can have more multiples, but
Yeah,
the
you can
attack speed permanent buff doesn't
Yeah.
stack.
But
I guess
that's a
you
way
can
to
consume
spend,
one and buy one.
Yeah, that's a way to spend excess money. It's
Yeah,
effectively
that's-
it kind of, well, there is a max to attack speed as well, but the game is rarely going to be like 3 hours long, so this almost kind of removes half of many carries. You can keep getting more and more powerful even after starting.
So
That's
1 to 10?
like. 8. I think this is interesting.
Okay, we go with Lightwing now.
Right. I think I'm going to love this item, since I'm a carry player, and I usually play pretty greedy as well, so I will definitely buy this quite often. I think I'm gonna give this a 8.
Luna.
I really like that it works against Night Stalker. I like that you can consume it. I think it's a nice item. It's not enough to take up an inventory slot. Well, it might be because it's 120 attack speed, but I'm gonna give it a 7, and that's because it works against Night Stalker's Darkness. Otherwise I would lower it to a 6. Maybe. I don't know.
Roland?
8 or 9. It's just too good in my opinion. Like the 120 attack speed, it's really good for farming. But what's also good for farming is night vision. Luna can farm really fast, not only because of glaze, but because of her night vision. This isn't the same amount, but it still helps. Like it allows you to farm more safely and avoid ganks easier. And at the point where where you don't want this farming item, you can just consume it and get the attack speed buff. The only downside of it is that it only gives attack speed. Like, there's not many heroes that can use that effectively, because at a certain point attack damage becomes so much more valuable. But in Tiny's case, this is a godsend.
That is a good point for Tiny specifically.
I wanna rate it 10. Simply just because it does what it's made to perfectly. Like it gives. I mean, it's not good if you wanna. It's not good to buy mid game that much. I don't feel. It's good to buy. It's supposed to be bought when you're full slotted, or you have. Like you're like standing between buying this or replacing it with your Battle Fury or something. You know, you buy this item, right? I just feel I don't see any negative with it. Like you pay basically 2,300, get a like extra to make it not fill the item slot, right? Like you pay 2,000 for the Hyperstone and then 2,300 extra to make it a buff instead, if you want to consume it. So I don't see any negatives with it. It's not like it's not like it would be different if the recipe was like 1,000, but still it will still. I mean, if you have enough gold to do this, I don't see any reason. Only if you're alchemist, it's not worth it. Maybe because you can buy an entire Aghanim's for your team with it.
Eventually, everyone is going to have an.
With alchemist, the night vision and attack speed are pretty substantial.
Well, I don't know if I like the passive that much because it takes up an inventory slot. I guess if you're playing a Night Stalker as a hero, it's okay. I guess that's why I don't want to rate it 10. I probably want to rate it 9 because it would be different if you always gained the night vision. So when you consumed it, that would just be a straight 10. It would be ridiculous. But it's a weird item because it doesn't go under the category of any other item. It goes on the same category as Divine Rapier probably. Because it's something you buy when you have too much gold.
Except there's no fucking risk with this.
Yeah, well, you buy it when you have too much gold. That's when you buy it.
Safe investment at every part of the game.
So I kind of just want to put it in its own category. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Luna is getting impatient with me. Shadowblade, Saint, recipe. What recipe 350? Okay. Total 5,200. Why does it say 350? I don't understand.
Because it costs 350 maybe.
The recipe.
Oh my, they just. Oh.
They just
provide 32 damage, 30 attack speed, 16 strength, lesser maim, that's the slow, and Shadow Wall. Invis attack now deals 225 damage. Isn't that what Shadowblade does?
I think that's 150 or something. I think
175.
Yeah, okay. Also applies break to disable passive abilities and reduce the target's damage output, all damage types by 40% for 5 seconds. 24-second cooldown. Attacking to end visibility cannot miss. Debuff does not pierce spell immunity.
Hello,
I think it's really nice.
Roland, go. Okay, Luna, you start.
Yes,
no,
I
don't start. I don't know what you rated.
Okay, well I think it's really good. It's like an upgrade to Shadowblade and it doesn't make Shadowblade any worse. I would give it 8 just because it gives Shadowblade something more. I don't know. I guess Shadowblade might be less flame now, which is fine by me. Otherwise, I would give it a 7. I don't know. The passive is good too. I don't have anything more.
Roland?
What?
You.
Silver Ridge.
I would say 6, 7. It's just, I mean, on some heroes, Shadowblade, like this as an upgrade to Shadowblade is pretty good. And like Shadowblade, even after the point where you get solo pickoffs, it's still good for stats and flanking. And this just makes it Shadowblade scale better for strength heroes or against heroes you want, like heroes whose passives you wanna take away for whatever reasons.
Lifewing?
I'm going to give this item a 9 because I think this item is going to be absolutely good against heroes like PA, where you can just take off the evasion, disable the crits, those kind of annoying things. And you can also not miss this attack, so it's guaranteed to really screw the PA up, or any heroes with crit and evasion. It's an upgrade to Shadow Blade, and I think even supports could get this mid game, which also gives some survivability.
5,200 gold.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, the Science is pretty cheap to buy. The Shadow Blade's slightly more pricey. But if you're having a good game on the support hero, I think you can definitely get this. For example, an Alchemist or even a Wraith King, if you want to go that way. And I think if you want to counter heroes like PA, AM, Phases Void, then it's a very good investment. Otherwise...
Break doesn't affect backtrack, I think. We went through that at the start.
Even if it disables best, that's enough.
I don't know.
Ian?
9. So much utility to a lot of strength cores. 9.
9.
There's so much utility to a lot of strength cores, I think. Love this.
I know.
Tried a lot.
Tiny comes to mind again there.
Like, it's any specific strength core? Or what do you mean?
I mean, like, Tiny can gank well with Shadow Blade, Tiny uses the stats well.
Yeah, lifesteal.
Tiny is always a good ganker. Like, I don't know about Sven.
Very
Wait,
excited.
I'm thinking something. If you have
I'm very
Kunkka with this
excited.
item,
Let me
does
say
everyone get hit by it? With the Tidebringer?
No, no.
Are you sure? Because
Tidebringer only applies to the target you hit. The damage is flash, yes, but it only applies to the...
Does speak about target.
That's like, it's the same with Desolator, I think.
I would hope so.
However, I was thinking, it's really good on Kunkka. I would probably actually, if this works, then I'll probably just rate it straight up 10. Just because I love Shadow Blade, I'm a big Shadow Blade lover. I think it's really fun on Kunkka because it makes the Shadow Blade build into a more late game item. It actually is super good in that sense that you get the strength, so it's more damage for Kunkka. You get the slow, which is really good on I often build Shadow Blade on Shadow Fiend for like really early momentum, and then I want to build Ascension Asher just to get health, but I don't really want to build it, so I build a Manta instead. But now I can also get the Saint's health by building into my Shadow Blade. Then the thing that I thought about in the end was why I want to rate it so high is that Sleight of Fist with this weapon, it must disable everyone and make everyone do less damage that you hit like in your Sleight of Fist, right?
Yeah. Are you gonna use this while Sleight of Fisting?
But basically, with the Shadow Blade now, how it works is that while you're fading, and if you use Sleight of Fist while fading, the damage from Shadow Blade is gonna hit everyone.
Wait, what?
It's been doing that for all this time. That's why I've been playing Shadow Blade on that hero. Also.
I've never seen that actually. Holy shit, that's so
But
amazing.
I'm just thinking with this one, like it was kind of worth it sometimes, but other items was better. But if you can reduce everyone in the team fight with 40% damage for like 5 seconds and disable their passives, I mean, it just sounds like stupid. And you also very squishy on Ember Spirit, so you need health anyway. And it also slows people. It sounds kind of ridiculous if that works. At least my Ember Spirit is gonna be happy if it does.
So wait, no. Yeah, the way it works with Shadow Blade is you can slide someone while fading and then walk and attack them and you deal another strike with bonus damage, right?
That also puts up the disable thing again. No, that's just not... that's just stupid, holy shit.
You click Shadow Blade and instantly Sleight of Fist. And then when you come out, during fade, and then when you come down from Sleight of Fist, you invis, and then you can walk up to someone and hit them. For the full damage again.
Yeah, the full damage again, because then you now suddenly have a 450 physical damage nuke.
Yeah. I believe it still works. I mean, I tried it recently, even. A lot of damage. And it's even more stupid with all the passives here. Oh. Kinda exciting.
Sure does.
Anyway, Solar Crest. That's why I'm rating it 10. If it works with that, it's a 10. Straight up 10. Medallion of Courage, Talisman of Evasion, total 3000. 10 armor, 75 mana regen, 30% evasion. Active. Nurses the Solar Crest armor and evasion. When targeting an ally, grants them 10 armor and 30% evasion. When targeting an enemy, removes 10 armor and applies 30% miss for 7 seconds. Cooldown 7 seconds. What does people think of this? Let's start with Lightwing this time.
Right, I think this is a decent item, but it's mostly for position 3 or 4, I think. I think items like this could be pretty annoying on Bounty Hunter. What? I think you said something, no?
No, I just said,
Okay.
I just did this.
If I have to rate it, it's actually pretty decent, not expensive. I'll go with an 8.
Luna.
Well, I think it's a fine item. It uses nice items. It has, I don't know. I think like usage, it's gonna be used. It's gonna be very used and very well. Like, I don't know. I guess utility, it's 8. Aeon?
Well, for me, it's like I think this, to me, this is completely affordable for a support, and it's having constant uptime, just like Medallion. I'm gonna rate it a 1 because I think it's just broken. Like this, you put this on your carry constantly, you're gonna need.
Wait,
this is too much.
But you wanna
you wanna rate it a 1?
Because it's too broken.
Because it's broken.
Like, this has constant uptime, 10 armor and 30% evasion, and it's affordable for a support, so you can just keep
that make
area
it a 10?
constantly.
So, no, he rates
but
it 1
it's-
because he hates it.
Yeah, it's extremely broken. I don't remove this item.
That's why you have Silver Edge, right? It removes...
That's why your T-Speak is so
Evasion.
broken right now.
Can
Talks
be
your
good
language.
item.
Wait, Silver Edge, does it remove evasion or is it only abilities that give evasion?
What?
I think it's only
Abilities.
passive, so.
Yeah,
Wait, what did you just ask?
Silver Edge, the new Shadowblade thing. Does it remove only abilities like PA's evasion or dissolvers, also remove evasion from items?
the
Let's
former.
go back to the break part on top of the change log. They said something about butterfly, and I guess it's the same thing for this item.
Yeah, this is evasion from an item, so that falls under mute. Break doesn't take it away.
Yeah. This item is... Medallion is already a super strong item in some years. Alchemist comes to mind again. Visage... I don't know, just freeze and force. Not needing stats. Yeah. It's like, I would rate this a 10. When it's actually good. Like almost anyone can get it for 3k, you could get something else. It's... I don't know. It's so strong, it has been nerfed, but... It feels good to have, have Medallion not being a dead end item. I think that item is so underrated.
Okay, Octarine Core.
Wait, what about me?
No one cares.
I'm sorry.
I do.
Come on, let him speak.
Big.
I actually don't think it's that broken. It's a very unpopular opinion, I guess.
Yeah, you're Danish, it's natural. Elaborate.
Simply because of the reason, if you compare it to the metagame now, with Juggernaut on that, yes, it's very broken. If you compare it to what I think it's gonna be, I don't think it's very broken, because evasion is not gonna be as relevant. Auto-attack is not the same deal. When if what we at least what I've been reading throughout this patch, it seems like a lot of spellcasting is gonna be the thing. So I don't think evasion is gonna be the same.
And
But I might be entirely wrong.
on the other hand,
It seems very broken what you can do, but I don't know if it has. I mean, a lot of things seem really good on paper, but I mean, Medallion of Courage is really good on paper, but it's never used in the sense of being broken.
I mean, this
Oh,
is...
I need to rate it, right?
Yeah.
I'll rate it 7. Don't know if that's
I mean,
being
you
too
have
harsh.
a point in that, like in this meta, it would break the game. I mean, it's just just like that Invis thing. It's and the Strength Shadowblade thing. It's just another luxury utility item.
It just.
I mean, the thing
sorry.
is that Medallion, it sustains pushes, like the extra armor on a creep. It makes it hard have to use 2 or 3 more hits, I don't remember. Kill that one creep, and you can just keep it up at all times, sustaining pushes. The minus armor can do a lot in the early game with, like, just auto attacks. Makes a big difference. Now, Medallion also has scales better. I don't know.
On to the next item, because I think it's the hardest topic of all the items.
Alright.
OD Enabler.
Mystic Staff, Soul Booster, total 5,900. 25 Intelligence, 450 HP, 400 mana, 4 HP regen, 100% mana regeneration. Passive, cooldown reduction, reduce all cooldown by 25%. Passive, spell lifesteal, restore health for a percentage of any damage dealt from spells, 25% from heroes, 5% from creeps. I'm gonna start here. Just gonna throw out, I love this item, I think it's amazing. I wanna play this with Queen of Pain, I wanna play with most heroes.
Outworld calling.
Maybe not, I was thinking Tinker. Don't think Tinker is actually that good with this item. Because it doesn't actually make any sense.
Life still gives you a lot of sustain that way, but...
Well, so does a Bloodstone.
Or Skadi.
Well, so I'm still gonna rate it 10 out of 10, just because I really like cooldown reduction. It's something I've been missing from Han. Because spellcasters need something equivalent of a crit, for example. This makes them basically do more damage faster, which is what a crit does. In some sense, if that makes sense. And they need lifesteal. I think they miss lifesteal. Yeah, Luna.
Cooldown reduction is also something I've been missing, so I'm gonna rate it 9. And also because it's nice to finally have spell lifesteal. Roland?
This item doesn't belong in Dota in my opinion. I would rate it button, like just an objective, as an objective. Like rating, I would rate it 9, I think.
Why
It costs as much as a Bloodstone.
Why
It's
objective?
used like it's a good item, but I don't like the fact that it's in Dota. I don't think it belongs in Dota.
Why don't you like about him? What don't you like about him?
Cooldown
It
reduction.
adds-
It brings a lot of new mechanics to. Like, there's already a really big load of new things, and I don't know, it changes a lot about the game. A lot of heroes are gonna scale so much better because of this. And spell lifesteal. Like, Timber usually gets
Exactly.
Bloodstone.
Exactly.
Now you can, if you don't get Bloodstone, it's okay. You can just get Octarine Core. It's a better Bloodstone. And same goes for fucking Zeus and Leshrac and I don't know, so many heroes.
like a
I
Storm
like
still
that
needs to
it
go
makes
Bloodstone.
it enables OD. I like that because I miss that hero a lot.
I think I like this item because, as you just said, it enables heroes like Zeus, Queen of Pain, all that to actually be active because
They're already
be
like
active
first
in
pick
late game.
material, mind you.
Yeah, well, that's only because they can maybe dominate early game, but they just fall off hard if they don't.
They
Which I
don't.
don't like too much. I like
They-
cooldown reduction.
no,
I'm a
neither
big
of
fan
them
of it.
falls out. Like, they're both big factors in late game now as well.
Yeah, now when the patch is almost over. Anyway, Drolan, can we
Well,
have your subjective rating?
9 out of 10 is that?
I'm
No, that was
9
objective.
out of
Oh.
1. Thought. I mean, the thing is, like, Zeus and those heroes are just gonna get stronger this next patch anyway, so.
That's
Yeah, I'm a
wonderful.
big fan.
Yeah, like, wow, Zeus wasn't strong anyway. Kappa.
Right wing.
I think this item doesn't belong in Dota, to be honest.
High five.
Well, now it does. So
Okay,
do it.
in the meantime, while you guys have been discussing, I was thinking about which heroes I could actually abuse this with. And this could actually be extremely lame with Nature's Prophet. And I think you can see why. You are never going to leave your base ever again against this.
You should love this item.
Yes, but it has no counterplay.
I'm almost dead. Better ulti.
Yeah, but I mean, it has no counterplay. It's extremely powerful. I think if it would take the cooldown reduction to like 10% or something, okay, it will be much better and more balanced. I think the lifesteal is a nice idea. I'm not sure if it's balanced or not. We'll have to try it out, I suppose. If they reduce the cooldown to like 10%, I think maybe it can work. It's not a big upgrade. It's more like a bonus to having lifesteal. Right now, this feels like extremely powerful to me.
Imagine
it-
having it on Enigma.
Is it cooldown reductions for items too?
Yes.
It doesn't say ability reduction.
That's
Cooldown.
all.
It does, however, say all cooldowns.
Yes.
Well,
At least I got to
Oh.
use my Midas more
It
often.
literally says all cooldowns.
so basically you can get a refresher too.
Yes.
Furin is going to be the new Aghanims refresher.
Yeah. And if you have like a
Octarian
tree into your
core.
team with the Aghanims upgrade, you can make sure the creeps even never leave the enemy base even. With tree and spawning.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the picture of the core, so I'm all up for broken items. So,
I think this is gonna be extremely broken and it will probably get nerfed.
but the
think
thing is
that
that
it
it's
buffs
not
too many
limited to one
heroes
hero.
already.
Everyone can get it. So
Yes,
in that
it
sense,
doesn't
it's
matter
not
if you
broken.
can't leave your base.
But you can leave your base.
Yeah, but then you lose.
Oh, Aeon, go on.
No,
I
that was the best argument.
I was just gonna give it a 1 for the same reason as I gave the Solar Crest 1, except that this goes even further. I'm gonna
But
take
you-
this as what?
You guys, your problem is that you're those kind of Dota players that don't accept changes.
I've played League
Yeah,
of
but there's,
Legends, I've
like,
played Heroes of New Earth, I know what this is.
It doesn't matter. They can take ideas from new games.
Like
It's like
position 1 Timber, so now how are you ever going to deal with that? Like every single melee carry is just going to be slowed and completely obsolete if you build the right items. They're never going to catch up to him. He can just wipe everything alone and he's never going to die
Well,
ever.
The
Like
thing is,
the chakram, is it, what's cooldown is it going to have now? Like 4 or something? He can just Aghanims and this, and he can kite anything until the end of time.
well, the thing I
Chakram
like about it is that
has-
it opens up for a new kind of game. I mean, I mean, it doesn't need to be like, oh, Void is a hard carry. It's always gonna out carry every single like int hero in late game. I don't know. That's how we've been having for years. But I think it's okay that, because I mean, I think you might overrate it a little bit, because what if you silence Timbersaw? What is he gonna do?
EKB.
I don't know, maybe he would
Yeah,
have
well, then-
BKB by the time he buys this item.
Then you just spent like 10,000 gold. No,
From
but
being
that's
I think you
unstoppable.
want the
I
BKB
think
on,
that's a fair
Timbersaw
trade.
anyway.
yeah,
But
but you also
you're-
need boots, and you probably need more than just this.
But with how much this chakram does.
With how
Going
much this
to-
item gives, this and BKB gives everything Timber needs.
Yeah, because you just double chakram someone and you're instantly full HP again.
Just get this instead of Bloodstone, who cares?
Yeah.
It's not as good as Bloodstone for some, like for a Storm. It's not as good at all. Not as good for
I think
Kunkka
Storm
either.
is the exception to the rule. Every
Very
other
much.
hero that gets Bloodstone usually gets it to like, you get a lead, you get mana regen, you can spam spells more and farm faster.
But what?
This, like, while it doesn't increase your farming rate, it's good on all those heroes Bloodstone is good at. It's not
Well,
much,
the thing is, you don't get
and
the
it scales
stacks.
so much better. It just makes all those
But
heroes
you don't
scales.
get the stacks
Look at-
at all. You don't get mana. If you're purely a spellcaster, you might even want the Bloodstone. Just because you're ganking, you need the short respawn time and stuff. I think there's just, I like that they add a lot of new items and like different items than just the same kind of thing, because it makes late game decision making with items way more tough, and like it's actually skillful to choose items. It's not just, hey, I'm gonna build a BKB and then I'm gonna build a Hex and then then I'm fully capped.
Yeah, but I mean, it just buffs too many heroes. That's all.
Well, that's
like,
good. That makes the
No, because
entire
those heroes were already strong enough.
No. The thing is, they were picked because there was no. Because you just needed someone to shut down the other hero that also was in. But it's always just the fight of the carries. That's what it always been most of the time, except if it's deathball pushing. I like that it's a fight of. It basically just I like that items can enable heroes to be playable. It doesn't need to be the hero being good. You could just buy specific items.
There are already so many utility late game items now with the new patch.
Well,
A whole lot.
I'm a fan because it enables more heroes to be played, and I'm always a fan of heroes.
The only hero I see being brought into the meta is Sodi by this. The other heroes were already in the meta. No joke.
Anyway, let's go on to item additions. Observer and Sentry wards now stack into one inventory slot. Double-clicking toggle which ward type is currently active. Do you like that, guys?
I do.
Yeah, inventory slot.
Yeah, why not?
What are they life? Why not? It's nice.
Upgrade the Boots of Travel. Boots of Travel can now be upgraded by purchasing the recipe again. Allows you to target and teleport to allied heroes. How good is this?
Personally, I like this a lot because, well, this extreme thing about like when one team has megas and still no one can end, because like even if you have travels and you want to get this travel boots kind of ninja move and go into the enemy base, you basically need Beastmaster to do it at this point, or you can never do it. Now you can just have anyone with blink and you can teleport a core to the ancient and try to backdoor it that way. Still difficult, of course, but now it's doable, and I hope that it's going to at least make these extreme late game stalemates slightly less likely. You can pull off more moves with this, and the game will hopefully become a little bit more unstable and quicker. I like it.
I like it too. And someday in the future they will make you able to teleport to wards.
That doesn't matter in population.
That would be nice. Yes, you can teleport up on cliffs and go AFK.
Can you TP to Wars in League?
Yes, that's why I said it.
Are we gonna go through all item changes too?
It's not that.
Most
I don't
of
think
them
it's
are
many
very,
items.
very minor. It's only the Battle Fury is pretty big in my
I-
opinion.
We just go through
I'm gonna
the
find the
big
big ones.
one.
I'm gonna find the big ones and then
Yeah.
we do that. Okay, the first one I saw was Pulling Blade. That was one of the bigger changes of the item. Like the other ones, that's like they're actually adding things to it. And then Battle Fury after. Quelling Blade changed from full damage bonus to base damage bonus. Quelling Blade bonus from 32/12% to 40/15. Quill no longer deals bonus damage to Roshan. Chop active ability now kills wards rather than dealing 100 damage. Chop active ability range increased from 350 to 450 when targeting wards. But I think that's fine. I don't see why not. I'm just gonna go straight to Battle Fury because there's something to do with Quelling Blade. Battle Fury now requires and provides the bonuses of Quelling Blade. The quill bonus is now 60% for melee heroes and 25 for ranged heroes. Attack damage reduced from 65 to 55. 65 to 55. Save radius from 250 to 280. So overall, Battlefield has gotten a better farming item, much better farming item. If you just think inventory-wise, but become a worse fighting item. Just like it's very minor, but. Right?
I think
It's damage against cleave radius.
Yeah, I guess.
And 60% damage for farming is...
Yeah, well, it makes you farm more items faster. I mean,
yeah, like
I'm
it
sure my
makes it more of
anti-mage
a
will love
farming
this.
item. I'm sure Alchemist is gonna love this.
purely for farming, I like that. I'm actually a fan of 60% damage to creeps. Anyway, Black Kingvar can be sold. Which is, I don't know why they didn't change that before when they say that you. I don't know
what difference will this make?
That you can sell it.
You get money.
I hope I made it clear. Anyway,
yeah, but when do you actually want to sell the BKB? Like
when you have a short duration and wanna get something more powerful.
Maybe like the stats are pretty weak, but the effects is just too strong in my opinion. Well,
put the travel teleport cooldown 50 to 45. Actually, it's very short. 45 is very short cooldown compared to TP. I think it's been pretty 75 or something now. Clarity, magic cloak, magic resistance from 15 to 20.
I like that for supports.
Desolator. Damage decrease from 60 to 50, recipe cost decrease from 900 to 300. That means you get the Desolator faster, which is promoting early game pushing, I guess.
Broodmother.
Diffusion Blade now works on ranged illusions for half the value, which means... Isn't that a nerf? It used to work, right?
No.
They disabled it.
It only worked in Han. Like I had the same... I thought the same thing as you.
But
when I went over from Dazzle.
Wait, no, but what about melee heroes?
They're the same. They don't get changed by this. Melee heroes works 100%. Melee illusions works 100%.
Okay.
Now ranged works.
Yeah, well, I think that's only fair since like Mirana is pretty good with it now. With Manta and stuff. Anyway,
I dislike Manta.
I think I actually that's actually a good point. Just also probably gonna get more popular as Care now.
Divine Rapier has been increased with 30 damage. Dust movement speed slow is 5% higher. Attack speed from drum charge is 10 higher. Or is that drum charge? Or is that orange attack speed bonus?
So.
Yes. Reduced cost on Eagle Song. Oh yeah, this one is big. Your Cyclone mana cost increased from 75 to 175. So you probably need to be an int hero to use it a lot. Oh, at least think a bit more. Have a big mana pool.
I mean, it gives 130 mana, right? Total, the item.
Yeah.
So like now it's. I mean. You're like you said, you're gonna have to think before you use it now.
A courier flies faster.
Go on.
But not longer.
I like how flying courier is spelled in Danish for me, but everything else is.
Yeah, it sometimes randomly does that.
650 to 800 speed. Wow. 1 extra health regen on Bolster.
Why?
I don't know. Healing salves heals faster. Has longer range. 200 less cost on Reaver, but Heart costs 200 extra cost.
The tonic buff.
But also heals from 2% to 3.25.
But it's still just out of combat, so minor, it doesn't gain any
it's something with,
utility.
I mean,
the
tanking towers.
The disabling thing also is higher now.
Doesn't get disabled by towers, by the way.
Oh no, but that's the only utility it has. It doesn't get any new utility. This is just basically still a worse Scotty.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think it's gonna get popular again by this.
Magic Wand has been buffed, I guess. Requirement from Magic Stick plus 3 branches plus recipe. 2 Magic Stick plus 2 branches plus circlet. All attributes bonus from 3 to 4, so I guess you just get an extra stat. Isn't it cheaper? Well, I guess it's a bit more expensive, but you get 1 stat more.
Yeah, there's one thing I also really like.
It's
you don't have to get 3 branches anymore. In the early game, if you go to the lane with 3 branches, you often have to sell 1 to the side shop in order to get your boots or whatever you want, and then rebuy it afterwards.
I totally forgot that.
It's also cheaper.
I didn't spot that it was.
A minor difference.
Mech has been increased with 150 range.
How did we skip the Mask of Madness? That's pretty substantial.
Sorry. Berserk movement speed bonus is reduced from 30% to 17.
Solves a lot of problems in my.
Yeah, fuck the balanced American midget.
Okay, next one I want to talk about is Observer Ward. Observer Ward now comes in single increments. Cost and reset time reduced by half and stock doubled. Observer Ward now provides a 50% or 50 XP bonus. XP bounty when destroyed. Attacking a ward can no longer miss. Can't miss uphill on a ward. It's like in Hun.
Just makes it just removes a lot of those annoying small things when warding.
Everything is turning into Hun. Hun also sells wards in 1 stacks. Also, you can miss uphill, and that's changed like 4 years ago or something.
Pit Lord will be paid to win. Paid to play.
Orb of Venom can be lethal now. Pipe of Insight provides a 10% magic resistant aura to nearby allies. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bye bye Rubik.
Yeah, now Rubik got bad again. He was good for the whole changelog, and then they nerfed him again.
Oh, this one is big. This one is really big, I feel. Radiance recipe from 1350 to 1425. Radiance burn now causes affected enemies to have 17% miss rate.
Why not?
I think that's so strong.
I think it's like so I think in the old Dota, like many years ago, it was like that.
No, it only used to give the rarer evasion for like 8%.
Oh yeah, it was evasion. Yeah, okay. It was evasion. This is
actually pretty
stronger.
Powerful.
This is stronger because it makes your allies also around you also have evasion, kinda.
It also makes illusions extremely annoying.
Refresher has got new components. Perseverance recipe. Actually more shitty now. Refresher is just worse.
It's a bit of a bummer that it doesn't give any built-in mana anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't give int. It gives double the HP regen now. It gives 50% more mana regen. It gives 20 less damage and 10 less attack speed.
And it's become more expensive.
And it has worse build up.
It's double.
It got nerfed.
Double Perseverance is a shitty build up. Like it's just I don't want to do that.
Yeah, at least you can buy both parts from the side shop now. Anyway.
Moving on.
Let me see if there's more. Stout Shield has been reduced with 50 gold. And the block has been reduced to 16 instead of 20, and 8 for ranged instead of 10. Oh, here, Tango can now be used on to eat wards. Eating a ward heals for double the amount, 230 HP over 16 seconds. Has a 450 cast range when targeting wards. So basically Earthshaker and stuff can counter ward now with Tangos, doesn't need a Quelling Blade. That is good. Teleport no longer removes ethereal state when
I think this is a pretty huge change.
When it is cast, yeah. This teleport cooldown increased from 65 to 70, which makes boots of travel better.
Which makes early teleports more crucial to do it right and actually do a successful save, etc.
Yeah, this is interesting. Now you could potentially like outplay at least part of a team just by going a reasonably fast boots of travel. Like you're going to be able to TP to somewhere, make people TP, and then your TP is going to your new TP will be ready much faster than the other guys' TPs.
Yeah.
Rat Ola got buffed. Woo!
Vladimir's. I'm just gonna skip Burn of Shadow. It just instead it is when you apply it, it just refreshes the existing debuff rather than applying a separate instance. Veil of Discord recipe from 1250 to 1100. Cooldown reduced from 30 to 20. Duration reduced from 25 to 16. Mana cost reduced from 75 to 50. Vladimir's offering lifesteal decreased from 16 to 15. Now grants 10% lifesteal to ranged heroes. Now requires headdress instead of ring of regeneration. Vladimir's offering now provides +2 all stats, and Vladimir's aura now provides 3 health regen. That's it.
With the basic.
Oh god, it's over.
You sound really excited.
Yay.
That was the patch
so
notes.
tired. It's not even funny.
That was
We
the
didn't
patch
even-
notes.
We didn't even discuss the Vladimir's.
I
Now a
want
support
to
item.
discuss the Vladimir.
It's now a support item.
But
It always
was
was a
before.
supporting item.
Yeah, but you
Apart
would
from like
you would previously get it to bypass some orbs, but there basically aren't any orb effects anymore. There's only
No,
Viper
No,
left.
I think you would just get it for any kind of carry who could use
Wait,
a little
wait now.
lifesteal.
What?
You would
Viper,
even get
like-
it for like.
What about Viper now? You could get this on him to get ranged lifesteal on top of poison attack.
I don't know if it's
Hey,
the
maybe,
poison
I mean,
attack
it
increases
gives
your
stats.
lifesteal, but
It gives stats.
I mean,
But at least you get the lifesteal while you're attacking with it. 10%.
yeah, but I
I'm
mean,
just
orb
saying, you
effects.
could
I
do-
mean, there are so few orb effects. Like, what will you get inside of lifesteal?
I don't know. I'm
There's
just
there's
saying that...
like my point is there's only Dazzler and Maelstrom now. Like Dazzler isn't much of a carry item, it's more of a weird item.
But I think it's better to discuss it with regards to how many heroes still have unique attack modifiers. Because
Alright,
this,
yeah, of course, I'm stupid, sorry.
this could be relevant, of course. But there's really
This
only
would be-
Viper, isn't there?
Viper,
What
OD,
OD, nice.
Silencer?
What do you...
like, but OD is yeah, no, gonna get the balanced core anyway.
Silencer, good point.
Yeah, Silencer. Silencer also makes great use of the balanced core item.
Can I come up with
What other
heroes?
ranged heroes are there?
I'm just gonna check the unique attack modifier page real quick.
Like, almost everyone is gone.
I think we covered everyone actually, I'm just checking to make sure. Oh,
Mana break.
well, actually Impetus. Attack modifier still.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It'll be annoying, but
I don't know. No, but yeah. I don't think you'll. I mean, you could already get it on Enchantress. I don't know how much better it got because if Enchantress takes damage, she usually has dice anyway. And if she doesn't, she'll heal up with her spirits.
But the potential utility is there.
I mean, in late
Okay.
game, it's gonna make a difference.
Okay, that was the patch notes.
We
That's
have
for sure.
succeeded.
Thanks for
Well
going
played.
through this entire freaking patch. It's so long, longer than anything I've ever seen. Jesus.
It took
That's
5
long.
hours.
5
But,
hours and 19
I-
minutes.
I think, however, that we spent like 35 minutes just discussing Alchemist's Aghanim's upgrade.
That was amazing.
I think
too.
it's-
Overall,
thanks for
all
watching.
those new items are all good on Alchemist.
Thanks for discussing with us.
Good night.
Right.
User
night.
disconnected from your channel.
alright. Thanks for the time. See you guys later.
Yeah.
User disconnected from your channel.